Chapter 1149. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal charged towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are so stubborn. Or is it the influence of providence? Humph. Fang Yuan's gaze was grim as he looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal charging towards him. But he did not dodge or retreat. Boom. At the next moment, he opened the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture and let out an extremely huge beast. Ah. This is. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal felt a majestic aura instantly crushing his body and mind. His charge came to an abrupt halt. His fighting spirit crumbled in an instant. Because what Fang Yuan let out was none other than the immemorial level upper extreme heavenly eagle. The matured upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, several times the size of the giant whale. Even that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast was comparable to it. Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle had terrifying battle strength at rank 8 level. Shock. At once, the enemy immortals were shocked. They stared with tongue-tied expressions. They had never expected Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. The cards in this hand were too big. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed completely. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head, snorting coldly. Why do you think I have been so fearless since the start of the battle? No matter how powerful your battlefield killer move is, can it stop my upper extreme heavenly eagle? The enemy immortals heard this, and their bodies shook. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. According to rumors, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast. It can avoid the heavenly wind chi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only that, it can also pass through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The immortals conversed hurriedly. They were slightly flustered. Fang Yuan revealed a confident smile. Even if you use that dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast, I have confidence in escaping. But what I said earlier is the truth. I do not need to deceive you. If I did, such a clumsy lie would be easily exposed. Why would I waste my effort? The enemy immortals were silent. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle was the best proof of Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was the closest. The upper extreme heavenly eagle filled his entire vision. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle's eyes were slightly closed. However, the cold light that seeped out from the slits of his eyes still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Did you find out? Is it true? The Gu immortals transmitted to each other. It was a little funny. Earlier, when Fang Yuan was ambushed and saw the terrifying lineup of these Gu immortals, he immediately suspected that this was an illusion. Now, Fang Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The Gu immortals also had the same thought. It's true. The rank 6 Gu immortal called Shui Air was the first to speak. Her tone could not conceal her fear. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's blood and chi is extremely strong. Don't look at its harmless and motionless appearance. Once we launch our attack, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Soon, the other rank 7 Gu immortals confirmed it. How can a mere blessed land contain a primordial desolate beast? Although it's inconceivable, it's the hard truth. What do we do? The enemy can use an immemorial desolate beast. Do we also have to use an immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's killer move space had a Grey Cloud Dragon beast. It was just an empty shell. Although its aura was not fake, it could not display rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Grey Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a rank 8 core immortal Gu. It was not suitable for rank 8 existences to use. On the other hand, the Snowman and Rockman Gu immortals' main bodies were deep underground. They could only form this Grey Cloud Battle Puppet battlefield killer move after injecting their Gu worms and immortal essence. They would gain battle strength that was not weaker than the main body. That was to say, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's battle strength came from the Gu immortals' control. The immortal essence and Gu worms hidden in the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's body. Inside the battlefield killer move, although it could form a Grey Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial rock dragon's main body, the immemorial rock dragon did not have the intelligence of a Gu immortal. It could not control it or use immortal Gu freely. Its battle strength could not be displayed. Thus, since the start of the battle, this rank 8 battle strength had not been used at all. But Feng Yuan was a cautious person, he did not dare to probe it. Of course, this was also normal. Just like earlier, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was intimidated and did not dare to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The moment Feng Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the situation underwent a complete change. The variant human Gu immortals only had rank 8 battle strength. They did not know Feng Yuan's actual strength, they thought they were weak. As for Feng Yuan, he did not know the details of the variant human Gu immortals. He did not know that the so-called immemorial dragon desolate beast was also just an empty shell. He also felt he was weak. Of course, in terms of the truth, Feng Yuan's judgment was correct. At this moment, Feng Yuan's heart was also very nervous. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was about to starve to death. He had used blood path methods to disguise it as having strong qi and blood. Once it was attacked, it would be exposed. But the other party did not dare to attack. Why? If they attacked and could not kill the other party, it would be terrible if the other party escaped. Even if the immemorial rock dragon was summoned from deep underground, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could not be stopped if it wanted to escape. Since Feng Yuan exposed the other party's identity, he also understood the other party's apprehension. That was their identity. Once the identity of the snowman and rockman was exposed in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators would immediately join forces to hunt them down. Humans were strong. They had been fighting since the immemorial antiquity era. They would not allow such a large group of variant human super forces to exist. Thus, when the variant human Gu immortals attacked Feng Yuan, they had to conceal their identities to prevent being exposed. Thus, the variant human Gu immortals only dealt with Feng Yuan, but they sent out close to 10 Gu immortals, and even used an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation. This was to ensure that nothing went wrong. But such a foolproof plan, because of Feng Yuan's strength alone, many accidents occurred. In the end, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle appeared. If they had known this beforehand, the variant human Gu immortals would not have come out to ambush them. In the end, they ended up in this awkward situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. Feng Yuan waited for a while, but the variant human Gu immortals did not speak. He could only shake his head, smiling bitterly. All right, I have already said this, why don't you believe me? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course, I definitely won't die. Why do you want us to believe you? You are a human. A rank 7 Gu immortal said hatefully. Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief internally. Since the other party spoke, it meant he had fooled them. The opportunity had been obtained. It would depend on his performance now. Thus, Feng Yuan activated Familiar Face. The Immortal Killer move's aura spread out. The variant human Gu immortals quickly went on guard. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal retreated far away. Next, the variant human Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw that Feng Yuan had turned into a hairy man. There were no flaws. I am a transformation path Gu immortal. I have inherited a portion of the human king's true inheritance. I will turn into a hairy man to deceive everyone. It is simply too easy. But why can't I do that? Feng Yuan spread his arms, returning to his original appearance from a hairy man. His expression was sincere and sincere. The variant human Gu immortals looked at him quietly. Feng Yuan continued to spout nonsense. That is because I am sincere to you. Since I've just understood your identity, then we can be considered to be on the same side. Even though I am a human Gu immortal, I am indeed a member of Langya sect. The origin of Langya blessed land is long hair ancestor. Now under the leadership of land spirit of Langya, Langya sect has been created. I am one of the sect's supreme elders. If you believe me, activate the battlefield killer move. I will send a message. I will inform the sect of everything. The variant human Gu immortals looked at each other. Nobody moved. Both sides were in a deadlock again. Feng Yuan did not dare to let them continue thinking nonsense. After all, Providence was affecting them. To counteract Providence's influence, Feng Yuan had to continue to speak and change their minds. Providence was not fake. It did not affect the variant human Gu immortals to a high degree. Variant humans' intelligence was second only to humans after all. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had hope. All right. Let me express my sincerity first. Fang Yuan sighed, opening his immortal aperture's entrance, and keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This action shocked the variant human Gu immortals. Be careful. Even though this immemorial upper extreme, heavenly eagle has been kept, it can rely on its own strength. It can pierce through space and attack at any time. Forget it. Let's disperse this gray cloud battle puppet. Lord, do you think this gray cloud battle puppet killer move can trap the enemy? The other variant human Gu immortals could not answer. In their opinion, the truth was so. In the oppressive silence, gray cloud battle puppet killer move dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision returned to the clear world of northern plains. He resisted the urge to run, saying to these variant human Gu immortals, "All right, we got to know each other after a fight. I will immediately inform Langya sect. I will stay here and wait for the sect to send Gu immortals." Fang Yuan was happy. Of course he was faking it. But his acting skills, together with attitude Gu, were flawless. At least, these variant human Gu immortals could not see any flaws and treated it as the truth. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not run when he could. His actions proved the truth in his words. "Then brother, please go underground and be our guest. This way please." The other gray clouds dissipated, leaving behind a living Rockman Gu immortal. It was the one who controlled gray cloud battle puppet killer move. Ha, please. Fang Yuan followed this Rockman Gu immortal as they entered the depths of the icy plain. The truth proved that Providence's influence on Gu immortals was not outstanding. At least, Fang Yuan could use words to counteract this influence. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was the foundation. Precisely because of the immemorial desolate beast's existence, these variant human Gu immortals changed their minds. After all, Providence could not make these Gu immortals lose their rationality and challenge immemorial desolate beasts. It would be courting death. In the depths of the icy plain, there was a world of its own. There was quite a scenery. Fang Yuan was surrounded by several Gu immortals. He looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human Gu immortals were the same, until Langya sect sent a group of hairy man Gu immortals here. Chapter 1150. Northern Icy Plain Deep Underground. In the cave hall, stone benches and tables were arranged in a circle. Thick vines were climbing the walls and grass was growing between the cracks of the rocks. 3 fires were burning fiercely in the center of the hall. It was said that this was a custom passed down from the olden antiquity era. When a variant human tribe had an esteemed guest, they would hold a banquet and set 3 fires. Snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, as well as Fang Yuan, many Gu immortals were gathered here. The light of the fire shone on everyone's faces. They were all smiling. All sorts of fruits were placed on the stone tables in front of everyone, and soon, rockman attendants brought everyone a bowl of wine. "This is my rockman tribe's lipfish wine. Have a taste." Shizong stood up from his seat and raised his bowl. Shizong was the first supreme elder of this rockman tribe. He did not participate in the battle to exterminate Fang Yuan. His whole body was shining in all sorts of colors. His body was decorated with countless gold, silver and jewels. It was very beautiful. This was the rockman tribe's custom. Rockmen were made of stone, and in their long lives, they would grow all sorts of gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Rockmen took pride in this. The higher their status, the more gold, silver, bronze, and iron they would have on their bodies, and the more extravagant they would be. Not just Shizong. The other rockman Gu immortals present were also like this. Since Shizong called for it, the immortals responded and raised their bowls. Shizong and the other immortals drank in large mouthfuls. The hairy men were the same. Only Fang Yuan was sipping. After Shizong finished drinking, he turned his bowl upside down. Not even a drop of wine was left. Cheers resounded. The other Gu immortals also followed suit, turning their bowls upside down and drinking in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. The immortals laughed loudly. The calm atmosphere became somewhat joyous. Only Fang Yuan put down his bowl and drank only a little bit of the lipfish wine. The snowman and rockman Gu immortals all turned a blind eye to this. On the contrary, among the hairy man Gu immortals, Sixth Hair criticized Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know this is very rude? The host has already drunk the wine in his bowl. As a guest, you should follow suit. There shouldn't be any residue at the bottom of the bowl. This was a sign of respect for the owner. Ah, I forgot that you're a human, not one of us. You don't know about this custom that has been passed down since ancient times. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya sect by the Shadow sect, making use of every opportunity to find some trouble for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, his gaze sweeping around as he said unhurriedly, "How can I not know this custom? However, this lipfish wine is made from the saliva of the underground stone fish. I don't like to drink it." You. Sixth Hair's expression was gloomy, but his heart was filled with joy. Fang Yuan's words were tantamount to offending the other party, which was exactly what he wanted. When Fang Yuan sent a letter to Langya sect to inform the land spirit, he naturally didn't make things clear. He only gave a general idea. What Sixth Hair and the others did not know was that Fang Yuan had fought an intense battle with the snowman and the stoneman. In the end, he had brought out the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle to make them compromise. In fact, after Fang Yuan joined Langya sect, the land spirit of Langya had issued a mission to find the variant human allies living here. Since Fang Yuan found them, he had naturally completed this mission and would definitely be rewarded by Langya sect. As a member of the Shadow sect, Sixth Hair did not want to see Fang Yuan reap the benefits. Continue. Now that he spoke, he was trying to suppress Fang Yuan in every possible way. Haha, since Elder Fang Yuan doesn't like this wine, then let's change it. Come, take out the ice wolf wine that I brewed myself. A snowman Gu immortal laughed. The snowman had snow-white skin, icy blue eyes and a blue head. This snowman Gu immortal had a strong body. His upper body was bare, and there was a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His blue hair was tied up, revealing his firm facial features. He had a capable face. This person's name was Bing Zhua. He was the dual spear Gu immortal, who caused Fang Yuan to fall into a bitter battle. Soon a snowman servant served the wine. This was a wine bowl made of ice. The wine inside was almost frozen, emitting cold air. To speak the truth, I don't like lipfish wine, so I brewed this wine myself. Please have a taste. Bing Zhua said passionately. Fang Yuan glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, saying disdainfully, "Let me have a sip first. Let's see if I like it." "Please, please." Bing Zhua smiled. Fang Yuan took a sip. At first, this wine was icy cold when it entered his mouth, but when it entered his throat, it became as hot as fire. The feeling of ice and fire at the same time made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. He blurted out, "Good wine." Ha ha ha. Bing Zhua raised his head and laughed. "Since it is good wine, drink some more." Just as he finished speaking, the immortals saw Fang Yuan raise his bowl and drink it in one gulp. The immortals were slightly stunned, before bursting into loud cheers. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Sixth Hair, smiling internally. He already knew Sixth Hair's intentions. Sixth Hair would not let anything happen to Fang Yuan, because after Shadow Sect saved Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be him, Fang Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Hair would not harm Fang Yuan's life. Thus, Sixth Hair would at most suppress Fang Yuan and delay his development. This would make it easier for Shadow Sect to make their moves in the future. Sixth Hair had already done this very well. He made the relationship between Fang Yuan and Langya sect cold. However, he would never have expected that Fang Yuan had an immemorial upper-grade heavenly eagle, and even used it to intimidate the snowmen and rockmen immortals. With immemorial battle strength, these variant human Gu immortals had to respect him. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Hair instigated or slandered them, Fang Yuan was much more important than all the other hairy man Gu immortals combined. In fact, variant human races had a very strong sense of worship towards strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans from the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, and olden antiquity era. Because be it during the era of hunting, when different races fought, or when they were massacred by humans, Strong strength gave variant humans more living space and opportunities. In contrast, after humans became the overlords of the 5 regions, their status did not change, but their sense of worship towards strength had decreased. They were far inferior to these variant humans who were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. Feng Yuan purposely made things difficult. In the eyes of these variant human Gu immortals, this was normal. Which expert did not have a temper? If Feng Yuan did not act, they would instead feel uneasy. Feng Yuan was well aware of the mentality of these variant human Gu immortals. Of course, he had another intention. That was to probe the other party's intentions. Right now, Feng Yuan was certain that he was safe. How can this be? Looking at the smiling variant human Gu immortals in front of him, he was greatly shocked. Next, the snowman and rockman Gu immortals surrounded Feng Yuan, ignoring the other hairy man Gu immortals. Elder Feng Yuan, a bowl for you. Elder Feng Yuan, you really have a good alcohol tolerance. Feng Yuan did not reject them. He drank them all. The hairy man Gu immortals looked at each other. Sixth Hair was extremely perplexed. What soup did this Feng Yuan feed them? They actually welcome him so much. If Feng Yuan turned into a hairy man, it might be logical. However, he had revealed his true form. He was a genuine pure-blooded human. Elder Feng Yuan, Shui Air will pour you some wine. During the banquet, a beautiful snowman female Gu immortal personally walked towards Feng Yuan, taking over the role of an attendant. She poured a bowl of ice wolf wine for Feng Yuan. The other hairy man Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you inhumans or not? This Feng Yuan is a human Gu immortal." Human. The human who massacred variant humans and defeated and ostracized you. Shui Air, are you the snowman who discovered my true form? Feng Yuan sized up the female snowman immortal, asking directly with an arrogant expression. The snowman lowered her head, smiling shyly. Shui Air is only skilled in some investigative methods. Elder Feng Yuan, you are the true hero. 12th Hair was drinking wine when he heard this. He spat out the wine in his mouth. 6th Hair was furious. He almost cursed at the female Gu immortal. What is the meaning of this? Hey, why are you blushing? What do you mean by lowering your head shyly? You are even sneaking glances at Feng Yuan. Do you think I can't see that? Damn it! Are you still a snowman or not? Mind your identity. I am not worthy of the title of hero. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He said perfunctorily. Even he himself was a little surprised. The attitude of these variant human Gu immortals seemed to have changed greatly. Bingjue also walked over at this time, holding a bowl of wine. If Elder Feng Yuan is not a hero, who can be called a hero? Shui Air introduced at an appropriate time. This is Brother Bingjue. He is the #1 battle strength of our tribe. He is usually cold and aloof. He is very arrogant. Only when he is talking to you, Elder Feng Yuan, will he be so enthusiastic. Feng Yuan stood up, looking at the Gu immortal in front of him, saying, If I am not wrong, you are the one who fought against me with 2 spears. Bingjue laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Elder Feng Yuan, you have a good eye. Feng Yuan did not say anything else. He downed the wine in one gulp. Bingjue was overjoyed. He raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp. Cheers resounded again. Shui Air clapped at the side. This is called a hero cherishing a hero. The hairy man Gu immortals looked on. Nobody paid attention to them. On the other side, the Gu immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Yuan. Sixth Hair almost slammed the table. Bingjue's attitude made him even more unhappy. He screamed in his mind. What are you guys doing? Forget about that female Gu immortal called Shui Air. Feng Yuan is quite handsome. Why are you here as a man? Look at your grinning face. It looks like you want to become sworn brothers with Feng Yuan. What are you trying to do? You are the #1 battle strength, the hero of the tribe? You are so close to a human Gu immortal. Are you trying to betray the tribe? Bingjue sighed. Compared to Elder Feng Yuan, how can I be considered a hero? Elder Feng Yuan has an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle as his subordinate. If not for Elder Feng Yuan being one of us, we might have already caused the extermination of our tribe. Well, what? Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. At once, The hairy man-gu immortals looked at each other. Elder Feng Yuan, did I hear wrongly? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Sixth hair could not take it anymore. He stood up and stared at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose, saying with some embarrassment, "Not long ago, I worked together with Chu Du to take down Heifan Grotto Heaven and obtain Heifan's true inheritance. This immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of our gains." What? The hairy man-gu immortals gasped in shock. On the other side, the snowman and rockman-gu immortals also exchanged glances. Sixth hair took a step back, looking at Feng Yuan in disbelief, before looking at the other gu immortals. At that moment, he finally understood. He understood why these variant human gu immortals valued Feng Yuan so much. Immemorial desolate beast, rank 8 battle strength. Plop. Sixth hair could not take this huge blow. He sat down on the stone stool again. I did not have time to tell you all about this. Come. Our Langya sect will have a toast. This is a celebratory feast. Feng Yuan smiled as he raised his wine bowl. The hairy man-gu immortals reacted and smiled brightly. Our Langya sect actually has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly unfathomable. You are too amazing. Elder Feng Yuan, I was wrong earlier. I failed to recognize Tianti Mountain. The hairy man-gu immortals had expressions of I am convinced. This was the might of a rank 8 battle strength expert. Sixth hair also raised his wine bowl. He was smiling on the surface, but he was vomiting blood from anger. Feng Yuan looked at him and smiled. Elder Sixth hair, why are your hands trembling? Sixth hair smiled at him. As expected of a spy who had been lurking for many years, his expression showed no flaws. Only his voice became hoarse. I am extremely excited. I am happy for you, Elder Feng Yuan, for Langya sect. Chapter 1151. Snow was falling quietly. There was no wind. There were endless snowy peaks. It was tranquil. A couple was leaning on each other, opening the window, and looking at the snowy scenery. They were silent. There was a warm atmosphere in the air. The wife had a beautiful appearance. There was frost in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm, saying with reminiscence, "It has been a long time since I have looked at the snowy scenery with you so quietly." Her husband was already showing signs of old age, but he was still energetic. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and patted the back of his wife's hand, saying slowly, "I am willing to stay with you and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the first time we met?" His wife laughed lightly. A happy memory seemed to appear in front of her. "That was also a snowy day. You were still a hothead. You only wanted to become stronger, stronger and stronger." "I want to become stronger. Isn't it so that I can be worthy of you? You said before, when I cultivate to rank 8, you will marry me." Hee. The old man smiled. His smile was a little crafty and proud. His wife's smile faded a little. She frowned slightly. "To speak the truth, I am regretting it. I would rather your cultivation level be lower. If I want to be your husband, how can my cultivation level be low? Don't worry. As long as I succeed in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu, I will have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Even if the world is vast, I will be able to stay with you forever." Saying so, the old man's gaze turned sharp. He showed a strong aura that was different from normal people. His aura went from weak to strong. It continued to strengthen. As time passed, it spread out, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling. They floated in front of him quietly. His wife slowly separated from him. She was no longer leaning on him. She looked at the snowy scenery quietly with determination in her eyes. "Let us begin." After a long while, the old man broke the silence. His wife only replied with one word. "Okay." Old ancestor Shui, who and Lady One Show started to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu. On this day, snowy mountain-blessed land shone brightly. There was no concealment. Northern Plains gu immortal world had yet to recover from the shock of He tribe's destruction, but it fell into a state of unrest again. Old ancestor Shui, who started to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu. This news was like a hurricane, engulfing everyone in Northern Plains gu immortal world. Phoenix celestial paradise. Such fanfare. It was as if he was afraid that no one would come and destroy it. That's the style of old man Xuehu. Prince's impatience smiled when he received the news. Lord, if old ancestor Xuehu refines a rank 8 immortal Gu, he would be like a tiger with wings. Gu immortal Yulan, who was beside Prince's impatience, said, if not for fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he would still be number 1 in Northern Plains. It was okay. Our mission now, it was to detain Fang Yuan. There's news that the Celestial Court has confirmed that Fang Yuan is in the Northern Plains. Prince's impatience smiled, but his eyes were cold. He hated Fang Yuan to the bone. Why? This was because the original mission of the Prince's impatience was to invade 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the end, his grand plan was ruined by Fang Yuan, causing his years of hard work to go down the drain before he could see any results. How could Prince's impatience not hate him? By Zhu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Xuehu, after all these years, are you finally going to make a move? Heavenly Lord Baizu pondered for a while. He shook his head. After fighting with old ancestor Xuehu, Heavenly Lord Baizu understood how strong he was. With my strength alone, I am not old ancestor Xuehu's match. Moreover, if he wants to ruin his Gu refinement, we will definitely become enemies. But now, I have established Baizu tribe. This is the result of many years of planning and hard work. I cannot make a move easily, unless Yao Huang and the others want to make a move against Xue. Who? Before they make a move, I will take down that Heifan Grotto Heaven first. Yao Huang Grotto Heaven. A huge cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron strength immortal Gu. There were countless immortal materials in the cauldron. Flames were burning. It was melting these immortal materials, turning them into liquid, and mixing them together. After hearing that old ancestor Xuehu was refining Gu, the flames in the cauldron shook. The medicine sovereign sighed. He muttered to himself, old Xuehu, it is not wise to compete with him. I might as well refine this resurrection from the dead immortal Gu as well. That way, I will have a rank 8 immortal Gu and solve my problem of lacking lifespan. Longevity Heaven. Look at that soaring light humph. Old ancestor Xue, who is really refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Even if he is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is too daring. He actually dares to covet giant sun ancestors immortal Gu. Longevity Heaven was giant sun immortals Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortals living inside were the closest bloodline descendants to giant sun immortal. They naturally did not want fortune rivaling heaven Gu to fall into the hands of outsiders. But they could not move because of one person, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Elder Fang Yuan, please come in. This is our tribe's sacred land, Earth Mother Altar. Shi Cheng politely led the way for Fang Yuan. Even though this Rockman Gu immortal was rank 6, he had the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet Immortal Battlefield Killer move. He was the representative of the Rockman tribe's new generation of Gu immortals. Following him was the Snowman tribe's rank 6 female Gu immortal Xue Air. Right now, several days had passed since the banquet. The Snowmen and Rockmen living here were allied together. They hosted Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu immortals warmly. According to Land Spirit of Langya's arrangement, 6th Hair and the rest were in charge of discussing the cooperation and alliance between the two sides. As for Fang Yuan, he was accompanied to look around, familiarizing himself with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last days, Fang Yuan had a deep feeling about this. These snowmen and rockmen, even though they lived deep underground in the northern icy plain, were filled with a sense of danger. They were very strict and cruel towards their descendants. Precisely because of this, generations of powerful variant human Gu immortals were created. Compared to them, Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were clearly lacking. Elder Fang Yuan, didn't you ask us yesterday why there is land and soil under the northern icy plain? Go in and take a look, you will know. The snowman chuckled. Fang Yuan nodded, his curiosity was piqued. When he entered Mother Earth altar and saw the 2 statues that were worshipped in the center, he was stunned. He was extremely shocked. Because he saw a human female immortal hugging the arm of a Rockman Gu immortal. The 2 were looking far away. They had a blissful expression, as if they were going to live together forever. This is our tribe's 27th generation first Supreme Elder Shermu. The one beside him is his wife, our tribe's most respected Lady Earth Mother. Of course, as you can see, Elder Feng Yuan, Lady Earth Mother is a pure human Gu immortal, Shi Ching introduced. It was hard to imagine. A human female immortal actually fell in love with a Rockman Gu immortal. They were even worshipped and respected to such an extent by the Rockman's descendants. Shui added. Lady Earth Mother is benevolent and benevolent, her love transcends races. It was because she felt that the Rockmen had no land to live on. Not long after Lord Shermu's death, she took the initiative to commit suicide. She left behind her descendants. Her Dao marks and blessed land were turned into this underground land, giving the Rockmen a foundation to live on. Feng Yuan stared fixedly at this pair of statues. His heart could not help but ripple, because he recognized this Earth Mother, who was worshipped and respected by the Rockmen and Snowmen. He actually recognized her. Of course, Earth Mother and he were not of the same generation. There would not have been any interaction. Feng Yuan was able to recognize Mother Earth because he had soul-searched her from Heicheng. Because of Earth Mother, He tribe's missing He Fengyu, old ancestor He Fan's most beloved granddaughter. To think that He Fengyu's disappearance was due to her concealing her identity. She fell in love with a Rockman Gu immortal. This would definitely not be accepted by the tribe, and even more so by the human Gu immortals of Northern Plains. As for why she could be in love with the Rockman Gu immortal Shermu, there must be a secret in the past. Feng Yuan was expressionless, he only sighed in his heart. No matter what the truth of the past was, he had no intention of finding out. Everyone has their own path of life, their own love and hate, and their own enmity. Wasn't that so? Cher had been secretly observing Feng Yuan all this time. When she saw that Feng Yuan didn't show any signs of disgust or anger, she immediately nodded. Her whole heart rejoiced. Then, she looked at the sculptures of Shermu and Mother Earth in a daze, and said intentionally or unintentionally, I won't hide it from Elder Feng Yuan. Love is boundless. Be it stone men or humans, they all have the possibility to coexist, and have the right to love each other. Feng Yuan was stunned for a moment. A beautiful white figure appeared in front of him. Then it disappeared again. 500 years in my past life. His gaze grew deep and serene. He began to understand. Why did this snowman and Rockman tribes Gu immortals, after knowing that Feng Yuan was one of their own, act like this? She accepted him so easily. In a way, Feng Yuan could be said to have obtained Mother Earth's legacy. Actually, we had no choice but to fight you, Elder Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan should be clear about the cause of the Northern Icy Plains history. This place was purely a piece of ice and frost previously. Lord Mother Earth's methods are marvelous, gathering the chi of the earth to condense this piece of land. Shi Cheng continued sincerely. However, when Gu immortals undergo tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain, the heaven and earth chi will be affected, and they will be consumed. Every time the earth chi is weakened, the Northern Icy Plain will become more unstable, and the land that we have lived on will also decrease. Feng Yuan nodded. He had already learned of this reason during the banquet. Now he had a deeper understanding of it. This is my fault. If I had known this, I would not have undergone tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain. Feng Yuan said sincerely. Shi Cheng and Cher smiled brightly. It is great that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Shi Cheng sighed. At this moment, Shi Cheng's expression changed. Then Cher's expression also changed. What is it? Feng Yuan quickly asked. Snowy mountain blessed land's light is soaring into the sky. There are reports that old ancestor Shui, who is starting to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Shi Cheng's tone was heavy. The rise of any human race was a nightmare for variant humans. Chapter 1152. Several days had already passed since Lang Yasek's hairy man Gu immortals came into contact with these snowman and Rockman tribes and negotiated. The more they talked, the more agreeable they became. This was decided by the external situation. Humans were extremely powerful. The variant human tribes could only struggle at the corners of the world. They had a natural tendency to ally together. Even though Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya sect by Shadow Sect, he did not object to the alliance between the two sides. Instead, he put in more effort. Firstly, Sixth Hair was well aware that it was impossible for him to make both sides fall out with his own strength. Secondly, Sixth Hair wanted to use this chance to show off his abilities and obtain more merits, to gain more trust from Land Spirit of Langya and raise his status. Thirdly, Shadow Sect's pursuit was spectral souls. Even though the demon Venerable was dead, his ambitions had already surpassed the limits of his race. As the two sides talked, they got to know more about each other. To gain their trust, Sixth Hair sold almost all of Fang Yuan's information. Thus, the Snowman and Rockman tribes knew that Fang Yuan had a special identity. Fang Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was someone who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon. He came from a world beyond the heavens. He was also the main culprit behind the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. What was worth mentioning was that this last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan destroyed 88-Point Jinyang Tower. It greatly weakened Northern Plains human forces. It was a great thing for the variant human camp. In fact, when they heard about the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, this tribe of snowmen and rockmen even held a banquet and celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shui Er ask about the future, Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. He smiled bitterly. Even though I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, I have already lost this mystical Gu. After my rebirth, the world has changed a lot. You know it too. I was the one who destroyed 88-Point Jinyang Tower, right? That's right. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly amazing. Snow's eyes shone brightly. I am also very impressed by this, Shi also said. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. He continued, I'm someone who's been reborn, so I know some secrets. Although I don't have a golden bloodline, the reason why I participated in the royal court struggle was to sneak into the 88-Point Jinyang Tower and reap some benefits. My original plan was to come again and again. A thin stream flows a long way, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and an accident happened. I could only adapt to the situation, and in the end, the 88-Point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Shui, and Shi wore smiles on their faces. Shi said, Elder Fang Yuan's words are all true. Fang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shui laughed. In Shui's opinion, Elder Fang Yuan, you are a born hero. Destroying the 88-Point Jinyang Tower might have been an accident, but if it were someone else, how could they do it? Fang Yuan said, Precisely so. I had no choice but to hide in Langya Blessed Land. Later, some things happened and I joined Langya sect. I gradually realized that the excellence of variant humans is not inferior to humans. In fact, their sincerity, trust, loyalty, and so on are much better than the deceitful humans. Even though the 5 regions are vast, the space for variant humans to live in is getting smaller and smaller. This is not right. All living beings have their own reasons for growing. They have their own providence. Variant humans and humans should coexist harmoniously. Fang Yuan said this without blushing. He even used the name of Providence, while Providence tried all ways to get rid of him. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. It could not be any more sincere. Shui's eyes turned red. Shi sighed deeply. If only all the human Gu immortals in the world had Lord Fang Yuan's understanding and knowledge, how great would that be? His words had already elevated Elder Fang Yuan to Lord Fang Yuan's level. He even addressed him as Lord. It was because of Fang Yuan's words. For variant humans, this was too politically correct. It caused them to resonate with him and approve of him. After saying so much, Elder Fang Yuan, you still have not answered my question. Shui was an intelligent Gu immortal. She was not easy to fool. I was just about to say. Fang Yuan coughed. The collapse of the 88-Point Jinyang Tower was not my intention. In fact, it had never collapsed before my rebirth. Oh, so that's it. Shui and Shi looked at each other. The situation in Northern Plains has changed too much because of me. The 88-Point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Ma Hongyun was captured. His secret of fortune rivaling heaven was exposed, and he was bought by old ancestor Shui Hu. In fact, before my rebirth, old ancestor Shui, who did not want to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu, Feng Yuan said. What he said was the truth. Shui and Shi Shiqing chose to believe him. The former pouted. Won't the result be hard to predict? If old ancestor Shui Hu really refines fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the strength of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will rise again. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved. He asked, "Are you going to stop him?" Undoubtedly, this alliance of snowmen and rockmen had the ability to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. And it was an extremely troublesome existence among rank 8 battle strength. The power of the primordial rock dragon would definitely be a great addition to the historical records. Of course not. Shi Shiqing shook his head. We will not interfere in this matter. That's right. We can live here peacefully. Why would we expose ourselves and offend a rank 8 great expert? Moreover, this rank 8 great expert has snowy mountain-blessed land. He has a large number of demonic path Gu immortal experts under him. Shui shook her head. They were clear about the big picture. Even if they snatched fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and used it for themselves, if their identities were exposed, they would be hunted down by all of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Under the pressure of the situation, not to mention fortune rivaling heaven Gu, even if there were a few more immemorial rock dragons, they would not be able to resist the human army. Feng Yuan nodded. He did not say anything. He had his own plans. These variant humans are extraordinary. I have seen all of them these days. They are all elites. Be it battle strength or insight, they are top-notch. Even among Northern Plains human Gu immortals, they are outstanding. Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals are far inferior compared to them. Thankfully, I have rank 8 battle strength. So what if he had the identity of an otherworldly demon? He had spring-autumn cicada. So what if he had been reborn? These identities and secrets were the foundation of rank 8 battle strength. They were Feng Yuan's glory and glory. They were not a source of trouble. With a bigger fist, who would dare to find trouble with him? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a slight movement of his pinky finger, he could crush them like ants. Thus, not only did the snowmen and rockmen not dare to find trouble with Feng Yuan, they even expressed their friendliness and tried to rope him in. Any rank 8 battle strength was enough to attract others to their side. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would reign supreme. This was already the highest level of battle strength in the world. In fact, the entire situation of Northern Plains is the situation of the confrontation between rank 8 Gu immortals. The politics of the high martial arts world have always been the personal politics of the experts. Feng Yuan's heart was clear as a mirror. However, if they know that my immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what their expressions will be? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan felt it was quite funny. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened by his time path killer move. It did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was starving to death. Feng Yuan used blood path methods to raise its qi and blood. He let it out and successfully intimidated the variant human immortals. He relied on deceit and bluffing to survive, opening up a new world. But the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the final radiance of a setting sun. After being kept into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, it died almost at the next moment. As an immemorial desolate beast that was starved to death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's life was indeed quite sullen. However, that might not be the case in its next life. The advantage of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was that it laid eggs after death. After hatching, it could live again. It was true that Feng Yuan lost the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he also obtained the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, and a huge corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. He could accept this result, because firstly, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle, because to command it, Feng Yuan had to disguise himself as a He tribe descendant. Secondly, after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened, it had many disadvantages. How could a grand rank 8 battle strength be commanded by a rank 6 Gu immortal like Feng Yuan? Moreover, The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. After it matured to rank 8 battle strength, it was certain that it would not listen, it might even rebel. Its strong pride and arrogance made it go against Feng Yuan, it was very likely. Thus, the upper extreme heavenly eagle starving to death was not a bad thing for Feng Yuan. As for the newly born egg, Feng Yuan could use the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to modify it, changing its memories and so on. After it hatches, it would listen to Feng Yuan himself. Old ancestor Shui who publicly refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. The light of the refinement path Gu formation shot into the sky. It shined for 7 days and 7 nights before fading away. This matter caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But, after the commotion, the Gu immortal world strangely calmed down. This was because Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Prince's impatience did not have any positive reactions. If these rank 8 Gu immortals did not say anything, the rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals could not do anything no matter how loudly they shouted. To be able to fight rank 8 existences with rank 7 cultivation level. In the 5 regions for thousands of years, Feng Zhouge was the only one. Old ancestor Shui who was arrogant and domineering. But it had to be said that he was not a fool, his timing was very good. The variant humans in the northern icy plain also chose to ignore it. As for Feng Yuan himself, he did not want to get involved in this matter. This matter was too huge. It involved the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui, who, even though his body was much sturdier now, if he got involved in this matter, he would definitely be torn to shreds. Chapter 1153. Another 3 days passed. Qi deep underground in the icy plain, inside Earth Mother altar. For incense sticks were burning, smoke lingered in the air. The 4 Gu immortals were standing in their respective positions, their expressions solemn. Feng Yuan was among them. The people around him were Lang Yasek's hairy man Gu immortals. The sound of a horn could be heard, followed by the rumbling of drums. Shizong took a big step forward amidst the drums, shouting, Rockman Gu immortal Shizong is willing to join the 4 races alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races will be compatriots, we will share weal and woe. Saying so, he mobilized his immortal essence, triggering a certain change in Earth Mother altar. The smoke lingering in the air surged towards Shizong. After more than 10 breaths of time, it fused into Shizong's body. This is information path Dao marks being added. Looking at this, it seems to be the style of the olden antiquity era. Feng Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the hairy men were discussing the alliance with the Snowman and Rockman tribes. But things went unexpectedly smoothly. The 2 sides were getting closer to each other. The hairy men proposed to pull Inkman City in as well. After the Snowman and Rockman tribes understood the situation, they nodded in agreement. Long-hair ancestor and immortal Yen were known friends in history for a long time. Long-hair ancestor left behind Langya blessed land, while immortal Yen created Inkman City. The Inkmen and hairy men had always been in close contact. Since the hairy men guaranteed it, the Snowman and Rockman tribes chose to believe them. Thus, it became a 3-way discussion, involving 4 variant human races. Eventually, the 3 sides reached an agreement. They were willing to form an alliance. They would go through thick and thin together, helping each other in the future. That was why this scene was happening right now. The 3 sides used ancient information path methods. An official alliance. Gu immortals went up one after another. They accepted the information path Dao marks. This way, they would be considered members of the 4 races alliance. As time passed, Feng Yuan gradually saw some clues. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method. It is using earth path to form ash, using indirect methods to achieve the effect of information path. It is like my time path immortal killer move 100 years harmony. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's heart sank. It would be troublesome to break this alliance agreement in the future. This was because it was not possible to solve this problem from the aspect of information. It was very likely that he would have to think of a way through the earth path. Elder Feng Yuan, it's your turn. At this time, Gu Immortal 12th Hair reminded him in a soft voice. Speaking of which, ever since they dealt with the falling star hound and learned that Feng Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Feng Yuan had undergone a complete change. They were filled with reverence towards him. It was a stark contrast to before. Feng Yuan nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Just like the rockman Gu Immortal Zhong, he allowed the smoke to burn on his body. His every move attracted the attention of all the immortals present. Seeing that he had truly joined them, the immortals all heaved a sigh of relief. Snow's smile grew even more radiant as she let go of her worries. Little did he know that Feng Yuan was already pondering in his heart. It was time to find a way to break the various alliance agreements on his body. Of course, it was impossible for him to be on the same side as these mutants. Joining the Langya sect was just to make better use of the power of the Langya blessed land. Similarly, joining this four races alliance, other than being forced by the situation, Feng Yuan also wanted to make use of the alliance's power to help him cultivate. It is impossible for me to join the variant humans and resist the humans. Humans have the absolute advantage, so what if the four variant human races ally? The human race has the absolute advantage, so what if the four great mutant races form an alliance? In the 500 years of my previous life, did these four races ally? Feng Yuan's thoughts drifted as he speculated. Feng Yuan's thoughts drifted as he inwardly speculated. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a Central Continent rank 6 bloodpath Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep understanding of the matters of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, especially when it came to such insider information. Even Northern Plains Gu Immortals might not know about it. But I know in the 500 years of my previous life, these snowman and rockman tribes had been silent. They might have been exterminated, or they might still be alive. But I know that in the 500 years of my previous life, these snowmen and stonemen tribes have always been quiet. Perhaps they have been exterminated, or perhaps they are still secretly alive. In contrast, the Inkman tribe was doing very well. They were in the best situation. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's gaze landed on Mo Tansang. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's gaze landed on Mo Tansang. Chi path had a longer history than strength path, but it was also a declining Gu cultivation path. He had a middle-aged appearance, he had black hair and white hair. When he did not smile, he gave off a dignified aura. He was a middle-aged man with black hair. When he wasn't smiling, he looked quite dignified. This is a formidable person. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. This is a true hero. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was this Mo Tansang in front of him who seized the opportunity to expand the Inkman's forces, while the human race was busy with internal strife and had no time to care about him. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to join Lu tribe. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. Lu tribe was a super force, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyan. Before Feng Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. With this scale and force, even if Feng Yuan said it now, no one would believe him. In this 4 races alliance, the Inkman tribe was undoubtedly the weakest. But in the 500 years of his previous life, the Inkmen were in the best situation. Mo Tansang knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was the key figure in the rise of the Inkman tribe. At the same time, there was the external environment. During the 5 regions chaotic war, all order collapsed, opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Feng Yuan's gaze, Mo Tansang turned around to look at Feng Yuan and smiled, expressing his deep friendliness. This friendliness was so thick and obvious that when he smiled, it was almost like he was bowing. There was even a hint of flattery. Feng Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but replied with a smile on the surface. Mo Tansang's expression changed slightly. He expressed the excitement of receiving the favor and appreciation of a great character. If it were anyone else, they would feel a sense of superiority and complacency. So impressive. Fang Yuan was proud of his acting skills, but this Mo Tansang was not weaker than him. The world is huge. There are many capable people. I cannot underestimate the heroes of this world. Fang Yuan warned himself. His heart was as calm as ice. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be rising one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's destruction, and by Zhu tribe's replacement had not subsided yet. Old ancestor Shui, who officially started refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. The whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world's attention was focused on Snowy Mountain. And secretly, in a corner unknown to human Gu immortals, the four variant human races, hairy men, snowmen, rockmen and inkmen, had quietly formed an alliance. Even though the variant humans were in a weak position, this alliance could not be underestimated, because it had rank 8 battle strength, the immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the hearts of the other alliance members, there was also the immemorial upper extreme, heavenly eagle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan had no choice but to join them, but what made him feel at ease was that this four races alliance did not have any wisdom path Gu immortals. After the alliance was formed, Fang Yuan's losses were obvious. That was from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This had a huge impact on Fang Yuan, but there was no other way. Undergoing tribulation here would expend earth chi. It was the greatest damage to the rockmen's residence. This was also the reason why these rockmen and snowmen disregarded the price to set up the battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Fang Yuan. However, other than losses, Fang Yuan also had gains. The trade with the rockmen and snowmen had increased his monthly profits by another level. Forget about the snowmen. The main point was that the rockmen had a higher desire for guts Gu than humans. Why? Thinking back to the past, how Fang Yuan used guts Gu to increase the population of the rockmen in Hu immortal blessed land, it was clear. Guts Gu was the best way for rockmen to strengthen their tribe. Other than that, Fang Yuan also sold some of the resources that he obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven to the rockmen, snowmen and inkmen, earning a lot of money. Sixth Hare, who was watching from the side, was getting anxious. Fang Yuan's gains are so huge. What should we do? How can we stop him in the future? It was time to leave. Elder Fang Yuan, are you really in a hurry to leave? You can stay here for a day or two. Shui Er tried to persuade Fang Yuan to stay. Fang Yuan shook his head, smiling warmly on the surface. We have formed an alliance. This matter is very important. I need to return and report to the land spirit of Langia personally. Don't worry, I will return. After all, we became friends after a fight. I have a good feeling about this place. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Snowman Gu Immortal's Ice and Snowpath Immortal Gu and Killer moves. These two were very suitable for him. After all, he had the most Dao marks in Ice and Snowpath. With his current relationship with the Snowman tribe, and the fact that he had rank 8 battle strength, exchanging Immortal Gu was completely possible. But Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on one of his Immortal Gu. He had a better plan. For example, one day in the future, a certain variant human Gu immortal might not be able to pass tribulation, and would need his time path immortal killer move to slow the time in his immortal aperture. In that case, Fang Yuan would be able to take the chance to ask for the immortal Gu. In the past, Heifan had done many such things, and obtained a considerable number of immortal Gu. Shui Er naturally did not know that this handsome young man had ulterior motives, and was full of schemes. Seeing that Fang Yuan was determined to leave, she lowered her head, showing a hesitant and conflicted expression. But soon, determination appeared in her eyes. She raised her head, and handed something to Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, take this as the snowman's parting gift to you. Shui Er forced herself to remain calm, as she said with a slightly trembling voice. Fang Yuan received it. It was an ice tear. Chapter 1154. Ice tears were not an immortal material, but they were precious and were loved by Gu masters and Gu immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen lived in the icy environment of snowy lands. They normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. But once they shed tears, they would instantly turn into ice tears. Snowmen could shed ice tears at most 3 times in their lives, adding up to 60. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan would decrease greatly, and their life essence would be lost. If a snowman shed too many ice tears, they would age rapidly and die faster. Therefore, ice tear was considered a rare item. Jewel Yellow Skies had ice tears for sale, and it had always been very popular. Xue Songzi had once sold snowmen for other Gu immortals to torture, to obtain ice tears. To human Gu immortals, ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material. But to the snowman himself, the ice tear had another important meaning. That was a token of love. That was right. Snowmen had both genders. They were different from rockmen. Rockmen were pure males. When a snowman and a man got together, they would usually exchange ice tears. This action was extremely important to the snowmen. This is an ice tear. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He held this ice tear between his fingers and observed it carefully. Don't look at it like this. Quickly put it down. Shui Er's voice was weak and anxious. There were so many people here. If he held Bing Lei up in public, everyone would be able to see it. Sure enough, at the next moment, Shui Er heard those Gu immortals' shocked voices. Shui Er quickly lowered her head, her face turning red. She was giving an ice tear to Fang Yuan. This was no different from expressing her love. Although she had mustered up her courage earlier, with so many people watching, it was too embarrassing. Speaking of which, I have already heard of this special Gu material. Today, I finally saw it with my own eyes. Thank you, Shui Er. This gift is not bad. Maybe I should refine it into a Gu worm? Fang Yuan said cheerfully. Shui Er heard this. Her delicate body shook. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to it. He continued. However, 1 ice tear is still too little. It would be great if there were more. Why wasn't there any trade with the ice tear? What a pity. The blush on Shui Er's face faded away, and her face turned pale. Her head was buried very low, and her eyes were blurry. She almost cried out loud. This idiot. Bing Zhuo couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed under his breath and stepped forward. The other variant human Gu immortals were tongue-tied. They did not know what to say. Shui Er suddenly raised her head. With her back facing Fang Yuan, she called out to Bing Zhuo. Bing Zhuo Gidge. Bing Zhuo gritted his teeth. Seeing Shui Er's pale face, a strong sense of pity rose in his heart. He knew that Snow was thin-skinned. She had already mustered up enough courage to give away her tears. Perhaps there was also an element of impulsiveness in the head. Fang Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind the ice tear. If she were to criticize Fang Yuan in front of everyone, wouldn't that put Snow in an even more awkward position? Thinking of this, Bing Zhuo could only swallow the words he was about to spit out and say something else. Elder Fang Yuan, I gained a lot from fighting with you. Next time, let's have a good spar again. Speaking of sparring, he purposely raised his voice and gritted his teeth. Shui Er was young and beautiful. She had outstanding talent and high cultivation level. She had always been taken care of and favored by the tribe. But among the males of the same generation, none were worthy of her. This time, she was in love with Fang Yuan. Although he was a human Gu immortal, the snowman Gu immortals discussed it behind their backs and felt it was acceptable. The rockmen had Earth Mother, but couldn't we snowmen have a snow father? If Shui Er could get together with Fang Yuan, the snowman tribe would have an immemorial desolate beast to rely on. But to think that Fang Yuan did not understand the custom of variant humans and treated the ice tear as a common Gu material, causing the situation to be very awkward. Shui Er was put on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and patted Bing Zhuo's shoulder. All right, I promise you. If there is a chance in the future, let's spar again. All right, everyone, I will take my leave. No need to send me off. We will meet again in the future. Haha. Saying so, Fang Yuan laughed and waved his sleeves as he left. He wore a white robe, and his black hair flowed down like a waterfall. He looked extremely elegant and refined. Shui Er's gaze was somewhat dazed. Bing Zhuo, however, gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. No. After he leaves, I will write him a letter and tell him the meaning of the ice tear. The return journey was smooth. Fang Yuan returned to Langya blessed land. When he saw land spirit of Langya again, this first supreme elder of Langya sect had a huge change in attitude towards Fang Yuan. You really inherited He Fan's true inheritance? You have a method to slow the time in the immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Quickly let me see it. Land spirit of Langya requested excitedly. Fang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. He took out the upper extreme heavenly eagle's corpse. Land spirit of Langya was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan told Land spirit of Langya about the cause and effect. A grand immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you. But fortunately, you still have the egg. Not bad, not bad. The upper extreme heavenly eagle has such an advantage. Land spirit of Langya regained his senses. He looked at Fang Yuan with bright eyes. Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle egg to me. Let's make a deal. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I can sell this bird egg. Land spirit of Langya was overjoyed. Fang Yuan continued. But I'm afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even in jewel yellow skies, there are very few who sell heavenly crystals. Of course, heavenly crystals can only be produced in grotto heavens, or the immemorial 9 heavens. This rank 8 immortal material is very rare. Right now, there are only black and white heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens. There are only a small number of rank 8 Gu immortals. Moreover, among these rank 8 Gu immortals, a considerable portion cannot produce heavenly crystals. Saying so, Land spirit of Langya changed the topic. But you don't have to worry about this. My Langya blessed land was once Langya grotto heaven. It had produced Langya heavenly crystals before. Besides this, when my main body was alive, I had also accumulated a batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Oh, in that case I can rest assured. I will sell it to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you are one of us. I will not mistreat you. Luck path true inheritance, thieving heaven true inheritance, or long hair true inheritance. You can choose whatever you want. Fang Yuan's tone sank. What? I am not interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price a bit too low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength? Land spirit of Langya's smile froze. He thought about it and nodded. That is indeed the case. Then, I will use Luopa Valley to exchange for it. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Land spirit of Langya did not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. The price is too low, not selling, not selling. Fang Yuan shook his head. Land spirit of Langya scratched his head. How about this? I am willing to give up heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus and the incomplete immortal Gu House refinement cauldron in exchange for your upper extreme heavenly eagle egg. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head. The price is still not enough, not selling, not selling. Land spirit of Langya was furious. Then state your price. What will make you sell it? Fang Yuan smiled and emphasized. This is rank 8 battle strength. Land spirit of Langya was not stupid, he retorted. It is indeed rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, do you think even if you raise the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, it will listen to you? To tell you the truth, you went too far this time, and starved the upper extreme heavenly eagle to death. If not for that, according to my understanding, as long as this upper extreme heavenly eagle has some strength, it will definitely crush an ant like you who is trying to enslave it to death. Fang Yuan smiled again. How about this? I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Anyway, I am Langya sect's supreme elder, and also a member of the 4 Races Alliance. In the future, when the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Land spirit of Langya was dazed for a moment before understanding what was going on. He pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and scolded. Good lad. So you did not want to sell it. You were just making things difficult for me earlier, right? Fang Yuan quickly turned serious, saying sincerely, how can I give up on rank 8 battle strength so easily? But to make things difficult for you, First Supreme Elder, why would I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is not enough. Saying this, he suddenly thought of He Fan's other intention. Even if He Fan's true inheritance was inherited by the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven, He Fan had left the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in Iron Eagle blessed land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if it did not inherit the true inheritance, it would be a huge gain for the tribe. Land Spirit of Langia sighed. He knew that Feng Yuan was right. He did not insist on buying it. Firstly, the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already turned into an egg. He was very disappointed. Secondly, Feng Yuan not only had the Langya Alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance. This made Land Spirit of Langya feel assured. Thirdly, he more or less knew Feng Yuan's nature and character. An ambitious and daring person like you will not give up on a rank 8 battle strength so easily. But it will not be easy for you to use sect contribution points to exchange for Langya sect's heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you have a lot of contribution points, you cannot afford it. Land Spirit of Langya said this, and his mood became better. With the heavenly crystals, he could make Feng Yuan work for Langya sect. At this point, Land Spirit of Langya had to admit that Feng Yuan was very strong. He was much more useful than other hairy Mangu immortals. Then let's exchange for some first. We can only do this slowly. Feng Yuan purposely showed a troubled expression. Feng Yuan had a lot of sect contribution points now. Firstly, he solved the matter of the falling star hound. He had over 1,000 sect contribution points. Secondly, he discovered the alliance of snowmen and rockmen, and successfully urged the four races to form an alliance. This amount was close to 1,000 sect contribution points. In this case, Feng Yuan's Langya sect contribution points had broken through the 2,000 threshold. But to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material heavenly crystals, these 2,000 contribution points were too little. Chapter 1155. Feng Yuan's divine sense moved around the jewel yellow skies. His divine sense paused. A Gu immortal's will was at the side. Behind it was a small mountain of goods. These are all slippery soil? Feng Yuan asked. Han Yu's Gu immortal will woke up from its slumber. Seeing that there was a customer, it quickly replied, "They are all slippery soil." After stating the price, he asked, "Lord Gu immortal, how much do you want to buy?" Slippery soil was a rank 5 Gu material. It was very fertile. Feng Yuan nodded internally. The other party's price was very fair. It was even lower than the market price. Coincidentally, he needed this soil too, he said. "I want all of them." Han Yu's will shook. "You're buying all of them?" "I have a lot of slippery soil." Feng Yuan confirmed. "Of course I'm buying all of them. 202 immortal yuan stones, if I am not wrong. That should be the price, right?" Han Yu's will quickly nodded. "Yes, yes." In Treasure Emperor Heaven, any item would radiate with treasure light. Feng Yuan saw the treasure light, and the goods themselves. He immediately calculated the selling price. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. "Let's make the transaction." Feng Yuan was very straightforward. Okay. Han Yu's will quickly nodded. The development of the situation was out of his expectations. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, who had passed one heavenly tribulation. He had been developing his immortal aperture. This time, when he sold the slippery soil in the blessed land, he had considered his past experiences. He had purposely lowered the price, but to think that it would be sold out so quickly, to him this was a huge surprise. Han Yu's will held 202 immortal yuan stones. His entire will body was shaking. He was very excited. My previous life. Wasn't that the situation? Feng Yuan saw this scene and sighed internally. Han Yu was undoubtedly the representative of a rank 6 Gu immortal. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was even inferior to him. He cultivated blood path after all. But now it was different. Just the sale of guts Gu was a monopoly, an endless source of profits. After swallowing the resources of Heifan Paradise, Feng Yuan's wealth skyrocketed to a shocking level. Not to mention 200 immortal yuan stone. Even if he took out 2,000, it would not be enough. He didn't even blink. Anyway, Fang Yuan's financial situation was quite good. After buying this batch of slippery soil, Fang Yuan used his divine sense to scan the area a few times before buying some other soil. After achieving his goal, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense and brought the soil back to the sovereign immortal aperture. He controlled several strength path immortal zombies to scatter the soil into mini southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in little southern border. It had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Patches of forests covered the land with a rich greenery, towering ancient trees, tall pines and cypresses, straight poplar trees, short shrubs, as well as countless grass and wildflowers. Mini southern border became verdant and full of life. These were just ordinary plants. There were also a large number of high-grade resources. For example, the musical trees that were the most numerous. This type of tree had roots and branches. It had a unique charm. On the branches, there were all sorts of birds. The most common type were chi-death birds. They were chirping loudly. Mini southern border was originally quiet, but now it was bustling with activity. Other than birds, there were large numbers of deer, squirrels, rabbits, monkeys, snakes, tigers, and others in the forest. They formed a cycle of interdependence. Mini southern border originally only had some small mounds, but now there were more than 10 mountains. These mountains were all pulled out by Fang Yuan from Heifan Grotto Heaven. Ordinary goo immortals did not have such methods to move mountains, but his pulling mountain immortal goo could be used for this. Right now the tallest mountain was Immortal Succession Mountain. There was also a stone pavilion on the mountain. Fang Yuan did not dismantle it, but the inheritances inside were all taken away by him. After a long time, Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie to scatter all of the soil at the planned locations. Fang Yuan inspected for a while before stopping in satisfaction. With this soil, these plants should be able to grow for some time. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had few earth path Dao marks. The space was huge with 5 regions and 9 heavens. Mini southern border had even fewer earth path Dao marks. Earth path Dao marks were few. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture did not have any mountains or hills. The soil was not thick or fertile. Almost all of mini southern border's vegetation came from Heifan Grotto Heaven. In Heifan Grotto Heaven, these trees grew very well. They were densely packed and filled with greenery. But after being transplanted into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, because of the lack of earth path Dao marks, these plants withered and looked like they lacked nutrients. Fang Yuan had to purchase large amounts of fertile soil, like slippery soil, and scatter them in mini southern border to deal with the situation. But this does not solve the root of the problem. After some time, this soil will turn into ordinary soil. The earth path Dao marks inside will dissipate. This soil was at most a mortal goo material. It contained extremely damaged earth path Dao marks. After the plants absorbed the nutrients, most of these fragmented earth path Dao marks would dissipate. Only by undergoing tribulation or absorbing the Dao marks of an earth path goo immortal to increase the earth path Dao marks in my immortal aperture can this be considered a permanent solution. Fang Yuan knew this. During the 5th earthly calamity, Fang Yuan could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. At this time, he could choose to go to southern border or other places with dense earth path Dao marks to undergo tribulation, hoping to encounter an earth path earthly calamity. Once he encountered an earth path earthly calamity, after passing it, Fang Yuan's problem would be resolved. As for killing earth path goo immortals and absorbing their Dao marks, it was not easy. Earth path goo immortals with low cultivation level did not have many Dao marks on them. Earth path goo immortals with high cultivation level had high battle strength. Their battle strength was usually very strong. Fang Yuan would face a huge risk to deal with them. Up until now, Fang Yuan had already gone through 4 earthly calamities. The first was the snow monster calamity, Iron Crown Eagle, Ruin Bat, and other transformations. The second was the Wind Flower Calamity and Snow Moon Calamity. The third was the Spring Oriole and Giant Disaster Blazing Tree Calamity. And the fourth was the Profound White Flying Salt Calamity. Because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture surpassed the 10 extreme fusion techniques, It was feared by providence. Thus, almost every earthly calamity was raised to the limit of the heavenly Tao. This earthly calamity was many times more difficult than ordinary Gu immortals, or even more than 10 times. Thus, the Tao marks that Feng Yuan obtained also surpassed ordinary gains by more than 10 times. Thus, Feng Yuan had the most ice and snow path Tao marks, followed by transformation path, strength path, chi path, rule path, luck path, blood path, and so on. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had obtained the resources of He Fan Grotto Heaven. It had achieved great progress. But because the space was too big, only mini southern border was relatively rich. Even though other places had some resources, they were not as complete as mini southern border. There were many desolate beasts, giant horned sheep, shark fin wolf, dragonfish eagle hound, and so on. There were ancient desolate beasts, remnant heavenly hound and falling star hound infant. There were even immemorial desolate beasts, that was the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But now, it had already turned into an egg. There were also some other desolate plants. There was an ancient desolate plant. That was the walking meat tree. All in all, Feng Yuan's accumulation of resources. He was about the same as a peak rank 7 Gu immortal. Someone like Chu Du was probably at the same level as Feng Yuan. As for people like Feng Jioga, who were heavily nurtured by super forces, Feng Yuan was slightly inferior. After scattering the soil, Feng Yuan retracted his consciousness and continued to soul search the souls of the Gu immortal captives. There were many Gu immortal captives in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. There were already a lot of Gu immortal souls. The focus of this soul search was on the 9 Gu immortal souls in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Feng Jun's luck path true inheritance, and Chun Li's concealment method. They were quite outstanding. Feng Yuan was very interested. You are not He Chung. Who are you? You insidious scoundrel, destroy my soul if you have the guts. Spare me, spare me. As long as you let me revive, I will become your most loyal servant. These Gu immortal souls asked questions. Some wanted to die, some wanted to live. Feng Yuan did not pretend to be He Chung in front of them. After all, familiar face expended immortal essence. Attitude Gu also expended mental energy. Feng Yuan ignored these Gu immortals' screams. He only searched their souls. Every day, he would search their souls for a period of time. In another 3 days, these souls will have their memories completely searched by me, and I will know everything about them. After the soul search, Feng Yuan organized his gains before retracting his consciousness. He left the Cloud City and went to Luopa Valley. There, he left his soul and started to cultivate his soul path. Feng Yuan had been using Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain for some time. His soul foundation had increased by dozens of times. But Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to return his soul to his original immortal zombie body. This is the most troublesome problem. Even with the increase in soul foundation, shadow sex possible methods cannot be avoided. Perhaps in Wuxia's arrangements are based on the foundation of the soul. The stronger the soul foundation, the more powerful the shadow sex trap. Ing Wuxia knows I have Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. He cannot not consider these factors when setting up the trap. After daily soul cultivation, Feng Yuan's soul returned to his body. He stood up shakily. He had a gloomy expression. As long as he could use the wisdom Gu again, his overall strength would increase explosively. Many of the problems he faced in his development were related to wisdom Gu. As long as wisdom Gu could be used, many problems and obstacles could be easily solved. I have wisdom Gu and my strength path immortal zombie body. I am stuck at the final point. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly in his heart. Like this, Feng Yuan stayed in Langya blessed land for 7 days. He cultivated diligently. He did not relax for even a second. His soul foundation increased again. The souls of the 9 Gu immortal captives were completely searched. Feng Yuan even used most of his Langya sect contribution points to exchange for some Langya heavenly crystals. He also issued some Gu refinement missions. Self-will Gu, year Gu, month Gu, day Gu, and other mortal Gu, he needed a lot of them. He was willing to spend sect contribution points to let hairy man Gu masters and Gu immortals refine these mortal Gu for him. After all, this could save him a lot of time and effort. 7 days later, He quickly left Langya Blessed Land, heading towards Eastern Sea. Chapter 1156. Strong winds blew, bringing with them the salty smell of the sea. Feng Yuan sat on an auspicious cloud, and as he traveled, he split his attention to the information path Mortal Gu in his hand. This Mortal Gu came from Bingzhua, that snowman Gu immortal who held 2 spears and specialized in close combat, had told Feng Yuan in a letter. The significance of the ice tear to the snowman tribe was not as simple as a Gu material. It was a token of love. Feng Yuan sneered, casually crushing this information path Mortal Gu. The pure white auspicious cloud carried him along the way. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His jade-white face was extremely handsome, almost to the point of being beautiful. His deep black eyes looked down at the deep blue sea below the clouds, emitting wisps of indifferent cold light. How could Feng Yuan not know the significance of the ice tear to the snowman? Don't forget, he had been reborn 500 years ago. His cultivation was not high in his previous life, but he was extremely knowledgeable. Not only the ice tear, Feng Yuan also had a deep understanding of the wine culture of the variant humans. Back in the banquet, Sixth Hair had accused Feng Yuan of not knowing the wine culture of the variant humans. In fact, Feng Yuan had only pretended not to know, and used the chance to probe the snowman and rockman's attitude. Sometimes pretending to be ignorant would allow one to advance and retreat freely. The matter of the ice tear was the same. Feng Yuan pretended not to know, but he knew clearly in his heart. Accepting the ice tear was accepting Shui Er's affection. But if he did not accept it, it would destroy his relationship with the allied snowmen and rockmen tribes. Get together with Shui Er? The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. What the snowman tribe wanted was Feng Yuan's rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not to mention how much benefits Feng Yuan could obtain from the snowman tribe. Just this point alone was enough for Feng Yuan to satisfy them. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already become an egg. Although Feng Yuan had spent a portion of Langya sect contribution points to exchange for some heavenly crystals, his reserves were far from enough. It was not suitable to hatch the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Marrying Shui Er is like tying myself to the snowman tribe's war chariot. They would definitely have to settle the marriage contract. Right now, I have a sect contract with the Langya sect, and an alliance contract with Chu Du. The treaty between the 4 alien races has greatly restricted my freedom. Coupled with the engagement, isn't that just asking for trouble? Feng Yuan gained benefits from these alliance agreements, but he also had to bear the corresponding obligations. For example, Langya Blessed Land was under attack by a powerful enemy. Feng Yuan had to go and support it. He had to live and die together with Langya Blessed Land. The land spirit of Langya still followed the rules. After all, it was a land spirit. It didn't have the cunning of humans. He followed the rules of the Langya sect, and did not restrict Feng Yuan too much. The snowman race was different. They were mutants, and their spirituality was second only to humans. After being suppressed for so many years, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plains, the immense pressure of survival had nurtured their powerful battle prowess and shrewd thinking. If Feng Yuan wanted to marry a snowman, the snowman race would definitely think of ways to extract benefits from Feng Yuan. By then, Feng Yuan would have no choice. Snowmen and rockmen, they are living in the northern icy plains. The rockman race has an immemorial rock dragon with rank 8 battle strength, but the snowman race does not. Thus they hope for me to get together with Shui Er, to indirectly obtain rank 8 battle strength, and contend against the rockman race. The snowman and rockman Gu immortals were very harmonious when they were entertaining Feng Yuan. But was it really so harmonious? Both sides were living in the same piece of land under the icy plains. The space was small. How could there be no conflicts? After all, they were 2 different races. It was only because of the big picture that they were rational and supported each other. One could imagine the rockman race with an immemorial rock dragon. In normal conflicts, they were usually the side that benefited. The snowmen had suffered a lot, but they endured it. The rockman race had a rather high status. This could be seen from the minute details of the alliance. For example, this Gu Immortal Sure Zone was often his first representative, not other snowman Gu Immortals. If I get together with Shui Air, no, even if I publicly accept Shui Air's affection, it would mean I am getting close to the snowman race. It is unavoidable that I would be involved in the internal conflicts between the snowman and rockman races. Once there was an internal conflict, Shui Air would find Fang Yuan and request Fang Yuan to mediate. As an ally, Fang Yuan could not refuse. But the rockman race gave Fang Yuan even more benefits. After all, both sides had the guts Gu trade. How could Fang Yuan ruin his relationship with the rockman race because of some beauty and lose his own benefits? These days, not only did Bingjue send letters, there were also letters from other Inkmen, Snowman, and Rockman Gu Immortals. Among them was Shui Air. Their intention was to rope in Fang Yuan. The temptation of rank 8 battle strength was too shocking. One of the reasons why Fang Yuan left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea was to avoid these Gu Immortals. This also meant that he could avoid a lot of trouble in the future. I am purely making use of these variant humans. Unfortunately, my relationship with them is getting deeper and deeper. If anything happens, I will be implicated as well. I need to leave as soon as possible to advance or retreat freely. Fang Yuan was aware of this. Moreover, the land spirit of Langya's intention of recruiting domination immortal Chu Du made Fang Yuan feel even more uneasy. Once Chu Du joined, it would greatly threaten Fang Yuan's position in Langya sect. The reason why the land spirit of Langya wanted to recruit Chu Du was also worth pondering. Although the land spirit of Langya gave him this mission, Fang Yuan decided to stall for as long as he could. He would not foolishly try to instigate Chu Du, Eastern Sea's information path inheritance. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This was one of the reasons why he went to Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan could obtain some method from this information path inheritance that could allow him to remove the alliance agreement on his own, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan would have the complete initiative in his diplomacy. However, this information path inheritance was only a secondary goal. Fang Yuan had another main objective in this trip. Several days later, Eastern Sea Turbulent Flow Sea Area. Spare me, I surrender. Lu Qingyu knelt on the ground. He was covered in injuries. He had no will to fight. He was a rank 7 lone immortal. He had even brought 3 rank 6 companions with him. To think that he would be ambushed in this Turbulent Flow Sea Area. The 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals who were invited by him were already dead. Their enemies were 4 Gu Immortals with mysterious origins. Lu Qingyu was a knowledgeable person, but he had never heard of these 4 experts in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. These 4 Gu Immortals were very special. The one with the highest cultivation level had rank 7 aura. He was a Rockman Gu Immortal. The other 3 were rank 6 Gu Immortals. An extremely beautiful and valiant female immortal, an amiable-looking old man, and an ordinary-looking immortal zombie. No matter who it was, they were all powerful Gu Immortal experts. But what made Lu Qingyu puzzled was that their leader was not the Rockman Gu Immortal, the valiant female immortal, or the old man. It was the rank 6 immortal zombie, with an ordinary appearance. Oh, surrendering, hee, you are quite sensible. The rank 6 immortal zombie rubbed his chin as he chuckled. If Fang Yuan was here, he would definitely recognize him. Indeed, he was Wuxia. Such a spineless person. No wonder you are not my match. I might as well kill you and give Sure Nu more Earth Path Dao marks. He Lolan's body was covered in orange flames. The Rockman Gu Immortal Sure Nu was expressionless. He looked at Wuxia and said slowly, I will listen to Lord's decision. Don't. Lu Qingyu quickly shouted. He had an anxious and aggrieved expression. Even though I am a rank 7 Gu Immortal, I only have rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fairy, on the other hand, you have rank 7 Immortal Gu and so many Fire Path killer moves. It's very normal that I can't beat you. Wuxia laughed heartily, waving his hand. My shadow sect is in dire need of manpower now. I might as well give you a chance to live. Be obedient and don't resist. I will activate an immortal killer move and set the alliance agreement. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed. He shed tears of gratitude and kowtowed nonstop. Wuxia's alliance agreement was naturally very strict. But Lu Qingyu wanted to preserve his life. Other things were secondary. It is indeed a soul path method. He Lulan watched the entire process. Wuxia used soul path methods to achieve the effect of information path. Like Feng Yuan's 100 years of harmony, it was the result of other paths' comprehension. From now on, you are a member of Shadow Sect. Get up. After setting the alliance agreement, Wuxia smiled. I am willing to offer my immortal goo to Lord. Lu Qingyu did not get up. He took out his 2 rank 6 immortal goo and raised them above his head. Wuxia laughed heartily. I do not care about these 2 immortal goo. Keep them and perform well in the future. I might give you a rank 7 immortal goo or a true inheritance. That is possible. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness, Lu Qingyu said with a grateful expression. Speaking of which, this is a remote place with many islands around it. Why did you come to this island? Wuxia asked. He suspected that his whereabouts had been exposed. Lu Qingyu smiled bitterly when he mentioned this. Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I only wanted to find a place to rest. Sigh, I need to start from the beginning. In this turbulent flow sea area, I found a clue to an information path true inheritance. Back then, Lu Qingyu chased after the blood path demonic immortal to obtain the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. In the end, he killed this person but gained no results. He was instead suspected by the other 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. After thinking about it, he felt that Feng Yuan was the most suspicious. He might have obtained the clue to the information path true inheritance. Lu Qingyu was not resigned to this. He gathered a group of Gu immortals and sneaked into the turbulent flow sea area again, trying to find other clues or wait for Feng Yuan. After hearing Lu Qingyu's story, He Lulan, Wuxia, and the rest could not help but smile. This Lu Qingyu was too unlucky. He wanted to find a place to rest, but he ended up bumping into the secret base that Shadow Sect had set up here. Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. Wait, you said that the Gu immortal you were most suspicious of. What does he look like? Chapter 1157. Lu Qingyu repeated what he had said before. Wuxia's expression turned grim. Feng Yuan moved from southern border to northern plains. He used familiar face to conceal his appearance. But familiar face could not hide the effect of an immortal Gu, or an immortal killer move. In Eastern Sea, Feng Yuan had fought with Lu Qingyu, Tang Song, and Zhou, the 3 Gu immortals. It was unavoidable that his traces were exposed. Even though Wuxia did not know what Feng Yuan looked like back then, he felt a sense of familiarity from Lu Qingyu's description. As he followed this feeling, Lu Qingyu's description of the fight became more detailed. Flying sword immortal Gu, sword escape immortal Gu. Wuxia thought to himself. And in terms of timing it matches. Wuxia felt that the Gu immortal who fought with Lu Qingyu was likely to be Feng Yuan. What a coincidence. I actually obtained information about Feng Yuan like this. Hee providence. Wuxia raised his head, looking at the sky. The turbulent flow sea area's sky was covered in clouds and mist from start to finish. At this moment, Wuxia could feel that Providence was watching him from within the clouds. For Providence, be it the sovereign immortal aperture owner Feng Yuan, or spectral soul, who was trying to defy heaven and rise to the peak, they were targets to suppress and eliminate. Of course, among them, spectral soul was at the top earlier, but now, Feng Yuan had become the biggest target of Heaven's Will's attacks. No matter what, Providence's plan was ingenious. It was trying to link Feng Yuan and Wuxia together, to make them kill each other. This was undoubtedly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was a good plan that saved time and effort. Wuxia transmitted his guess to He Lulan. He Lulan was slightly stunned. She did not sense anything fishy, because she was not familiar with flying sword and sword escape immortal Gu. After reacting, she was a little surprised. Wuxia found out about such a huge matter. He actually came to discuss it with me? But immediately after, He Lulan understood. If she was in Wuxia's shoes, she would have come to discuss it with her. Because up until now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was still kept in the dark. Sure Nu's loyalty was absolute, but he was still a mutant after all, and his mind was not flexible. On the other hand, she was bound by the shadow sex contract, and had always been by Ying Wuxia's side. He could only plot with Ying Wuxia. We have to deal with Fang Yuan. He Lulan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Her relationship with Fang Yuan was quite complicated. Previously they were enemies. Later they became allies. Now, due to a strange combination of factors, they became enemies once again. Even He Lulan had to admit that Fang Yuan had greatly helped and influenced her. Very soon, He Lulan had completely calmed down. She sent a telepathic message back. Your analysis is very reasonable. But you've only guessed Fang Yuan's identity. How are you so sure that he'll find this place? Is it just because of an information path true inheritance? Not to mention the crucial clue to this information path inheritance. It has already been lost. Even if he obtains it, what does it have to do with us? He might not be able to find this place and meet us. Ying Wuxia smiled coldly. That is because you don't understand Providence. Earlier, Providence wanted to stop Fang Yuan. They set up a trap and used information path true inheritances to lure Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was crafty and did not fall into this trap. He went straight to northern plains without wasting any time. This was a very wise choice. Providence's arrangements in the turbulent Flow Sea area were in vain. Ying Wuxia's understanding of this. There was some error. In fact, back then, Fang Yuan did not sense the information path true inheritance's clue. After all, this clue was hidden. It was attached to Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Of course, even if Fang Yuan found it. With his personality, he would not delay his return to Langya Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan has obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength has risen sharply. But he is trapped in Langya sect, and recently joined the Four Races Alliance. He must have formed an agreement with Chu Du. His need for information path is even stronger. Thus, he is likely to come here and follow the true inheritance clue to obtain this information path inheritance. Ying Wuxia continued to analyze. Needless to say, disasters and setbacks were wealth in life. Ying Wuxia had experienced many setbacks and setbacks. His mind was sharper and more meticulous. He had the aura of an expert. He Lulan had a good understanding of Fang Yuan's situation. The information that Fang Yuan exposed had already been sent to Ying Wuxia through Sixth Hair. In order to incite He Lulan's hatred towards Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia told her a portion of the information. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. She had an epiphany. You mean, this Lu Qingyu is Providence's warning to us? That's right. Lu Qingyu's seemingly random choice was actually secretly influenced by the will of the heavens. It's too much of a coincidence that he chose our island. Providence probably felt that the previous trap was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan, who had greatly increased his strength, and wanted to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. They want to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxia looked at the sky as a cold smile appeared on his face. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect and Providence had been at odds for so many years. Ying Wuxia clearly guessed Providence's plans and arrangements. Then let's use this opportunity to ambush Fang Yuan. Haven't you always wanted to take back the sovereign immortal body? He Lulan transmitted her voice. Ying Wuxia turned around and glanced at He Lulan. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other, all small movements behind each other's backs. The conversation did not last long. The other three immortals only saw Ying Wuxia looking at the sky in a daze, for a while before turning around and leaving. Ying Wuxia did not speak. He took large strides and took the lead. Sure knew. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan followed closely behind. Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed. She quickly got up and carefully followed at the back. He Lulan. Ying Wuxia suddenly transmitted. If we capture Fang Yuan alive this time, I will return your freedom to you. He Lulan's body and mind shook. But soon, she reacted and transmitted. Who are you trying to deceive? Would you be willing to let go of my battle strength? Ha ha ha, Lulan knows me best. Ying Wuxia laughed, admitting it directly. How are you going to deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength. He Lulan asked. Wuxia's smile faded as he sighed. He Lulan felt a sense of helplessness. Next, she heard Wuxia's transmission. I do not intend to deal with him. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is hard to deal with. No, we can deal with him. Can't we use that secluded domain of heaven and earth? He Lulan said. You want him to die? I remember you have gone through thick and thin together. Every man for himself. His defeat or death. To the current me, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. He Lulan revealed a cold killing intent. Wuxia rejected this tempting suggestion. Even if we use that place, I cannot achieve my goal. I need to capture Fang Yuan alive and preserve the freshness of the goo materials. If we use that place, we can at most make the immemorial upper extreme, heavenly eagle, lose its threat. Moreover, even if we have that ability, I will not use it. Wuxia smiled. He Lulan, why? If we do not consider the big picture, we are short-sighted. Just like how Fang Yuan did not take the information path inheritance back then. As long as we save spectral soul, we will gain a huge advantage. After all, my memories are limited. If we fight with Fang Yuan now, we will fall into Providence's trap. We will leave Eastern Sea. But before we leave, we can make some arrangements and leave some gifts for Fang Yuan. He. Wuxia transmitted with a smile. A day later. We are finally here, turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan stood on the auspicious cloud, sighing as he looked at the sea area. According to rumors, an intense battle between goo immortals had occurred here. Although there were no rank 8 goo immortals who participated in the battle, there were many rank 6 and rank 7 goo immortals. Because their battle was too intense, Dao marks were engraved in this area, causing the environment to change, eventually forming the unique turbulent flow sea area in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, the turbulent flow sea area contained goo immortal inheritances, or inheritances left behind after death. In history, there were indeed lucky people who obtained goo immortal inheritances in the turbulent flow sea area. Even though there were few lucky people, there were many rumors about this. Many people came here to explore. Many Eastern Sea goo immortals, as well as goo immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border, would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to seek fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the sea. The turbulent flow sea area's water was very strange. It looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes, their water quality varied. They moved between each other, flowing in this sea area, changing constantly without any pattern. Precisely so, the goo immortals named it the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. The sky was filled with white clouds, obscuring his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds. It could only slightly brighten the sky. When goo immortals entered the turbulent flow sea area, they would often lose their sense of direction. These clouds were one of the accomplices, because with these clouds, goo immortals could not determine their location through the weather. It was impossible to get rid of these clouds. To do this, one had to contend with heaven and earth. Goo immortals with this ability were at least rank 8 experts. There were very few of them. If they paid a huge price to destroy these clouds, they would also destroy the turbulent flow sea area. To them, it was a thankless task. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan's aura rose. The aura of immortal goo burst out from his body. Immortal investigative killer move Qi Luck sensation. This move came from Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Qi Luck immortal goo as the core to sense people and objects that were closely related to the goo immortal's luck. As they got closer, the effect would become clearer. Not far away. They left the turbulent flow sea area. Chapter 1158. The 5 goo immortals flew close to the surface of the sea. The arrangements are in place. As long as Fang Yuan falls into our trap, we will make him suffer a lot. Even if we can't imprison him, we can greatly delay his development. Wuxia was quite pleased with himself. Fang Yuan's development was too fast, it was truly terrifying. Providence tried always to kill him. They even created human tribulations like snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Previously, when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, Wuxia could not reach him. Now that he came, he would teach him a lesson. Of course, he could not do it himself. He still had a huge responsibility. He had to bear the heavy burden of the revival of Shadow Sect. This is good. I can suppress Fang Yuan without falling into Providence's trap. Suddenly, Wuxia's expression froze. Be careful. There is a desolate beast in the sea. It is approaching rapidly. It is very strange. Wuxia frowned, reminding them. A mere desolate beast. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shirnu attacked. Boom! A huge wave burst out of the water. Fang Yuan's figure appeared. Found you, Wuxia. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. The 5 immortals were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was vigilant and meticulous. He had changed his appearance this time. You are. Suddenly, Wuxia's body shook. He used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, and saw the majestic luck above Fang Yuan's head. It was the same as his and He Lulan's luck. Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Wuxia used Connect Luck to connect with He Lulan. And He Lulan was connected to Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan's appearance could be changed, but his luck could not be concealed. Seeing this luck, how could Wuxia not know Fang Yuan's identity? Hurry, use the ancient battle formation. He suddenly shouted in a panic. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding and instinctively acted, activating the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. With a whoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one was left. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was silence. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A method that allowed Wuxia and the rest to escape from the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals was naturally extraordinary. It was also Fang Yuan's first time seeing it. Therefore he was somewhat speechless, although he had made some estimations beforehand. But after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still amazed. However, although this method is powerful, as long as I have the karmic connection, I don't have to worry about losing them. Let's get rid of this person first. Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu. Seeing Fang Yuan's cold eyes filled with killing intent, he subconsciously floated backwards. His mood was even more turbulent than Fang Yuan's. He tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, but it was snatched away. He killed the blood path demonic immortal, but the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the turbulent flow sea area unwillingly, but when he met Wuxia and the rest, his helpers were all killed. He surrendered. So be it if he surrendered. So be it if the alliance agreement was harsh. So be it if he admitted defeat. So be it if he recognized Wuxia as his boss. For the sake of his own life, he was determined to integrate into the Shadow Sect. But when he was leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And then, Wuxia escaped. He escaped. Not only did he escape, the other 3 Gu Immortals also escaped. They ran extremely quickly. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. What a bastard! Lu Qingyu wanted to curse out loud, but he could not. He was forced to sign the alliance agreement. He had to maintain his respect towards Wuxia at all times. Once he scolded, he would suffer the backlash of his information path Dao marks. One could imagine Lu Qingyu's current mood. It was utterly terrible. He did not recognize Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan's appearance was only rank 6. But Lu Qingyu sensed that Fang Yuan's Gu Immortal aura was also limited to rank 6. This time, Fang Yuan had only hastily changed his appearance. He did not conceal his aura, because Fang Yuan's main goal was to kill Wuxia and the rest. Everyone knew each other's cultivation level. The change in aura was not important. This caused Lu Qingyu to feel deep resentment. The other party is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Why are you running? Why are we running? We have 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. All of them are experts. Why are you running? Why are we running? Lu Qingyu screamed and screamed in his mind. But he could not get an answer. He had only joined Shadow Sect recently. Wuxia did not expect Fang Yuan to arrive so quickly. He did not even have time to tell Lu Qingyu some crucial information. If Wuxia had told Lu Qingyu that the reason they ran was because Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, then Lu Qingyu would not have such thoughts and screams. He was definitely faster than He Lulan and Wuxia. Oh no, he could not compare to them. His effort in escaping was definitely higher than Wuxia and the rest. What a joke, this was rank 8 battle strength. Crushing them to death was as easy as crushing an ant. This is the might of a rank 8. At this moment, Fang Yuan sighed internally. Wuxia and the rest escaped wisely. They were very decisive. If their positions were reversed, Fang Yuan would definitely escape as well. Earlier in the northern icy plain, he did not escape, because Fang Yuan did not succeed in escaping. But it did not mean he did not want to escape. There was nothing shameful in escaping. For an old demon like Fang Yuan, temporarily retreating was a very wise strategy. However, Wuxia and the rest did not know one thing. That was the upper extreme heavenly eagle was already dead. Only an unhatched egg was left. Although Fang Yuan told Land Spirit of Langia about this, he also instructed him not to leak this secret. Thus, Sixth Hair could only obtain the most crucial information. He could not tell Wuxia and the rest. At this moment, as Wuxia and the rest ran away, only Lu Qingyu was left. This situation was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. Originally, Fang Yuan had some suspicions about chasing them. The other party had the advantage in numbers. There were 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan knew Lu Qingyu, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen Shirnu. Now after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Wuxia ran away. Only Lu Qingyu was left. Running was the right thing to do. Against a rank 8 existence, probing was courting death. When he was under the effect of Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, Fang Yuan did not dare to probe the immemorial rock dragon. Right now, Fang Yuan thought about it, and decided to deal with Lu Qingyu first. Get rid of him first. Weaken the enemy's overall strength. If Fang Yuan did not grasp such a good opportunity to deal with them one by one, he would be struck by lightning. If I kill him, I might be able to soul search him and obtain crucial information about Wuxia and the rest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Sword marks targeting death. He immediately used an extraordinarily sharp sword path killer move. Although Lu Qingyu was roaring in his heart, he was also very vigilant. The reason was simple, to be able to make Wuxia and the rest so afraid. Even if he was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he would definitely be dangerous. Lu Qingyu was already on full alert, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, the sword light shot over. Lu Qingyu quickly dodged, avoiding Fang Yuan's attack. As expected, even though this guy is a rank 6 Gu immortal, he has rank 7 immortal Gu. Sword path. Lu Qingyu complained internally. He only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. He lost to He Lulan because of this. After a few rounds, Lu Qingyu fell into a disadvantage. He was only a lone cultivator. Even though his cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan, he only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu, and his immortal killer moves were deduced by himself. They were not outstanding, and there were few of them. After another dozen rounds, Fang Yuan had more or less figured out Lu Qingyu's foundation. The other party only used the same few moves. How could he not figure them out? Lu Qingyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was in a sorry state. Even though Fang Yuan lost blood asset immortal Gu, he had other time path defensive methods. He could advance and retreat freely. He was unruffled. His strength was growing too quickly. In the past, Lu Qingyu had chased Fang Yuan into a sorry state, but now, Fang Yuan was suppressing him instead. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, in terms of battle strength, he far surpassed Lu Qingyu. No wonder Wuxia wanted to run. This enemy is a monster. He is unbelievably strong, and from the looks of it, he has not even used his full strength. Lu Qingyu's fighting spirit was decreasing as he fought. He actually wanted to surrender. But it was different now. He had the Shadow Sect Alliance agreement. He could not surrender to the enemy. There was only one path in front of him. That was to fight to the death. Follow me if you have the guts. Lu Qingyu dodged Fang Yuan's attack with all his might. He turned into a green light and escaped towards the turbulent flow sea area. Too naive. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing at Lu Qingyu's escape route. Immortal killer move Year Beast summoning. A snake-shaped Year Beast tore space and appeared, blocking in front of Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu was delayed by this obstruction. Fang Yuan was behind him, using sword escape immortal goo to catch up and deal the killing blow. Lu Qingyu was hit and died, his body self-detonated, his soul shattered into pieces. Fang Yuan quickly acted, but he could only save a small portion. Lu Qingyu's immortal aperture also fell into the sea, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Heaven and earth chi started to gather, turning into a blessed land. The remnant soul was quickly dispersing. It seemed to be a method of shadow sect. Fang Yuan used many methods, but could not stop the remnant soul from self-destructing. Fang Yuan quickly soul-searched. Dozens of fragments of memories were revealed to him. Fang Yuan's luck was good. He saw Lu Qingyu and Wuxia setting up a trap together. Oh, it seems that Wuxia knows that I have rank 8 battle strength. He cannot fight me, so he set up a trap to harm me. You've really made some progress. As for the rest of the memory fragments, there was nothing to say. Soon these remnant souls dissipated. Lu Qingyu's body also self-detonated. It was hard to collect them. All of his Dao marks were gathered in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sighed. He still wanted to absorb Lu Qingyu's Dao marks into his body. Unfortunately, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were not so easy to take advantage of. After some commotion, the immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it, it would be much harder to enter again. Chapter 1159. Quack quack quack. Inside Lu Qingyu's blessed land, a silly duck was calling out to Fang Yuan. This was the land spirit that was formed after Lu Qingyu's obsession merged with the heavenly power of the blessed land. Land spirits had all sorts of strange appearances, and a duck land spirit was not rare. Fang Yuan listened carefully. Although what he heard was the quacking of a duck, it was miraculously transformed into a meaning that Fang Yuanru could understand when it reached his inner world. In fact, even though He Fan's heavenly spirit looked like a bronze bell, it could communicate with others. Unfortunately, before He Fan died, his immortal aperture world absorbed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, causing providence to take over, causing the heavenly spirit to be ignorant. The condition to inherit this Qingyu blessed land and become the land spirit's owner is actually this. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He showed some joy. Even though Lu Qingyu was killed by Fang Yuan, his obsession was not to take revenge on Fang Yuan. It was not to settle the score with Wuxia and the others who abandoned him. It was to find the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. The information path inheritance's clue is engraved on Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Goo and showed it to the duck land spirit, explaining it in detail. A moment later, the duck land spirit circled around Fang Yuan, using its beak to touch Fang Yuan's white boots. It was extremely intimate. Fang Yuan became the owner of this blessed land. However, this piece of land was barren and barren. It was not that Lu Qingyu's foundation was insufficient, but after he joined Shadow Sect, all the cultivation resources in his immortal aperture were forced to be handed over by Wuxia. Wuxia did not take Lu Qingyu's 2 immortal goo. He wanted to maintain his battle strength and make him work for him. But Wuxia took away his cultivation resources. This was a drastic measure. Lu Qingyu would not be able to make a comeback in the future. He lacked resources to continue cultivating. He could only rely on Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan only needed to ponder for a while before he understood the reason behind it. As for Lu Qingyu's goo worms, they had already self-destructed. The 2 immortal goo were like this. The other mortal goo were the same. Nothing was left for Fang Yuan. What exactly is left in this blessed land? Fang Yuan looked around and asked the land spirit with a frown. Green Jade Blessed Land had been completely plundered. It was almost the same as the Heifan Grotto Heaven that Feng Yuan had plundered. At this moment Feng Yuan, he had more or less experienced Chu Du's state of mind back then. The Duckland Spirit. Quack 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 quack. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Take me there. The Duckland Spirit could not teleport. It brought Feng Yuan to their destination. A colorful mountain range, neither tall nor short, appeared in Feng Yuan's vision. Green, red, yellow, blue, and white glows radiated from the mountain rocks. There were no trees on the mountain, but all kinds of grass grew on it. There were 10 different colors in the grass, and they reflected off each other. It was even more beautiful than the sea of flowers, and it was dazzling. It was dazzling. 5 light mountain 10 color grass. Feng Yuan muttered. This was a type of resource production area that Light Path Gu immortals would usually manage. The special environment would allow this mountain to produce large numbers of Light Path mortal Gu. Evidently Lu Qingyu had invested a lot of effort into this 5 light mountain. It was huge. Wuxia does not have pulling mountain immortal Gu. He has no way to move this mountain. He can only stay here. Feng Yuan guessed the truth. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Mountains were not easy to move. Using brute force to move them would only cause the mountain range to crumble. As for the method to move mountains, it was very rare in this world. Back then, when Feng Yuan took away Luopa Valley, even the rank 8 Gu immortal prince's impatience was surprised. Even though Wuxia inherited a portion of Shadow Sect's assets, he lacked the method to take away 5 light mountain. He originally had pulling mountain immortal Gu, but through that transaction, he sold it to Feng Yuan. Back then, when he saw that he could not move this 5 light mountain, he must have been unhappy. All in all, this 5 light mountain benefited Feng Yuan. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan used pulling mountain immortal Gu. He successfully moved this 5 light mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. He placed this mountain in Mini Southern Border. Mini Southern Border had many mountains. It was a place with many Earth Path Dao marks to begin with. Now that 5 light mountain was added, the other mountains in Heifan Grotto Heaven were pushed down. Immortal Succession Mountain could only be second. After all, Immortal Succession Mountain was only used for inheritances, and now, the inheritances on the mountain were all taken away. 5 Light Mountain was the number 1 mountain in Mini Southern Border. It was a well-deserved title. I finally gained something. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. If not for this 5 Light Mountain, he would have suffered a huge loss. Don't underestimate this battle. Although he had won, to Feng Yuan, victory did not have much meaning. The battle spoils were more important. But even so, after obtaining 5 Light Mountain, Feng Yuan concluded that he had suffered a loss in this battle with Lu Qingyu. There was no helping it. He was using Green Grape Immortal Essence now, and many of his Immortal Gu were rank 7. He had many types of Immortal Killer moves. He could use many of them. After a battle, the expenditure of Green Grape Immortal Essence was very intense. Of course, blessed lands could annex each other. However, Lu Qingyu cultivated Light Path. This blessed land was a Light Path blessed land. Feng Yuan's Light Path attainment level was ordinary, and this was a rank 7 blessed land. He could not annex it. In the following period of time, Feng Yuan asked the Duckland Spirit and obtained a lot of information. The Duckland Spirit still remembered many things about the main body. This gave Feng Yuan a clearer understanding of Wuxia's trap. Feng Yuan also knew a lot about information path true inheritances. After digging through the information, Feng Yuan left behind some mortal Gu and gave them to the Duckland Spirit, telling it not to open the Blessed Land's entrance without his permission. Once enemies invade, it was to inform Feng Yuan, and the rest through jewel yellow skies. Lu Qingyu still had some rank 7 red date immortal essence left. Feng Yuan did not take any of it. He gave it to the Duckland Spirit. Quack quack quack. The Duckland Spirit's eyes were filled with tears as it waved its wings, bidding farewell to Feng Yuan's back. Feng Yuan did not look back. He left the blessed land. The blessed land's entrance closed behind him. As long as I guard this rank 7 blessed land and leave it in the void, no one will discover it. However, Providence harmed me. There are many ways to deal with this blessed land. If I can protect this rank 7 blessed land, then so be it. If not, then so be it. After all, its value is too low. Feng Yuan did not have the time to raise his light path attainment level. And with his current cultivation level, he was still a long way from rank 7. Should he continue chasing Wuxia? Feng Yuan was a little hesitant. After obtaining more information from the Duckland spirit, Feng Yuan had a clearer understanding of Wuxia's group's strength. Wuxia's side had 4 Gu immortals. One was a rank 7 Rockman Gu immortal, sure knew, he specialized in Earth Path. He Lulong currently cultivated both Strength and Fire Path. Tai Bai Yinqing lost his Time Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Cloud Path Immortal Gu. He cultivated Cloud Path as well. As for Wuxia, his body was only a Strength Path Immortal Zombie. He still used Soul Path Immortal Gu. His cultivation level was the lowest, but his battle strength might be either first or second. If Feng Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would definitely attack. But now the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was just an egg. Even though Feng Yuan had many immortal Gu, he estimated that with his strength and intelligence, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against Wuxia's group. How long has it been? Wuxia's group has actually grown so much. This is beyond my expectations. Feng Yuan's growth shocked Wuxia and the rest. Wuxia's group's strength also shocked Feng Yuan. He had thought that the previous transaction had dealt a huge blow to Wuxia's group. To think that after such a short period of time, they actually recovered. Shadow Sect was already in ruins, but its legacy was not to be underestimated. Wuxia's group was Feng Yuan's greatest threat. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Feng Yuan's conflict was irreconcilable. Wuxia did not want to deal with Feng Yuan now, because saving Spectral Soul's main body was more important. His strategy was wise and correct. Feng Yuan did not deal with Wuxia earlier, because he did not have enough strength. He had to deal with the earthly calamity. He had to adapt and develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that he had He Fan's true inheritance, he had the strength to deal with Wuxia. Once Wuxia saved Spectral Soul's main body, Feng Yuan knew that he had no chance of victory, because the other party was one of the 10 venerables. Even though he was dead, he was not his match. Of course, there was another important reason. That was Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was not lost. It was temporarily stored in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan had his previous Strength Path Immortal Zombie body. He was just lacking one crucial point. He was afraid that this immortal zombie body contained a trap that Wuxia had set for his soul. Feng Yuan did not dare to act rashly. He had thought of using other Gu immortal souls to stuff them into the immortal zombie body and experiment. But there were many flaws in this method. Firstly, this experiment had to be done secretly. He could not take out his immortal zombie body openly. This would allow Land Spirit Langya to see through many secrets. Secondly, even if he used a Gu immortal soul to experiment, it might not be reliable. Because Feng Yuan was not sure if Wuxia's trap was targeted at weak souls or strong souls, or just the otherworldly demon soul. But the problem of using Wisdom Gu was currently the biggest restriction on Feng Yuan's development. Thus, Feng Yuan thought of this Eastern Sea plan. The main goal was to deal with Wuxia. If he succeeded, he might be able to find out if there were any traps in this immortal zombie body from Wuxia. If there were traps, how would he deal with them? Wuxia wanted to suppress Feng Yuan's development speed. Feng Yuan was also worried that Wuxia would develop too quickly and save Spectral Soul's main body. Thus, in this trip to Eastern Sea, the information path inheritance was secondary. He wanted to attack the root of the problem. Chapter 1160. In front of them was a dark blue screen that occupied the entire vision of Wuxia and the rest. Blue Water Regional Wall. Between the 5 regions, there were regional walls, like a membrane that protected one side. Blue Water Regional Wall was Eastern Sea's protective membrane. Turbulent Flow Sea area was close to Blue Water Regional Wall to begin with. Because of this, When Fang Yuan was on his way from southern border to northern plains, he got close to the turbulent flow sea area and met Lu Qingyu and the rest. Wuxia and the rest used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and teleported here. We are leaving again. He Lulan sighed. Who was that person just now? Tai Bai Yinqing asked. He was an enemy, a strong enemy, a mortal enemy. Don't be fooled by his rank 6 cultivation level. He actually has rank 8 battle strength. Wuxia glanced at Tai Bai Yinqing, choosing to reveal some information. Hearing this, Tai Bai Yinqing sucked in a breath of cold air, gasping in disbelief. Rank 8 battle strength? He Lulan also pretended to be shocked. No wonder we had to retreat. Shirnu was expressionless. Tai Bai Yinqing suddenly thought of something. Sadness appeared on his face. Sigh. Since the other party has rank 8 battle strength, Lu Qingyu is probably dead. It is a pity. It is his honor to die for our shadow sect. Shirnu snorted coldly, saying in disdain. We should leave quickly. Since the other party can chase us, we should increase the distance between us. That upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast that roams the 9 heavens. It is likely to be a life form of the 9 heavens. It can enter and leave the 5 regional walls freely. He Lulan transmitted, reminding Wuxia. Wuxia looked at her deeply, transmitting. Don't worry. I have already checked the historical records of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle came from Heifan. It came from Heifan. As for the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Heifan nurtured, it was a native of Northern Plains. Thus, even if we enter the 5 regional walls, we will be restricted by the regional walls. Now that we're in front of the world wall, we're already considered safe. Is that so? He Lulan was stunned. Then the worry on his face eased a lot. Where are we going this time? We can't go to Zhengzhou. Are we going to Nanjiang to start the rescue? He Lulan asked again. Wuxia smiled. He was not in a hurry to enter the Blue Water Regional Wall. He mobilized his immortal essence. The aura of goo worms surged out of his body. Hovering in the air, he slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the turbulent waters. The azure tide beneath his feet surged. Swoosh. The salty sea breeze blew on the 4 goo immortals' faces. Wait. Wuxia answered He Lulan's question with one word. Wait for what? Tai Bai Yinqing was puzzled. Wait for the enemy from before to make a move. Wuxia replied. The 3 goo immortals looked at each other in confusion. Since they had just retreated, why were they waiting for a strong enemy now? That person had rank 8 battle strength. Why were they waiting for him? Were they waiting for him to kill them? He Lulan's expression suddenly changed. I know. Know what? Tai Bai Yinqing hurriedly asked. He was completely confused. Although Shirnu was expressionless, his gaze was filled with doubt. He Lulan smiled. Don't you find it strange? How did the other party know our whereabouts? When chasing us, how could his location be so precise? This time, even Shirnu's expression changed. Tai Bai Yinqing's tone turned gloomy. He Lulan, are you saying that there's a traitor among us? Impossible. How could the 4 of us? Could it be? Lu Qingyu is a traitor? Wait a minute. He signed an alliance agreement to join us. Is there a loophole in the alliance agreement? The possibility of a traitor is very small. Wuxia shook his head and answered. He glanced at Tai Bai Yinqing. Even if it was Tai Bai Yinqing who was kept in the dark, Wuxia made him sign an alliance agreement. He would not let him become a weak point on their side. The biggest possibility is that the other party has an investigative method and can track our location. Wuxia said slowly. We have been holed up in the camp these days and rarely go out. Tai Bai Yinqing frowned. He Lulan laughed. A goo immortal's method. It is vast like the sea, strange and exquisite. How much can we know? That is true. Tai Bai Yinqing nodded. He Lulan continued. If we do not find a way to deal with it, no matter where we go, that enemy will come looking for us. It is only a matter of time. Thus, Lord stopped and did not enter the regional wall. Lord is waiting for the other party to make a move. He is waiting for the other party to use an investigative killer move. Lord was waiting for the other party to attack. He was waiting for the other party to use investigative killer moves. Actually, Only Wuxia knew a lot of information. Actually, only Wuxia knew a lot of information. At this moment, countless thoughts were surging in Wuxia's mind. Even though he was a strength path immortal zombie and did not have quick thinking, he had all sorts of methods to change this flaw. Wuxia was thinking rapidly. What method did Fang Yuan use to find my location? I came to Eastern Sea in secret. How did the information get leaked? Could he be in Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, and find my location? How is that impossible? Even if it is Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals, I have a goo formation to protect me. Heaven's secrets cannot be deduced. Thus, no matter how amazing Heifan's true inheritance is, it cannot do this. Providence. An answer appeared in Wuxia's mind. Since heavens will plot it against me, and gave me Fang Yuan's information, there is no need to worry about me. Then, would it be the same for Fang Yuan? This was very likely. But Wuxia was not satisfied. If at this moment, the person in this situation is not me, but Fang Yuan, what would he think? How would he deal with it? He would definitely consider the worst-case scenario. Then what is the worst-case scenario? Wuxia asked himself before giving an answer. The other party has an investigative killer move. They can find my location through the regional walls. Wuxia smiled. How was that possible? But suddenly his smile froze. He thought of a possibility. Luck path. In Fang Yuan's hands. He had always held on to the most crucial clue. That was their luck was connected to each other. Connect luck immortal goo. Back then, Wuxia was desperate. He sold this immortal goo into Jewel Yellow Skies. After transacting with Fang Yuan, Wuxia obtained the goo refinement immortal materials he needed. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened again, he took Connect Luck Immortal Goo back. Even though Fang Yuan had a brand new body, the effect of Connect Luck was not only on the body, it also affected the soul. Thus, his luck connection with He Lulan and the rest still existed. In order to resist Providence, Wuxia knew that Shadow Sect's precious experience in this aspect. One of them was life. Luck could be borrowed. Luck could be used to deal with Providence. Whose luck was better? Undeniably, it was Fang Yuan who had luck immortal goo. Wuxia knew that Fang Yuan had luck. Sixth Hair's existence in Langya sect could not be ignored. Thus, Wuxia used Connect Luck to link his luck with He Lulan. Even though He Lulan was unwilling, she could not resist. This way, Wuxia and Fang Yuan were truly connected by luck. If the other party uses this connection, using luck path methods, even if they are in 2 regions, they can sense each other. This is possible. Will it be luck path? Right at this time, Wuxia's body shook. He saw it. Using luck inspection immortal goo. At this moment, he saw that the luck above his head and He Lulan's head were shaking slightly. As expected, it is a luck path method. Amazing Fang Yuan. Not only did you deduce that I connected your luck, you even used it to attack me. It is a pity. I have already seen through this. Wuxia's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Even though he sensed Fang Yuan's method, Wuxia could not dispel Connect Luck. He did not have Break Luck Immortal Goo. However, he had a lot of soul path methods. He had many methods to influence and interfere with luck. He tried them one by one. The result was barely satisfactory. The luck vibration was still there. Furthermore, even if he concealed it, there was still He Lulan. Unlike Lu Qingyu, He Lulan could not be abandoned easily. Her value was huge. Once she was abandoned, the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could not be used. Thus, Wuxia quickly dispelled this thought. Then, should I try entering the immortal aperture? Wuxia entered Shernew's immortal aperture, and was surprised to find that after combining his soul path methods, the luck above his head was no longer shaking. He ordered He Lulan to enter Shernew's immortal aperture as well. Subsequently, Tai Bai Yin Sheng and Shernu walked together and drilled into the blue water boundary wall. Their figures quickly disappeared. Fang Yuan had just come out of Qingyu Blessed Land. Luck Path Investigative Killer Move. Qi Luck Sensation. He activated the Immortal Killer Move. At once, he sensed several locations in his mind. Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Southern Border. Among them, Eastern Sea had the most and was the clearest. Chi Luck Sensation's investigative range was huge, but the effect was not outstanding. If not for Connect Luck, Feng Yuan could not investigate across regions. I actually reached the Blue Water Regional Wall. This ancient battle formation's effect is so strong? Even if the outcome of this battle is uncertain, I will chase after you. Even if I cannot kill you, I will weaken you as much as possible. I will weaken you until you cannot save Spectral Soul's main body in time. And I will win. Strange, why did they stop? Suddenly, Feng Yuan's expression changed, showing a surprised expression. In his senses, the two locations suddenly vanished. Oh, they sensed it so quickly. Feng Yuan's heart sank. This way, he could not chase after them. But as long as you connect your luck, you will always be threatened by my killer move. I have the initiative. I can activate it from time to check your location. But you will have to be on guard at all times. The price will be higher than mine. This will result in a battle of attrition. And if you break your luck, isn't that exactly what I want? Forget it. I will take all the good things in the turbulent flow sea area first. Chapter 1161. Since he could not find the other party's location, Feng Yuan wisely gave up on the chase. After reviving, this was the second time Feng Yuan fought against the Shadow Sect. The first time was when Wuxia was forced to make a transaction with Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan took advantage of him. The second time, Feng Yuan only had a slight advantage. Even though Feng Yuan's strength had increased by many times because of He Fan's true inheritance. But in the end, Feng Yuan did not achieve his goal. He only killed a Shadow Sect member, and weakened Wuxia and the rest. Feng Yuan's strength was increasing, but Wuxia's strength was also increasing. Furthermore, Feng Yuan's growth in strength was not stable. It could not last for long. After all, He Fan's true inheritance was a rare opportunity. It was not easy to encounter it. On the contrary, Wuxia's strength was increasing steadily. Because he was going to inherit the Shadow Sect inheritances of the regions. They belonged to him in the first place. They were stable and reliable. It was predictable. From this point of view, Feng Yuan's plan to kill He Fan in advance was a wise one. Because if he did not make use of this chance, the gap between them would become more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was saved, it would be the end of Feng Yuan. Although Wuxia's decision to retreat was a little shameless, it was absolutely rational and decisive. For Wuxia, as long as he continued to take in the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, his strength would grow rapidly, and eventually, by a huge margin. In the chaotic flow sea battle, even though the two did not fight personally, they fought through space. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information about Wuxia and the rest, especially the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, as well as the latest situation of Wuxia and He Lulan. Meanwhile, Wuxia saw through Feng Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though it was only a temporary solution, and not a permanent solution, his advancement was not stopped. His strategy was still being carried out smoothly. Feng Yuan and Wuxia would definitely have a battle of life and death. But now was not the time for it. Wuxia chose to retreat. One day, Feng Yuan and Wuxia, one of them had to die. The enmity between the two sides was far from being resolved. Feng Yuan turned around and returned to the turbulent sea region. White clouds were boundless in the sky, and torrents were surging in the sea. It was a chaotic scene. Just as Feng Yuan was about to enter, a female immortal came from the west and shouted, "Immortal friend, wait." Feng Yuan turned his head and saw that the woman was wearing a palace robe, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. Soft and tender, a pair of beautiful eyes overflowed with autumn ripples. It was too beautiful to behold. At that moment, Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and stopped what he was doing, waiting for the female immortal to come over. "So it's Fairy Huadai. May I know why fellow immortal has summoned me?" Immortal Huadai smiled, revealing her pearl-like teeth. "I'm ashamed. You know my name, but I don't know your surname?" "I am Chuing." Feng Yuan casually gave a name. Naturally, His current appearance was also a disguise. Chewing was a shadow. Even though this trip did not achieve Feng Yuan's original goal, Feng Yuan was determined to deal with the shadow sect. He was even more determined. Chewing, I see that you want to enter the turbulent Flow Sea region. I have a matter to trouble you with. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you. Immortal Huadai said. Please speak. Feng Yuan smiled. His attitude was warm, but he was thinking inwardly. I wonder if there is a high chance of killing this immortal Huadai. She was beautiful, but in Feng Yuan's heart, it was better to convert her into his Dao mark accumulation. Feng Yuan knew some information about immortal Huadai. This person was an Eastern Sea Transformation Path Gu Immortal. With rank 6 cultivation level, he had already passed 2 heavenly tribulations. In terms of battle strength, considering his past battle achievements, he should be at the peak of rank 6. For Feng Yuan, there was no need to worry about him. Transformation path. That was the crucial point. Currently, Feng Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had many transformation path Dao marks, but there was no harm in accumulating more. Immortal Huadai also smiled. She felt that even though Feng Yuan did not have a striking appearance, he had a gentle attitude towards people. He was not a demonic path Gu Immortal who had gone mad. He was probably an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like her. If she knew Feng Yuan's current thoughts, who knew how she would feel? Even though I cannot set up a battlefield killer move, my battle strength is clearly higher. But Immortal Huadai has a close relationship with Miao Mingshun. If I kill her, I have a high chance of succeeding. Feng Yuan considered the possibilities. Miao Mingshun was an Eastern Sea rank 7 expert. His status was similar to Qin Baisheng before he recovered his memories. Most importantly, Miao Mingshun was a space path Gu Immortal. He had methods to expand the immortal aperture space. Thus, many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, especially lone cultivators, sought help from him. After all, the immortal aperture space was limited. Many Gu Immortals had to choose their cultivation resources carefully. Miao Mingshun's ability to expand the immortal aperture space was very convenient for other Gu Immortals. Furthermore, Miao Mingshun himself had great ambitions. He was good at lowering himself to others. He had a charismatic personality. Thus, around him, a group of Gu Immortals had already formed. This group had a total of 4 people. With Miao Mingshun as the center, Immortal Huadai, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qi followed his lead. Among them, Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang had rank 6 cultivation level, while Gui Qi was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Miao Mingshun's cultivation level and battle strength were the highest among them. If Feng Yuan killed Immortal Huadai, he would become enemies with the other 3. Miao Mingshun had many connections. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals wanted to befriend him. Even members of super forces did not want to offend him. One day, they might end up begging him for help. If Miao Mingshun became enemies with Feng Yuan, he would use his connections to gather a large number of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals to ostracize Feng Yuan. But so what? Feng Yuan had familiar face. He could change his identity freely. It did not matter if he was Miao Mingshun or not, as long as he was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But I killed Immortal Huadai. Familiar face cannot block wisdom path deductions. I cannot guarantee that my identity will not be exposed. Familiar face was not omnipotent. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this method to scheme against 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They had no investigative methods to counter it. Even though this achievement was impressive, it made others wary. After this, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could no longer replicate his glory. Not long ago, Feng Yuan met with Wuxia. Wuxia only used luck inspection Immortal Gu. Observing the luck above Feng Yuan's head, he found out his identity. He immediately retreated. A mere rank 6 luck inspection Immortal Gu could render familiar face ineffective. It seemed inconceivable, but that was not the case. The heavenly Tao was balanced. All living beings were born with food and natural enemies. Immortal Gu were the same. Immortal killer moves were essentially combinations of Gu worms. They could not break away from this law. Thus, there was no strongest Immortal Gu, only the strongest Gu Immortal. but I am still a wisdom path grandmaster. As long as my wisdom path methods rise in the future, I can conceal my true identity. If I use familiar face to change my appearance, who would know my identity? Especially with his sovereign immortal body's uniqueness, he could easily pass through regional walls. He could even change his aura completely. He would be a local no matter where he went. Unlike He Lulan and the rest who had Northern Plains Gu immortal aura, it was fine in Eastern Sea. But in Southern Border, Western Desert, or Central Continent, they would be ostracized by the local Gu immortals. But I seem to remember, this Miao Ming Shun had a method to discover that immemorial desolate beast, the blue dragon whale. He had once secretly recruited more than 10 Eastern Sea lone immortals to explore it. Should I build a good relationship with him? Should I use this relationship to enter that blue dragon whale and get a share of the loot? Considering this, the blue dragon whale was clearly more important than immortal Hua Dai. Fang Yuan quietly gave up on the idea of killing immortal Hua Dai. If he could build a good relationship with Miao Ming Shun, Fang Yuan would have another benefit. Eastern Sea had the most cultivation resources in the 5 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals often held gatherings to exchange cultivation resources. These resources were often very rare. They were of high quality and could be traded using lifespan Gu. In comparison, Jewel Yellow Skies was only a mass market. It was not a private auction. Miao Ming Shun was a frequent customer of such private auctions. With his guarantee, Fang Yuan could sneak in and transact. But immortal Hua Dai did not know. She had already taken a trip to the gates of hell. Because of her relationship with Miao Ming Shun, she barely escaped death. She smiled slightly. Chuing, since you know my name, you must know Lord Miao Ming Shun as well. Lord Miao Ming Shun has been investigating the turbulent flow sea area for many years. He hopes to find that tributary of the River of Time among the countless currents. If you have any fortuitous encounters and see that tributary of the River of Time, I hope you can track it and inform us. We will reward you greatly when the time comes. As for why a space path Gu immortal like Miao Ming Shun wanted to track a tributary of the River of Time, immortal Hua Dai did not want to explain. So that's it. Fang Yuan agreed happily. Lord Miao Ming Shun, I have heard of your name for a long time. I do not dare to thank you, but it is good that I can form a good relationship with Miao Ming Shun and Fairy Hua Dai. Seeing that Fang Yuan was so tactful, immortal Hua Dai's smile became even brighter. Fang Yuan was not the first person she talked to. In fact, immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qi Yi, and Feng Jiang would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area every once in a while. When they met any Gu immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for help. Some would reject, but most would agree. The reason was because of Miao Ming Shun's immortal aperture space expansion method. Thus, when Fang Yuan agreed, immortal Hua Dai was not surprised. Then I will wish Chuing good luck. Immortal Hua Dai turned around to leave. She did not think highly of Chuing, because she had never seen or heard of such a person in Eastern Sea. Of course, Eastern Sea did not lack secluded cultivation Gu immortals. It was just that immortal Hua Dai had many friends. Chuing was someone who was not even famous. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. How strong could he be? Lord Miao Ming Shun does not need cultivation level to find the tributary of the River of Time. He needs luck. Who knows, this Chuing might be able to find it. Sigh, I have such a thought every time. It is a pity that I have searched for more than 10 years, without finding any traces of that tributary of the River of Time. Immortal Hua Dai sighed internally as she bid farewell to Fang Yuan. However, after leaving for some distance, immortal Hua Dai used information path Mortal Gu to send a message. I almost forgot to tell you. A blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi came to the turbulent flow sea area. His younger brother Ding Yan had once obtained a crucial clue to an information path inheritance. He was chased by Lu Qingyu, Zhou Li, Tang Song and others. Ding Yan is dead. Ding Qi is determined to take revenge. Not long ago, he heard that Lu Qingyu came to the turbulent flow sea area. He seemed to be trying to open an information path inheritance. So he rushed over. Blood path demonic immortals are all deranged people. Unlike you and me, Our mental states have already become demonic and sick. When they see a Gua mortal, they will consider killing them to increase their battle strength. If you meet this person, please be careful. Fang Yuan slowly stored the information path mortal Gu. He rubbed his nose. Chapter 1162. The conversation with the mortal Hua Dai was just a small interlude. Fang Yuan had officially entered the turbulent flow sea area. In the sea, countless currents were moving in a chaotic manner. They were like twisted dough twists or extremely chaotic balls of thread. They filled Fang Yuan's vision. Strength path giant hand. Seeing that there was no one around, Fang Yuan used this immortal killer move. The giant hand shattered more than 10 currents, causing the sea to be in chaos. Fang Yuan charged in a certain direction. This was only the periphery of the turbulent flow sea area. He could forcefully break through. But a moment later, a huge yellow current appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This is yellow spring water. Fang Yuan stopped. This current was so huge that even the strength path giant hand could not shatter it. In fact, it might even harm him. Yellow spring water originated from the Yellow Spring Sea area. That was the territory of Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It was known as the #1 zombie farm in the 5 regions. The Yellow Spring Sea area was filled with zombie corpses that floated in the water. Deep in the sea, there were countless rotting corals, and between the corals, there was a dense amount of bandaged seaweed. Yellow spring water contained Dao marks. It was a good material for Gu refinement. Fang Yuan activated his defensive method and went in. This yellow spring water had its own direction, but the direction did not match with Fang Yuan's goal. Fang Yuan had to move through this current. Using immortal Gu to move his body, he expended a lot of immortal essence. In less than 5 minutes, he crossed the yellow spring and arrived at another turbulent flow. This current was pale white. Fang Yuan entered it and felt like he was moving through a sea of clouds. A series of illusions appeared before his eyes. Thousand Illusion water originated from Eastern Sea's Thousand Illusion Sea area. Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to easily resist the illusions. He spent a lot of effort and entered the third current. Magma current. This current did not originate from Eastern Sea. It came from Western Desert's largest pit, Blazing Glory Pit. The pit was bottomless. It connected to the depths of the earth. Every 100 years, lava would surge out of the earth vein like a tsunami. Not only did the scorching lava fill the entire sinkhole, but it also overflowed. The extended calamity had changed the landscape within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The turbulent flow of magma came from the depths of the magma, and its temperature was extremely high. Fang Yuan had to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. He was looking for a rank 6 Gu immortal. Without any immortal grade defensive measures, he could only avoid the turbulence. The speed at which his celestial core power was being consumed was several times faster than the previous 2 turbulent flows. Fortunately, this turbulent flow of lava was not huge. Fang Yuan only spent a few dozen breaths to pass through it. This time, he didn't encounter any turbulence. Instead, he entered an empty space. Apart from Fang Yuan, there was no one else. He turned around and looked behind Fang Yuan. It was the turbulent flow of lava. And in front of the left was another wave, pitch black like a devil. Waves splashed from within, as if thousands of wronged souls were wailing in anguish. This was Black Soul water that came from the Black Soul Sea region. It contained Soul Path Dao marks and Dark Path Dao marks. On the right, there was a third turbulence. It was as if countless pieces of gold were mixed together and slowly moved forward. It was dazzling. Fang Yuan saw this and was slightly surprised. If I am not wrong, this is the gold fragment current. Rumors say that immemorial yellow heaven has many metal heavenly rivers. Immemorial yellow heaven shattered. Most of the metal heavenly rivers were destroyed. This gold fragment current is likely from a certain immemorial yellow heaven fragment world. Because of the turbulent flow sea area's characteristics, all the rivers in the world are gathered here. I can personally witness it. Lava flow, black soul flow, and gold fragment current. These 3 currents intertwined with each other. They were evenly matched. Between the three, there was no clear victor. When the forces reached a mysterious balance, an empty space was created. This was where Fang Yuan resided. It was like the eye of a tornado. It could not exist for long, but it could provide precious time for Gu immortals to rest. Fang Yuan did not rest. His strength had increased greatly, and he had a lot of immortal essence. He was far from his limit. After determining the direction, he moved like lightning, entering the gold fragment current. The resistance was huge, more than 10 times that of the lava flow earlier. But his immortal essence expenditure was much lower. After all, the lava flow was extremely hot. Fang Yuan moved through the entire gold fragment current. During this process, he collected more than 500 kilograms of gold fragment current. If this was on Earth, it would be a huge fortune. But in this world, gold fragment was only a common Gu material. Other than gold fragment current, there were large numbers of Gu worms in the gold fragment current. Almost all of them were metal path. There was golden dragon Gu. It looked like an earthworm, but upon closer inspection, it had claws and a head like a small dragon. There was also golden aurora Gu. This was a movement type Gu that allowed Gu masters to fly. There was even a rare mortal Gu that made mortal Gu masters go crazy for it. It was a one-time consumable Gu, but it could increase the aptitude of the Gu master. To the current Fang Yuan, the unrefined gold Gu had little use. He collected some very casually, as if he was just casually doing it. After successfully moving through the gold fragment current, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained a gold fragment current. Fang Yuan placed this current in mini yellow heaven. It could only be considered as adding some scenery. Relying on this tiny gold fragment current, he could not gain anything. Gu masters would treat it like a treasure, but Gu immortals like Fang Yuan did not care about it at all. Fang Yuan moved through the currents, gradually moving towards the center from the periphery of the turbulent flow sea area. A moment later, a grand current blocked Fang Yuan's path. The current was dark blue. Every drop of water was flickering with lightning. The entire current was dazzling and dazzling. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He knew this was a lightning current. Once lightning accumulated to a certain limit, it would turn into liquid. The violent destructive power would turn into vitality water that could stimulate one's potential. Lightning path Gu immortals often created lightning pools, which were filled with this lightning water. The male Gu immortal laughed again. Not bad, not bad. I find you pleasing to the eye. You have good taste. Hand over the hidden room muscle, and I will spare your life. Fang Yuan had a plain expression. What? The male Gu immortal thought that he was hearing things. His expression froze before he laughed from extreme anger, pointing at Fang Yuan. Good, good. It seems that I was wrong. You have a pair of eyes, but you are blind. You offended someone you should not have offended. You really do not know what's good for you. Just let me do it. The male Gu immortal spoke halfway before letting out a loud cry. Fang Yuan had already made his move. The strength path giant hand grabbed the hidden room muscle. The male Gu immortal had a panicked expression, because he found that the hidden room muscle, which was supposed to be a barrier, was being ravaged by the strength path giant hand. The two shells were starting to emit cracking sounds. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He quickly shouted. I am Ren Xiaoping's grandson. Which Gu immortal are you? Maybe we are friends. Who has a relationship with you? I can let you go, but hand over the Gu worm controlling the hidden room muscle. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Otherwise you will die here. You are a demonic path Gu immortal. You cannot do this. My grandfather will not let you go. Think about it. Ren Xiaoping is just a nobody. Fang Yuan snickered. His aura rose from rank 6 to rank 7 peak stage. Chapter 1163. A moment later, Fang Yuan controlled the hidden room oyster and became its new owner. Clank, clank, clank. Clap, clap, clap. He patted the young Gu immortal's face. Lad, you are sensible. The young Gu immortal's expression froze. He did not dare to move. His eyes were filled with shame and hatred. Fang Yuan ignored him. Next, he jumped onto the hidden room oyster and sat on the young Gu immortal's former seat. Before leaving, he said, "My name is Chu Ying. I was the one who stole your hidden room oyster. Remember to tell your grandfather." Looking at the hidden room oyster's shell closing and disappearing into the current, the young Gu immortal said through gritted teeth, "Good, chewing right? Don't worry. I have already informed my grandfather of your appearance through Gu worms. Young master, what do we do now?" The two beauties were about to cry as they grabbed the young Gu immortal's sleeves. The young Gu immortal's expression froze, seeing that the surrounding space was getting smaller and that the currents were about to change directions. His expression turned grim. With his strength, he could not get here. It was all because of the hidden room oyster. "Don't worry, even though I lost the hidden room oyster, my grandfather gave me traveling son Gu. I can return to the doting mother Gu, which is my grandfather." The young Gu immortal gritted his teeth. "That's great, we are saved." The two girls were overjoyed. Bam bam. Two muffled sounds occurred. The two beauties had shocked gazes. One looked at the bloody hole in her chest while the other looked at the young Gu immortal. "Young master, you." The young Gu immortal's expression was grim. "Who asked you to witness the entire process? Humph." Soon after, he showed a look of pity on his face. He stretched out his hand, caressing the two beauties' faces. "It is a pity about these two beautiful faces. They are quite pretty. If you want to blame someone, blame Chu Ying." With that, he casually pushed the two corpses into the torrent at the side. Without the defensive methods of a Gu immortal, the mortal corpses were instantly turned into scraps by the currents. Seeing that this space was about to collapse, the young Gu immortal gritted his teeth and activated Traveling Child Immortal Gu. In this turbulent flow sea area, all sorts of Dao marks were chaotic. Space path was the same. Gu immortals could not casually use space path immortal Gu. The safest way was to travel on foot. But the young Gu immortal was not using space path immortal Gu. Instead, it was the Dao of love. Emotion path was born from wisdom path. The three elements of wisdom path were thought, will and emotion. Traveling Sun Gu and Doting Mother Gu were famous immortal Gu in emotion path. When the turbulent flow sea area was formed, emotion path had not been created yet. Thus, at this moment, the young Gu immortal could safely use Travel Sun Gu without any danger. The young Gu immortal allowed the power of Traveling Sun Gu to drag him. It was as if he had entered a long river. He was in a daze, and his thoughts were muddled. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he woke up and found himself back in Ren Xiaoping's blessed land. "Grandpa, The young Gu immortal showed a fearful and uneasy expression. "Humph. While Grandpa's immortal aperture is absorbing heaven and earth chi to stabilize the blessed land, you actually dared to sneak out to play. I knew this would happen. I will not give you the hidden room oyster to protect yourself." Ren Xiaoping snorted coldly. "Grandpa, the hidden room oyster was taken by someone," the young Gu immortal said with grievance. "I met a demon. He snatched my hidden room oyster and killed my two servants." "Oh." Ren Xiaoping raised his brows. "Tell me in detail." The young Gu immortal added details to his story. "Chu Ying." Ren Xiaoping muttered this name as he frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Two mere mortal women were nothing to him. A rank 7 Gu immortal took the initiative to make things difficult for him and snatched the hidden room oyster. This was indeed a demonic act. But why did he leave his name behind? Was he not Chu Ying, but someone else purposely trying to frame him? Or did he have other motives? All in all, Ren Xiaoping remembered the name Chu Ying in his heart. He had a stern expression as he lectured his grandson. "Now you know the cruelty of the Gu immortal world. All along, you have been following me. You have only met my friends. They are lenient towards you. They even tried to curry favor with you because of me. This time, you need to learn from this lesson. I will punish you to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years. For 10 years, you will stay in my immortal aperture. You are not allowed to step out." "What?" The young Gu immortal was shocked. Scram. Ren Xiaoping waved his sleeves. The young Gu immortal's vision changed. He was already in a cave. "An unpolished jade cannot be made into anything, grandson. I cannot let you continue messing around, otherwise, even with my protection, there will be many people in Eastern Sea who will not listen to me. As for this Chuing, I will deal with him sooner or later. Thinking of this, ruthlessness flashed in Ren Xiaoping's eyes. Since I want to befriend Miao Ming Shun, I might as well offend Ren Xiaoping. Speaking of which, this hidden room oyster is quite useful. I can carry it around. As long as it is not a very strong current, I can rest inside and wait for the enemy to exhaust me. Fang Yuan hid inside the hidden room oyster, letting the latter move along the current. Just like this, he got closer to his destination. But in the turbulent flow sea area, distance did not represent distance. After taking away the hidden room oyster, Fang Yuan's luck started to fall. He met with several currents and lost his direction. He had no choice but to take many detours. After going one round, he reached the center of the turbulent flow sea area a day later. The current here was much larger. Fang Yuan was like an ant falling into a river. Ordinary turbulence would change its direction or position every once in a while. But the currents at the center of the turbulent flow sea area were too large. They were not easy to move. Even though they changed direction every moment, the change was small. It was relatively stable. Inside these currents, there were many air bubbles. There were big and small air bubbles. Some were as small as a human head, while some were as big as a mountain. These air bubbles were formed during the battle. It was unknown which great expert's immortal killer move was used. Inside the air bubbles, there were many remains or ruins. There were also many air bubbles that contained seawater and small islands. Found it, this is it. Fang Yuan found his target. He got close to it with difficulty and squeezed in. The air bubble was broken by him, but it quickly healed. Only some water leaked in. It was not a big deal. Fang Yuan's vision changed. It was a calm green sea with no ripples. The sky was white, it was pure. It was a completely different world. At the center of the sea, there was a small island. The island was covered in wild grass, and there were many tall stone pillars in the grass. Some said that the world inside the air bubbles was a corner of the turbulent flow sea area. But after the battle, space was torn into pieces. Some said that this was a fragment world of a great expert's immortal aperture. Because of a certain profound immortal killer move, these air bubbles were created. Fang Yuan was not interested in the cause of the air bubbles. He went to the stone pillars and took out Flying Sword Immortal Goo. As if sensing the information path imprint on Flying Sword Immortal Goo, these stone pillars started to shine with red light. Not long after, they started to move on their own. When they stopped, a space that was the size of a water tank opened up. A skeleton fell out. Fang Yuan carefully went closer to inspect it. This skeleton was engraved with rich bone path Dao marks. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material. The skeleton's right hand was holding a dark green lump of qi. Fang Yuan took out this dark green lump. After inspecting it, he broke it and revealed several goo worms slumbering inside. There were 2 immortal goo and 5 mortal goo. Unfortunately, most of them were already dead, leaving behind only a shell. When the wind blew, they turned to dust. Who knew how many years had passed? The goo worms were not preserved well. They could not resist the erosion of time. Eventually, only one rank 6 immortal goo was left. Fang Yuan quickly saved it, barely hanging on to its life. What goo worm is this? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He did not recognize it. He looked at the skeleton. There were no similar lumps of qi. It seems that this is the so-called information path inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed. If it were any ordinary goo immortal, they would be overjoyed. But Fang Yuan, who had just obtained He Fan's true inheritance, did not feel good. After inspecting the skeleton, Fang Yuan found that there were many thoughts sealed in this skeleton's skull. The thoughts were incomplete. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He could barely dig out a lot of information. The goo immortal who left behind this inheritance could not be identified. Fang Yuan only knew that after an intense battle, he barely managed to hold on and entered this bubble, setting up this inheritance. As for the inheritance, it was indeed an information path inheritance, but most of the contents were lost. But Fang Yuan did not leave empty-handed. He found out the name of the immortal goo he saved, Perceivable Dao. Perceivable Tao Immortal Goo was an information path investigative immortal goo. Its effects seemed to be useless. It could help the goo immortal count the number and types of Tao marks on the target. As for the origin of this skeleton, it was not the inheritor of the inheritance. It was an enemy killed by the information path goo immortal. In the thoughts, the information path goo immortal, who left behind the inheritance, told the inheritor that he could use this skeleton as an immortal material, because the Tao marks on this enemy's body were all concentrated on this skeleton. This made Feng Yuan feel a little surprised, because after a goo immortal dies, their Tao marks would be gathered in their immortal apertures. Unless they were immortal zombies, their immortal apertures would be destroyed. Their Tao marks would remain in their bodies. This information path goo immortal clearly had a unique method. He could gather the goo immortal's Tao marks on the skeleton and preserve them. It is a pity that the inheritance is missing too much. It cannot be restored. Feng Yuan felt that it was a pity. He had hoped that he could use this information path inheritance to get rid of the alliance agreement. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to plan. What he obtained in the end was only perceivable Tao immortal goo. After keeping the immortal goo in his immortal aperture, Feng Yuan prepared to leave. Murderer, where are you going? Right at this time, a blood-red figure charged into this huge bubble. Chapter 1164. Even though this person had an imposing aura and stared at Feng Yuan, he was injured and had messy hair. He was in a sorry state. Gui Li, a thought flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Ding Qi. A few days ago, Immortal Hua Dai had told Feng Yuan that a blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi had come to the turbulent Flow Sea area. This person's younger brother, Ding Yin, was the blood path demonic immortal who died at Lu Qingyu's hands. Now when Feng Yuan saw this person, he naturally made a connection to his identity. Next, another group of goo immortals charged into this bubble. The two at the front were Feng Yuan's acquaintances. One was Tang Song, the other was Zhou Li. Tang Song shouted, Ding Qi, where are you running to? This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. It is a pity that your brother is dead. No one will pay respects to you. Ha ha ha. Ding Qi did not seem to hear it. He stared at Feng Yuan and gritted his teeth. It's you. You just obtained the information path inheritance. The clue that my brother obtained after much difficulty is on you. You are his murderer. What? The goo immortals heard this and stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled. Interesting. How do you know that I took the inheritance? Ding Qi smiled coldly. Because I have blood trace immortal goo. Saying so, he activated the immortal goo. Soon blood-colored figures appeared on the island one after another. The figures moved in a series of movements. It was the scene of Feng Yuan entering and taking away the information path inheritance. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted, He stole the inheritance after all. Who are you? Quickly hand over the inheritance. Feng Yuan's smile became even wider. He ignored the immortals clamoring and looked at Ding Qi with interest. Blood trace immortal goo. This is the first time I've heard of this name. This is a blood path immortal goo that my brother and I created together. Other than that, there is also immortal goo blood oath. Ding Qi had a sad and angry expression. Zhou Li and Tang Song were also furious. It turned out that Lu Qinyu had gathered a group of people. His arrival at the turbulent waters attracted Ding Qi's attention. The news spread. Zhou Li and Tang Song also gathered a group of goo immortals and rushed over. Back then, they suspected that Lu Qinyu had obtained a clue to the information path inheritance. In the end, it was not easy for him to get here. The immortals ran into Ding Qi. Ding Qi had already arrived here and used blood trace immortal goo to make some arrangements. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Ding Qi was alone. Even though he was a blood path demonic immortal, it was difficult for him to fight against the simultaneous attacks of the immortals, so he could only fight and escape at the same time. During this time, Feng Yuan just happened to enter and inherit the inheritance. Ding Qi immediately sensed something and hurriedly broke out of the encirclement without regard for his own safety. Finally, he arrived in time and saw Fang Yuan. This is blood trace immortal goo. Interesting, interesting. Fang Yuan looked at Ding Qi with admiration. He sighed with emotion. Indeed, each generation has its own talent, each with their own style. Speaking of blood, the first to bear the brunt was naturally Patriarch Blood Sea. He was a great demon who had left behind 7 true inheritances of the Blood Sea. Everyone in the world knew about this, and he had a rich and colorful record in history. Right now, if one were to talk about other blood path experts, Ding Qi and Ding Yan would definitely be on the list. These 2 brothers had actually researched and created 2 blood path immortal goo, blood oath and blood trace. Most importantly, they had refined them again. Their talent in blood path was truly rare. What are you sighing about? Quickly hand over the inheritance. Right. That inheritance is mine. You are an outsider. You actually got it first. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted. They had been busy for a long time, putting in so much effort in suffering. But in the end, someone who came out of nowhere took the fruits of their labor. Zhou Li and Tang Song had long since viewed this inheritance as their own. Fang Yuan was no different from snatching food from them. How could they accept this? Zhou Li and Tang Song immediately gave up on their original target of Ding Qi. They turned to look at Fang Yuan. But Ding Qi was faster. He directly attacked Fang Yuan. Murderer, hand over your life. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. If you want my life, I won't play with you. Anyway, the inheritance is already in my hands. Saying so, he broke through the bubble and fell into the huge current. Chase. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted angrily. They did not want to give up. Especially Fang Yuan's final words. They almost exploded from anger. A group of Gu immortals started a chase in the huge current. In this special environment, the Gu immortals could only drift along the current. While drifting with the current, countless attacks were aimed at Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan activated his immortal Gu to defend himself as he moved faster. Sword escape immortal Gu was not weak. It soon caused some Gu immortals to fall behind. The distance between them widened. This person's movement method is somewhat familiar. Zhou Li was perplexed. Tang Song's eyes were wide open. He wanted to take back his inheritance. He did not have this feeling at all. Between the 2 sides, there was a blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. His eyes were bloodshot. Killing intent filled his heart. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. My brother died, but you took advantage of him. My brother's death was not worth it. Damn it, you deserve to die. I will tear you to pieces. The strong desire for revenge almost destroyed his rationality, causing him to sink into a state of madness. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around, dodging another wave of attacks. The pursuers were very angry. Fang Yuan was too slippery. Even though some killer moves could chase after the enemy, they were neutralized by his counterattacks. The Gu immortals chased for so long without any results. They even expended a lot of immortal essence. This place was different from other places. The environment was quite unique. A bubble appeared ahead. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he entered it. He went in. Quick, surround him. Something is wrong. Why is he not escaping? Why is he hiding in a bubble? The immortals surrounded this bubble, but they did not go in. They were suspicious. A blood shadow shot into the bubble like an arrow. It was blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. He was much more decisive than these Gu immortals. The immortals waited outside the bubble for a while, but there was no movement. They started to get anxious. They finally lost their patience. Tang Song entered first, followed by Zhou Li, and finally, the Gu immortals entered the bubble one after another. Something is strange. Where is this place? A town? The last Gu immortal who managed to squeeze and found himself in a cluster of houses. Even though these houses had exquisite structures, they were all in ruins, as if an earthquake had happened here. Moreover, there were cobwebs and dust everywhere. It was clear that this was a town that had been abandoned for countless years. Strange. There are pots and pans here. It seems like many people lived here. Such a large scale, it cannot be Gu immortals. But mortals actually lived here? Even before the turbulent flow sea area was formed, there were no rumors of mortals living here. The Gu immortals gathered in disgust. Also, where did that Gu immortal who escaped go? Ding Qi is missing too. No, Ding Qi is over there. He is confronting Lord Tang Song. That Gu immortal who stole the inheritance is really gone. He seems to be hiding in here. Find him and force him to hand over the inheritance. The immortals were about to get to work. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the sky. It was extremely grand. Everyone is here. That's good. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. This is the final moment of your lives. The moment he said that, the immortals felt the sky turn dark. They quickly raised their heads. And at the next moment, the immortals showed expressions of extreme shock. They saw a huge hand. It was so huge that it covered the sky and earth. It pressed down from the sky. The aura was grand and vast. It felt like heaven and earth were being overturned. Everyone felt an irresistible feeling in their hearts. Impossible. This is all an illusion. If he had this strength, why would he keep running? Zhou shouted. The immortals woke up, their morale rose. They felt that Zhou was right. All the immortals attacked. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge hand pressed down. Countless houses collapsed. Several Gu immortals died on the spot. Their bodies turned into meat paste. How can this be? Zhou crawled out of the pit with difficulty. He stared with wide eyes as he looked around in disbelief. The entire town was gone. It was a scene of devastation. The surviving Gu immortals stood up from the ruins. They were still in a state of shock. In this contest of strength, so many Gu immortals actually lost. Shadow Sex Trap is really useful. Hee. Fang Yuan had a feeling. He activated Strength Path Giant Hand again. Thus, in the eyes of the immortals, the sky turned dark again. The huge hand covered their entire vision and pressed down. It's here again, it's here again. Hold on, hold on. This is a matter of life and death. Don't worry about anything else. Take out your trump cards and survive this tribulation. The immortals shouted angrily and uneasily. Their attitude was completely different from before. Boom! The huge hand pressed down the ground by 20 to 30 feet. This time, only 3 people stood up. Zhou Tang Song, and Bloodpath Demonic Immortal Ding Qi. The huge hand appeared for the 3rd time. The 3 immortals showed expressions of despair. Even if I die, I will make you suffer. Ding Qi self-detonated. Zhou and Tang Song resisted, but it was useless. In the end, they all died under Fang Yuan's palm. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well. It truly lives up to its name. Fang Yuan praised. Right now, there was a well in front of him. The outside of the well was squarish, it was squarish. The inside of the well was round, it was perfectly round. Fang Yuan stood beside the well, looking down. He saw that there was a small town at the bottom of the well. But now, they were all destroyed beyond recognition by his 3 giant hand seals. There were some traces of blood in the ruins. Those were the places where the Gu immortals were smashed into meat paste. Citywell first appeared in The Legends of Renzu. Chapter 1165. Speaking of which, Renzu's 4th daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, fell from the tree and did not follow Renzu's footsteps. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man cried loudly. Boundless Forest Samsara asked why. The mini-man said, I am the largest in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today I plan to climb a mountain. I did not expect this mountain to be a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I saw one. I could not help but cry. From then on, Boundless Forest Samsara became good friends with the mini-man. They were inseparable. Mini-man, oh mini-man, where is your father? Do you have any siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day Boundless Forest Samsara asked the mini-man. The mini-man silently led Boundless Forest Samsara to a well. Look at this well. Inside the well is my former home. Boundless Forest Samsara leaned against the well and stuck her head out to look inside. Then she shouted in shock. Wow, there are so many mini-man. She saw that inside the well, There were many mini-men living together. They built countless houses next to each other. There was a market, flowers and plants. They were living in harmony. The mini-man in the well also shouted in shock. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It's already night time? There is thunder, but there is no rain and no lightning. The mini-men were in chaos. They discussed among themselves. The entire town was buzzing. Is there your family here? Why did you run outside the well and not live with them? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The mini-man shook his head. They chased me away. They think I am a monster. Oh, why is that? Boundless Forest Samsara was very curious. The mini-man replied sorrowfully. I told them that the world we have been living in for generations is just a well. The outside world was still very, very big. But they did not believe me. They told me not to speak nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the edge of our town was actually just a very, very small mound. But they did not believe me. They felt that it was the tallest mountain. They told me not to spread rumors. Which mountain is it? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. It's that Fengsuan mountain. The little person pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara giggled. You call this a mountain? I can even place it on my palm. Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped. Then let me tell them the truth. The humanoid man shook his head. It's useless. Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe it. She leaned on the mouth of the well and shouted down. The little people at the bottom of the well were even more flustered. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky darken in an instant, but the muffled thunder continued to rumble, and the sound of thunder grew louder and louder. It grew denser and denser. God is angry. I want to repent. I want to confess. No, it's a monster. The monster ate the sky and is now burping. Save me, this world is going to be destroyed. Some knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Some were filled with despair, and some were running around in a frenzy. Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing reached the bottom of the well. It became a huge gale. When Boundless Forest Samsara's saliva landed at the bottom of the well, it became a downpour. When Boundless Forest Samsara's words reached the ears of the little people, they were like thunder that almost burst their eardrums. Boundless Forest Samsara finally gave up. She leaned on the mouth of the well. She was tired and said weakly, Why are these little people so stupid? Can't they crawl out to see the outside world like you? The little person shook his head and sighed. They already feel that they are very big. They feel that the sky is round, that the mountain is that tall, that life is like that. Then why did you crawl out? Boundless Forest Samsara stared with wide eyes. The little person smiled bitterly. That is because I recognize that I am very insignificant. That is why I saw how big the world is. Feng Yuan walked around the well. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. This was the third secluded domain of heaven and earth that he encountered. The first two were Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. In order to frame Feng Yuan, Wuxia made use of the well to set up a trap. Unfortunately, he was caught unprepared by Feng Yuan and obtained valuable information from Lu Qingyu. But in the end, Feng Yuan made use of the well instead. He killed a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Like what was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, Boundless Forest Samsara breathed like the wind and spat like rain. Feng Yuan stood at the mouth of the well and used his immortal killer move. When it reached the bottom of the well, its power would be amplified by tens or even hundreds of times. However, Feng Yuan did not come without a price. His immortal essence expenditure also increased by tens or even hundreds of times. Even though Feng Yuan only used 3 giant hands, the immortal essence expenditure was no different from him, using hundreds of giant hands. Those who did not know would be trapped at the bottom of the well. However, once he understood his situation and realized that this was a marketplace, he would be able to immediately break free. Like what was written in The Legends of Renzu. As long as the little person realized his insignificance and wanted to see the world outside, he could climb out of the well. It could be said that leaving the well was both difficult and easy. Precisely so. Wuxia did not use the well to deal a heavy blow to Feng Yuan. Firstly, he could not control his strength. He might turn Feng Yuan into charcoal or meat paste. Where would he find goo materials to reverse refined sovereign immortal fetus goo? Secondly, Fang Yuan might immediately find out the truth and escape with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. By then, Wuxia would not even have a chance to escape. The second reason was crucial. Precisely because he was uncertain, Wuxia used city well as a trap to waste Fang Yuan's energy. He did not ambush Fang Yuan personally. Fang Yuan really wanted to take this well for himself, because this secluded domain of heaven and earth would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development in the future. Pulling mountain immortal goo. Fang Yuan tried. Unfortunately, city well only trembled slightly. Pulling mountain immortal goo could pull mountains, but city well was not a mountain. But it was on the ground, it needed to absorb earth chi. Strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan tried to dig city well out with the strength path giant hand. But to think that when the strength path giant hand got close to city well, it withered and shrunk like a balloon. In a few blinks of an eye, it vanished completely. It seems that even though Shadow Sect controls this secluded domain of heaven and earth, they cannot relocate it. Fang Yuan tried a few more times, but there was no effect. The most obvious effect was when he first tried using pulling mountain immortal goo. The walls of Citywell shook. In that case, pulling mountain immortal goo is indeed effective. But just using pulling mountain alone is not enough. I need to think of an immortal killer move to take this city well. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. He drilled into the well, and when he reached the bottom, his body had become very small. He cleaned up the battlefield. Only Zhou Li and Tang Song had intact corpses. Fang Yuan stuffed them into the sovereign immortal aperture. The other goo immortals were all smashed into meat paste. Blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi self-detonated, but his blood path immortal aperture was left behind. Other than him, several other goo immortals also left behind their immortal apertures. Soon, the world at the bottom of the well started to move, heaven and earth chi surged out. Blessed lands started to form. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time entering these blessed lands and exploring them. There was no need to think about immortal goo. But Eastern Sea had a lot of cultivation resources. These goo immortals were not like the pitiful Lu Qingyu. They probably kept all their assets. Only the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi destroyed all the resources in his immortal aperture. Even so, Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. He had enough attainment level to annex Ding Qi's blessed land and expand the sovereign immortal aperture. Among these blessed lands, some had land spirits, some did not. Fang Yuan plundered all the resources of the blessed lands without land spirits. Blessed lands with land spirits were more troublesome. They needed to acknowledge a master. If they did not, Fang Yuan could not move the cultivation resources inside. Of course, forcefully plundering was not impossible, but it was only for the immediate benefits and not the long term. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not use force. After spending a lot of time at the bottom of the well, Fang Yuan started to fix this bubble. There was a sea and an island in the bubble. City Well was at the center of the island. Because of Wuxia's arrangements, if outsiders tried to enter, they would be thrown into the well. But Fang Yuan had Lu Qingyu's information, he would not fall here. Instead, he used this trap to kill all the pursuers. He saved a lot of trouble. If Wuxia knew that his arrangements did not cause any trouble to Fang Yuan, instead helping Fang Yuan, would he vomit blood from anger? Fang Yuan kept some of Wuxia's arrangements. He also added some of his own methods to make the bubble more concealed. Next, he came out of the bubble and started to move the bubble. Not long ago, Wuxia did the same. The original location of this bubble that hid City Well wasn't here. It was Wuxia who wanted to harm Fang Yuan. That was why he spent so much effort and time to teleport here. In the turbulent flow, Fang Yuan could not control himself. He would be swept away by the current. Thankfully, he had the hidden room oyster as a place to rest. Fang Yuan went back and forth dozens of times before moving this bubble to another huge current. The amount of immortal essence and time spent was more than 10 times that of Wuxia. After completing this matter, Fang Yuan walked around and arrived at Wuxia's camp. There was another island in the bubble. Fang Yuan went deep underground. Regret Pool had already been dismantled by Wuxia. Even the surrounding Gu formations were gone. The tributary of the River of Time, that was captured by Shadow Sect, had already vanished. This was the characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Every water current was constantly changing and moving. Chapter 1166. Several days later, Feng Yuan waited here for Immortal Hua Dai. This is indeed a trace of the River of Time. It is very new. Immortal Hua Dai inspected it, and was very happy. With this clue, she could track this tributary of the River of Time. Immortal friend Chuing, sorry for troubling you. To think that you really met it. We have searched for decades for this tributary of the River of Time, but we did not find any valuable clues. Immortal Hua Dai was very excited. She could finally give Miao Ming Shun an explanation. You should go and track it quickly. I do not want the reward. I might have to trouble Lord Miao Ming Shun in the future. I will take my leave now. Feng Yuan's understanding made Immortal Hua Dai have a good impression of him. Before leaving, she reminded Feng Yuan again. Be careful. Bloodpath demonic Immortal Ding Qi appeared. He fought with Zhou Li and Tang Song. Chuing, if you meet him, you should hide for now. There is no need to get involved. I will remember Fairy's words. Thank you very much. Feng Yuan showed a very grateful expression. Immortal Hua Dai did not know. This person in front of her had already killed Ding Qi, Zhou Li and Tang Song. But the turbulent flow sea area had a complex terrain. It was normal for immortals to go missing. Nobody found it strange. Often, Gu immortals would go missing for months or years, before escaping and suddenly reappearing. Half a month later, Feng Yuan successfully returned to Langya Blessed Land. In this trip to Eastern Sea, even though he did not achieve his original goal, he had great gains. In a secret room in Cloud City, Feng Yuan sat quietly as his divine sense spread out, inspecting his sovereign immortal aperture. There were many changes to the sovereign immortal aperture. In the past it was barren and empty, but now there were a lot of resources. At first glance, it did not look so monotonous and empty. Actually, the resources that Feng Yuan obtained might not be able to fit in an ordinary blessed land. But the sovereign immortal aperture was simply too huge. Even if it was distributed, it would still seem sparse. In Kokitahara, more than half of it was covered in frost. In the other half, there were sparse green grasses. On this grassland, Feng Yuan had reared some desolate beasts, such as the giant horned sheep and the shark fin wolf that he had obtained a long time ago. In the mini western desert, the eerie fire dragon python pits had already expanded to 11. Time flowed 60 times faster than normal. Coupled with the Eastern clan's excellent breeding methods, the eerie fire dragon python's reproduction rate was extremely high. In the small East Sea, Feng Yuan had originally opened up a few large lakes and kept schools of arowana, air bubble fish, literature carps, and so on. Now there were even more common resources. Feng Yuan had gained a lot from killing Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Although these resources were not particularly precious, there was a lot of them. They could definitely continue to develop on this basis. In the mini-middle continent, the mirror willows had already spread over a large area, forming a large forest that covered a radius of 100 miles. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan was originally a mirror willow transplanted into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After moving around, these mirror willows were transplanted into mini central continent. Because the sovereign immortal aperture's time flowed rapidly, Feng Yuan did not put in any effort in this aspect. Just by relying on the mirror willow's unrestrained expansion, it reached its current scale. Other than the mirror willows, there were also mini blood G forests under mini central continent. They were only slightly smaller than the mirror willows. Mini central continent was too big. The mirror willows and blood G forests did not have any competitors. They could fully utilize their resources. It was the most prosperous of the 5 regions. The one with the most vitality was mini southern border. Feng Yuan had moved most of the resources he obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven to this place. But it still did not cover mini southern border. Large numbers of musical trees and tea streams could be seen everywhere. There was also the Qi Deathbird group, which brought endless vitality to many southern border. Mountains that numbered in the single digits also appeared in many southern border now. The first was Five Light Mountain. It was beautiful. Next was Immortal Succession Mountain. Stone pavilions were scattered all over the mountain. The scenery was quite good. Many southern borders' most important resource. It was the Regretful Spider group. Its scale had also expanded by several times now. Above the 5 regions was the 9 heavens. In Mini Orange Heaven, there was a beautiful aurora. Flowing light fruits floated in the air. It was Feng Yuan's previous action of using the fruit accumulation fruit. In Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a gold fragment river. It was not big, but it was better than nothing. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was a corner with jade fog. This was the Pill Azure incense that Feng Yuan bought. There was also the Heavenly Crystal Storage Pool. It was placed aside for the time being. It was useless. In Mini Blue Heaven, large pieces of cloud soil floated, star fragment grass, arrow bamboo forest, and others were planted on it. They produced star path mortal goo for Feng Yuan. There was also a young ancient desolate beast falling star hound. It was saved by Feng Yuan. It often ran around in Mini Blue Heaven. In Mini Purple Heaven, the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest was eaten by the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Only one upper extreme Heavenly Eagle egg, and some Heavenly Crystal fragments were left. These Heavenly Crystals were naturally obtained by Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langia. In Mini Black Heaven, there was a walking meat tree. In Mini White Heaven, there were 3 remnant Heavenly Hounds, and a group of Eagle Hounds. Many multicolored overlord flowers grew here. The lighting environment had been improved greatly. Some time ago, Feng Yuan killed several Light Path Gu immortals. The Light Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture had increased by a lot. It is a pity that I did not bring City Well back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan was still thinking about City Well in the turbulent Flow Sea area. Even though City Well was destroyed beyond recognition, Feng Yuan could use landscape as before to restore it. The houses that have been destroyed cannot be restored, but Minuscule Mountain could definitely be restored. This legendary mountain had been destroyed in the Battle of Etion Mountain because of Fairy Li Shan's death. But now, Feng Yuan saw the hope of recreating it. According to the legends of Runzu, Minuscule Mountain was a part of City Well. If I have City Well, I can nurture a large number of variant human tribes in it. It is a pity. Developing an immortal aperture was divided into 3 stages. At the initial stage, the Gu Immortal would cultivate resources and satisfy the feeding needs of immortal Gu. At the middle stage, on top of feeding immortal Gu, they would develop other cultivation resources to satisfy the Gu Immortal's cultivation. They could also be sold to exchange for immortal Yuan stones and so on. At the high stage, they would raise variant humans, or even humans in the immortal aperture. This had a huge significance to the Gu Immortal. There were many benefits. For example, like before, Feng Yuan bought hairy man slaves to refine Gu for himself in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This saved him a lot of time and energy. For the other variant humans, mini-men could grow flowers and grass. Rockmen could develop underground spaces. Snowmen could produce ice tears and survive in a world of ice and snow. For pure humans, they had the most intelligence. They could continue to reproduce and create with their intelligence. A large number of Gu recipes or killer moves would be created. There was no need for the Gu Immortal to deduce them personally. For better development, the Immortal Aperture could produce Gu Immortals, or human Gu Immortals. They were born and raised here, their loyalty could be seen. This was a huge help to the Immortal Aperture owner. Currently, Feng Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was only at the initial stage, because he had some new Immortal Gu, that he had not met the feeding requirements yet. Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu were rank 8 Immortal Gu. Feeding them was a huge problem. Feng Yuan had only formulated a plan. He had only started on a portion of it. He had not truly solved these problems yet. However, he had outstanding achievements in the middle stage. Because he had plundered countless resources from Starform Blessed Land, Dongfeng Tribe, Heifan Grotto Heaven, and others. Many common resources like Star Path Mortal Goo, Regretful Spiders, Musical Trees, and others were all sold for profits. Not to mention Luopa Valley. Guts Goo had always been Feng Yuan's biggest source of profit. He was making huge amounts of money every day. A horse would not get fat without grass at night. A person would not get rich without a windfall. The reason why Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was abnormally prosperous was because of Feng Yuan's windfall. These resources were also the greatest source of confidence for Feng Yuan's cultivation. Without these resources, no matter how strong Feng Yuan was, he would feel weak internally. Currently, Feng Yuan could not raise variant humans on a large scale. Indeed, he could do what he did in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, buying a large number of variant humans and placing them in his immortal aperture to work for him. But this was not the traditional way of doing business. The best way in this aspect was to let these variant humans reproduce and live on their own. They would harmoniously fuse with the environment in the immortal aperture, coexisting with each other. This was the only way to develop healthily. In the long run, the benefits would be huge. If he bought variant human slaves and made them work for him, Feng Yuan would only suffer losses. He had already learned this lesson in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Feng Yuan's stone nest, hairy men were dying during the Gu refinement process almost every day. The hairy men did not have the time or opportunity to reproduce. Their numbers would only decrease. Only Feng Yuan would spend money to buy new hairy man slaves to replenish them. But if there was a city well, it would be different. City well was a special environment that was isolated from the outside world. It was good for nurturing variant humans or humans. Furthermore, the reproduction and death of the variant humans, as well as their activities in the well world, would nurture and raise City Well itself. There was no need to mention the benefits of this. All in all, with City Well, Feng Yuan would be able to start working at the early stages and obtain even higher benefits. This would make his cultivation much smoother. His cultivation level would rise several times faster. Regarding his sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's inspection ended. There were areas that he was satisfied with, and also areas that he was dissatisfied with. What made Feng Yuan satisfied was that the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks had increased in all aspects. For example, Earth Path Dao marks, even though they were still scarce, it was much better than before. He was dissatisfied with the fact that other than mini southern border, the other areas were still empty and had few resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was too big after all. Having too much space was a happy problem. This would lead to internal conflicts in the future. For example, Mirror Willow was developing rapidly in mini central continent. But if there was another tree, it would also develop rapidly. In the end, when both sides came into contact, there would be a stalemate and conflict. The conflict between trees was mild. But what about beast groups? The territories of the two ferocious beast hordes had finally joined together. How could they not fight until they were badly battered? If the blessed land was small, Gu immortals could adjust it in time. But Feng Yuan's blessed land was too big. When both sides had internal conflicts, the losses would be even greater. To prevent this situation from happening, he could only rely on Feng Yuan's great foresight and wisdom to make arrangements. The sovereign immortal aperture was not easy to manage. Chapter 1167. All in all, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had made great progress, but it still needed to be developed. The sovereign immortal aperture's potential was simply too huge. Among the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only mini southern border, which had annexed all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources, was not filled yet. No one would believe it. And each layer of the mini 9 heavens had the area of the 5 mini regions combined. Feng Yuan had long realized that the development and construction of the sovereign immortal aperture would be an incomparably huge project. So far, if the full development score was 100, then the portion that had already been developed could barely reach 2. If I was not personally witnessing it, how could I believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world? Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Zombie Alliance had planned for 100,000 years before obtaining this result. I snatched food from the tiger's mouth. This enmity is irreconcilable. Sigh. It is a pity. This trip to Eastern Sea, even though it dealt a blow to Wuxia's side, it is far from a huge blow. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed. In the dark secret room, he sat cross-legged quietly. His long hair hung down to his waist, and his skin was like water and jade. A cold light occasionally flashed in his bottomless black eyes. After adjusting his breathing, Fang Yuan mobilized his immortal essence again, activating an immortal killer move. Chi Luck Sensation. At once, a sensation spread out from Fang Yuan's body. If one had Luck Inspection Immortal Goo, they would see the huge luck above Fang Yuan's head shaking intensely. In Fang Yuan's senses, vague dots appeared one after another. Western Desert. The sun was blazing, causing smoke to rise from the heat of the desert. A pursuit of life and death was happening here. Rascal, you dare to snatch the goo worms that we want. Don't let me catch you. I will cut you into pieces and use your skin as a lantern. Surrender. Hand over the pristine gold goo, and you will still have a chance to live. A large group of goo masters. He fiercely chased after Han Li, who was in front of him. Han Li's luck was extremely strong. If he were alone, perhaps there would be times when his luck would decline. But after the luck connection, it was very stable. He had been cultivating for a long time, and now had rank 3 cultivation level. Elder level. In the world of goo masters, this was enough to hold his ground. He was not a beginner in the first transition, nor was he cannon fodder in the second transition. Rank 3 cultivation. In the entire goo master world, he could be called an elite. However, the current situation was that among the desert bandits chasing him, there were 3 rank 3 cultivators, while there were more rank 2 and rank 1 cultivators. Han Li could only continue to fly. His true essence was rapidly decreasing, and the injuries on his body had become a burden to him. Blood was constantly seeping out. With each breath, Han Li's chest felt as if it was burning with pain. However, the pain did not allow him to relax his grip at all. At this moment, he was holding that unrefined gold goo in his hand. My aptitude isn't good enough. Although I've had many fortuitous encounters, it's not reliable in the long run. This unrefined gold goo can change my aptitude and give me a brighter future. I have to risk it. Only by risking my life can I have a hope of becoming stronger. Han Li breathed heavily. He was extremely tired, but his legs moved like the wind. His speed did not decrease at all. His eyes seemed to be burning with 2 balls of fire. Southern border. Green mountains and flowing water. Yi Fan shouted. Suddenly, his body expanded to twice its original size, becoming extraordinarily tall. Rays of light shot out from his skin, pores and eyes. It was a magnificent sight. Under the shocked gazes of the enemies, he was like a god descending to the mortal world. His fists punched forward with shocking might. Rumble. Yi Fan took large steps. Everywhere he went, light flashed and rocks were crushed, breaking the river when it met. The enemies were beaten into a sorry state by him. They could not resist at all. Cough cough cough. Shang Clan's Yi Fan. You truly live up to your reputation. This time we Wine Village's 18 sons admit defeat. The enemy leader coughed out blood. Although he wanted to get up, he could not. The other 17 goo masters were also lying on the ground. Some had fainted and were crying out in pain, while some had lost their battle strength, but stared at Yi Fan with deep hatred. Yi Fan slowly retracted his stance, letting out a breath of air, as his huge body shrunk back to normal. He looked at his opponents on the ground, saying calmly, according to the rules, from today onwards, you Wine Village's 18 sons are not allowed to step on this mountain, because this is Shang Clan's territory. Don't worry, although we are lone cultivators. We lost this competition. We are willing to accept our loss. The leader said stubbornly. Yi Fan nodded, rubbing his hands as jade green light shone on the 18 sons of Wine Village's bodies. The opponents were so nervous that their bodies shook, but soon, they found that their injuries were recovering rapidly. Soon, the 18 sons of Wine Village stood up. They could move freely. The 18 Sons of Wine Village looked at Yi Fan with a relaxed expression. Ever since Yi Fan received Shang Qingqing's Gu Master inheritance, although his cultivation level did not rise much, his overall strength rose sharply. He had many methods, and had no weaknesses. When Shang Xianci became the clan leader, Shang clan's mortal world was filled with internal and external problems. It was Yi Fan who stood up and helped Shang Xianci deal with the external problems. Right now, Yi Fan chased away the 18 Sons of Wine Village to create a new trade route for Shang clan, to relieve Shang Xianci's financial pressure. The leader sighed, cupping his fists. Yi Fan, you are strong, but you showed mercy to us time and time again. We owe you a favor. As long as you are in Shang clan, we will not encroach on Shang clan's benefits. However, you need to create a trade route. We are only the third round, there are still 2 more rounds. I understand. Any one of the Gu Masters in the next 2 rounds is stronger than the sum of the 18 Sons of Wine Village. Yi Fan nodded expressionlessly. He knew the details. Shang clan was such a huge force. Shang Xianci could not restrict Yi Fan in this aspect. But the leader's next words made Yi Fan's expression change. Hee. Yi Fan, be careful. The last 2 rounds have already changed. Not long ago, White Demon appeared and defeated all the lone cultivators there. Right now, she has already taken in all the Gu Masters in the 2 rounds. She has become the mastermind. If you came a day later, we would have to submit to White Demon. White Demon? You mean the black and white twin demons? Yi Fan's eyes shined brightly. The leader of the 18 Sons of Wine Village nodded. If not for a famous demon like White Demon, how could the lone cultivators of those 2 rounds submit? Her strength is unfathomable. I advise you to consider it carefully. In Yi Fan's mind, he thought of Shang Xianci, and then the words Black Demon. No. His body emitted a resolute aura. His tone was plain but unquestionable. I will go. Central Continent. In a nameless cave. Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over. More than half of Hong Yi's clothes were torn, revealing his sturdy chest. An extremely fat female Gu Master snickered, approaching him step by step. Little cutie, can you escape? You are in my hands now, accept your fate. Follow me obediently, haha. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Hong Yi's clothes were stripped. The female Gu Master pounced, about to press on him. No. Hong Yi screamed in fear. At the moment of danger, he burst out with 200% of his potential, breaking the seal on him, and sending the female Gu Master flying. Impossible. How can you undo my seal? The female Gu Master was shocked and furious. That is because I am here. A mini-man Gu Master appeared on Hong Yi's shoulder. You are finally here. Hong Yi was about to cry. We got it, let's go. The mini-man said. The female Gu Master's expression changed. She sensed something, her fat face twisted. So that's it. You two are here to steal the immortal desire water from my cave. Han Li Yi Fan. Hong Yi. Even though Feng Yuan could not see what they were experiencing, he could vaguely sense their locations, he could tell the difference between them. It was all because of the luck connection, that the detection range of the luck connection had expanded to the 5 regions. But He Lulan and Wuxia were still nowhere to be seen. And so, Feng Yuan deduced that Wuxia indeed had a method to conceal Qi luck sensation for a long time. Actually, this method is fine. But Wuxia is getting more mature. The next time we meet, he will be even harder to deal with. There was no strongest immortal Gu, only the strongest Gu immortal. Gu immortals were always the center. Wuxia's maturity, in Feng Yuan's opinion, was more terrifying than any powerful immortal Gu he had. Since he can deal with Qi luck sensation, then next. I can only reduce the number of times I can use this immortal killer move. After all, this was an immortal killer move. Activating it expended green grape immortal essence. Once the usage increased, Feng Yuan would not be able to handle it. This trip to Eastern Sea was smooth, but his green grape immortal essence storage fell by a large amount. He needed to replenish it slowly. To Feng Yuan, the most advantageous situation was to tracking Wuxia's location and suppress him. or even kill him to prevent any future problems. But now, the situation was not as he wished. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing and focus on raising his own strength. But he understood. There is only one He Fan true inheritance, but Shadow Sect's legacies exist in all 5 regions. This time, Eastern Sea did not killing Wuxia. I'm afraid the next time we meet, I will be left behind by them. Shadow Sect did not lack resources. The other party had at least 4 Gu immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan could only try his best. When they meet again, he would not be left behind by Wuxia and the rest. Fang Yuan took out Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. This rank 6 Information Path Gu worm had a strong and stable aura now. Its body was shining brightly. Fang Yuan had completely saved it. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan started to activate this Immortal Gu. Chapter 12:17. According to what Lu Yong knows, if Lu tribe wants to capture me, it should be that Lu Chong. But he is a light path Gu immortal. Even if I kill him, my immortal aperture cannot be annexed. Why should I take this risk? Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon and flew towards the west. While flying, he soul-searched Lu Yong. This time, Fang Yuan was going to retreat. If he continued, he would not have enough time. There was no need to fight to the death with Lu tribe's Gu immortals. If he did that, the risk would be huge, and the benefits would be small. Along the way, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Indeed, Red Date Immortal Essence was very durable. If it were before, would Fang Yuan, who only had Green Grape Immortal Essence, dare to use it for so long? What was out of Fang Yuan's expectations was that during the entire retreat, he did not see any traces of Lu tribe's Gu immortals. He did not know that Lu Chong had wasted a lot of time in order to escort his sister back. It was too late to chase him. As for the other 2 Lu tribe Gu immortals, they chased after him, but they could not catch up to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan entered Taichio again, these 2 Lu tribe Gu immortals could only watch from afar. Using the Gu formation, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan is back. Sixth Hair immediately received the news. He had a complex feeling, because now, he knew that Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Kunxing. Most importantly, Fang Yuan used his own battle strength when he turned into an ancient sword dragon, not the upper extreme heavenly eagle. How did his battle strength rise so much? And recently he has been in a hurry, going in and out. What is he doing? Sixth Hair was feeling very uneasy. Looking at Fang Yuan's busy appearance, he felt as if he was looking at Fang Yuan's back, looking at him sprinting on the road ahead. Sixth Hair wanted to drag Fang Yuan down. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan's development, but he was powerless. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle, he felt discouraged. Rank 8 battle strength. Sixth Hair still did not know the truth, so he could only hope that Fang Yuan did not have many heaven crystals. It was difficult to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It would be best if we could starve this upper extreme heavenly eagle to death. Sixth Hair could only think of this. I don't have enough heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city and inspected his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Sixth Hair's idea was indeed reasonable. Heavenly crystals were rank 8 immortal materials. Jewel Yellow Skies rarely sold them. As for Fang Yuan's side, he did not have enough heaven crystals to begin with, and most of them were obtained by exchanging resources from Heavenly Lord Baizu. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle continued to grow, and the heaven crystal reserves were almost depleted. It doesn't matter. Let's use the contribution points to exchange for a batch first. Next, use an immortal killer move on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to slow its growth. Since there was a method in He Fan's true inheritance that could speed up the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth, there was naturally a corresponding method that had the opposite effect. However, Fang Yuan only used some sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals. He did not use an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan was not familiar with this killer move yet. He needed to practice it several times. Otherwise, if the killer move failed, Not only would it be harmful to Fang Yuan, it would also cause damage to the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Secondly, this immortal killer move needed to be activated for 3 days to succeed. Fang Yuan did not have enough time. Fang Yuan returned and left. Using the super teleportation goo formation, he went to another corner of northern plains. Undeniably, the super goo formation that land spirit of Langia created was too convenient. Fang Yuan lacked fixed immortal travel, but using this goo formation, Fang Yuan could enjoy the convenience of fixed immortal travel. Choosing an empty corner, Fang Yuan threw out Lu Yong's corpse. His immortal aperture fell in. Fang Yuan entered. Lu Yong left behind a land spirit. It was a dog with black curly hair. The requirement was, gather 20 dog desolate beasts for this blessed land. Fang Yuan easily accomplished it. A few days later, he successfully annexed this blessed land. The sovereign immortal aperture gained another piece of territory. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had annexed many immortal apertures recently. The entire sovereign immortal aperture space grew by a small margin. But because the sovereign immortal aperture was already huge, the increase in space was not eye-catching. What followed was, there was another obvious change: land spirits. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture now had more than 10 land spirits. Some looked like spirit snakes, some looked like star cores, some looked like black dogs. They were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own areas. Fang Yuan had left behind a lot of immortal essence and goo worms for them. A lot of the immortal essence was left behind by their main bodies. It was not Fang Yuan's own green grape immortal essence, or red date immortal essence. Other people's immortal essence was called variant immortal essence. It had a very limited use. Its greatest use was to activate immortal goo houses. Back then, Fang Yuan obtained a sum of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Almost all of it was used to activate graceful chaotic dual stage. It shone brilliantly in Etion Mountain. But after swapping souls, some of Giant Sun's immortal essence fell into Wuxia's hands. It was worth mentioning that immortal goo houses had fixed methods, but their power would fluctuate according to the amount of immortal essence used. After completely absorbing Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land, Fang Yuan found that his calamities and tribulations could only advance once. It seems that with my rank 7 cultivation level, the effect of annexing a rank 6 blessed land is somewhat negligible. The real effect should be on a rank 7 immortal aperture. Fang Yuan realized this, his gaze turned deep. It is a little difficult. In the goo immortal world of the 5 regions, rank 6 goo immortals were the most common. Rank 7 goo immortals were rare. They could not compare to rank 6. Rank 7 blessed lands could only be annexed by Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan only had Grandmaster attainment level in 5 paths. Among them, there were very few rank 7 goo immortals who cultivated blood path, strength path, and wisdom path. He could have star path and transformation path. But this way, Fang Yuan's choices would be greatly reduced. He would not be as free as when he annexed those rank 6 blessed lands. But facing such a situation, Fang Yuan already had a way to resolve it. He looked far away. That was the direction of southern border. How can I get in? Just familiar face can disguise my appearance. But if I interact with them, there will be many flaws. This is a headache. Fang Yuan had no clue about this. He was not in a hurry to leave northern plains. He was waiting for everyone's reaction. Lu Guanyi was extremely vicious. He suddenly attacked Lu tribe's base, killed Lu Yong, and plundered Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. The news quickly spread throughout northern plains goo immortal world. The righteous path forces were furious. Gong Wanting's expression also changed when she received this news. She questioned Chu Du on the spot and challenged Domination Immortal. Chu Sek's side was also shocked and surprised. They had been looking forward to Fang Yuan's return, but Fang Yuan ignored the bloody battle. He went to loot Lu tribe alone. Such audacity, such unbridled behavior. Lu tribe was Chu Du's enemy. It was because of the battle between Chu Du and Lu tribe that Chu Du's reputation soared. He was given the title of Domination Immortal. But now that Lu tribe suffered a setback, Chu Du was not happy. This brother Lu is too reckless. Chu Du's good impression of Fang Yuan completely vanished. He did not want any of his Gu immortals to do such a thing. Fang Yuan's actions completely broke the rules. He destroyed the tacit understanding between both sides. Chu Du was infuriated. Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had the same feeling as him. Even Yi Lui Kunxing's death could not make these two rank 8 Gu immortals happy or worried. But when they first heard about Fang Yuan attacking Lu tribe, they frowned at the same time. This is rad sh*t. It will spoil the entire pot of soup. Lu Guanyi is not a righteous path member. The two rank 8 Gu immortals gave their judgment to Fang Yuan. Originally, both sides had agreed that there should be a bottom line when fighting. It was like two kids fighting. They had agreed that they could hit other places, but not their faces. Fang Yuan's actions were not only a slap to their faces. The negative impact was something that the righteous path Gu immortals did not want to see. On the spot, Chu Du announced, Lu Guanyi's actions were his own will. He was not instructed by anyone. To prove his innocence and Chu sect's stance, Chu Du announced the expulsion of Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi was no longer the second supreme elder of Chu sect. So decisive, Fang Yuan sighed. He was still holding the letter Gu that Chu Du sent him. In the letter, Chu Du's tone was very polite. He expressed his helplessness. The situation was urgent. He had to expel Lu Guanyi from the sect. Back then, Chu Du still hoped that Lu Guanyi would stay. He was willing to work with him in the future. Be it Fang Yuan's immortal tribulation tempering aperture, or the crazed demon agreement, Chu Du chose to continue working with Fang Yuan in secret. It was just that in public, the two of them would be opposing each other. At the same time, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang sent orders, denouncing Fang Yuan's demonic actions. They wanted Fang Yuan's head until he was executed. This was a righteous path game. There was no need for demons to act. The three sides directly kicked Fang Yuan out of the game, even though Fang Yuan's battle strength was something that Chu Du's side needed. Fang Yuan's plan to disrupt Northern Plains had failed. Not just that, Lu Guanyi's identity was wanted by Northern Plains' righteous path. Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, they are not so easy to scheme against. Fang Yuan smiled, but he did not care too much. Not to mention the fact that Lu Guanyi was a fake identity that he had casually created. So what if it was real? His main connections in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world were with the variant humans. At the same time, he was preparing to go to Southern Border. Even though Fang Yuan was still paying attention to the situation in Northern Plains, his focus was on that giant dream realm. Southern Border, oh Southern Border, I am back. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, is this considered a glorious return? Fang Yuan had a complex smile. Chapter 12:18. He could hear the sound of the wind blowing. The grassland below was moving backwards rapidly as Fang Yuan flew. After more than 10 days of travel, the huge green regional wall had already appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He felt that Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power was weakening rapidly. Someone is deducing about me again. Fang Yuan realized. He quickly activated Dark Limit Immortal Gu to resist the power of the deductions. Fang Yuan had encountered such a situation many times before. Recently, Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Kunxing and seized 2 of Lu tribe's resources. Not only did he plunder everything, he even killed Lu tribe's rank 6 enslavement path Gu immortal Lu Yong. Thus, when Fang Yuan left Northern Plains, he encountered many deductions targeting him. The frequency was much higher than before. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, and also had Dark Limit Immortal Gu to protect him. But Dark Limit Immortal Gu had a weakness. After activating it, it needed to rest for a long time before it could be used again. Fang Yuan had to consider this, to avoid a situation where he could not activate Dark Limit Immortal Gu when he wanted to use it. Nurture, use, refine. The usage of Gu was broad and profound. Depending on the Gu worm, there were different things to pay attention to. Lu tribe. 3 Lu tribe Gu immortals stood in the Gu formation, expending their immortal essence to maintain the Gu formation's operation. After a while the Gu formation stopped. The 3 Gu immortals stopped. Failed again. Outside the Gu formation, the rank 7 light path expert Lu Chang rubbed his shoehorn face, saying in a bad tone, "We have failed, Lord Lu Chang. We are extremely ashamed." The 3 Lu tribe Gu immortals lowered their heads and sighed. Their expressions were ugly. Lu Chang snorted coldly, looking at the 3 immortals in dissatisfaction. But his tone softened. "Forget it. Our Lu tribe does not have wisdom path Gu immortals. Only this Gu formation can achieve the effect of wisdom path deductions. Next, I will go and find Tianxia Xian for help. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Lord Lu Chang. We cannot deduce anything. It is not because the Gu formation is weak. It is because the other party has powerful defensive methods that counter other people's deductions," the leader of the 3 Gu immortals said. "So that's how it is." Lu Chang's face darkened. He muttered, "The other party is a transformation path Gu immortal. He is proficient in ancient sword dragon transformation. How can he have such a method?" However, it was hard to say. The transformation Dao was said to be able to reflect all Daos with one Dao. But it was more likely that Lu Guanyi had other people helping him. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Although he exiled Lu Guanyi, I don't believe that he would just watch with folded arms. None of these rogue cultivators are good people. Speaking of this, Lu Zhangjiu gritted his teeth, and his expression became very ferocious. Lu Guanyi plundered 2 of Lu tribe's resource points, and even killed Lu tribe's Gu immortals. Where would Lu tribe's face go? Lu Chang had been ordered to kill Lu Guanyi, but after so many days, he had not made any progress. Previously, for the sake of his sister's safety, he didn't chase after Fang Yuan in time. This matter is within the family. It caused a very bad reaction. Right now, Lu Chang was under huge pressure. He wanted nothing more than to meet Fang Yuan at the next moment. "Lu Guanyi, you coward, where are you?" Lu Chang was extremely gloomy. He did not know that he would become even more gloomy in the following days. Because Fang Yuan had already left northern plains and went to another region. Like Lu Chang, Yi Lui tribe was also vexed. Yi Lui Kunxing died in Fang Yuan's hands. Yi Lui tribe would definitely take revenge. Right now, Fang Yuan had already been expelled from Chu sect. Yi Lui tribe immediately took action to investigate and hunt down Fang Yuan. The Gu immortals they sent out were not weaker than Lu Chang. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had already left northern plains. Fang Yuan successfully passed through the Licorice regional wall. Inside this mystical regional wall that surrounded the whole of northern plains, there was green fog everywhere. The fog was filled with bright lights and shadows, like wild grass leaves, like a sea of snakes, or like strands of hair, constantly intertwining and intertwining. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, however, had no obstruction at all. After passing through the Licorice regional wall, Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water regional wall. When he passed through the Blue Water regional wall, he arrived at Eastern Sea's territory. His aura had completely changed. He had become an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. This was also one of the wondrous characteristics of the sovereign immortal body. Wherever Fang Yuan went, he could perfectly blend in with the surroundings, as if he was born and raised here. Unlike other Gu immortals, the aura of other regions was very obvious. Tribulation was even more troublesome. He had to return to his hometown to undergo tribulation. Otherwise, if he absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions, it would be very bad. After entering Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan did not rush. He went to Qingyu Blessed Land and rested for a while. This blessed land was left behind by Gu immortal Lu Qingyu. After he was killed by Fang Yuan, the Duckland spirit was also successfully controlled by Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan again, the Duckland spirit was very excited. It quacked and jumped up and down. Fang Yuan consoled it warmly, making the Duckland spirit shed tears. "Quack, quack, quack. I knew Master did not abandon me." Regretfully, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not high enough. He could not annex this blessed land formed from a rank 7 immortal aperture. Fang Yuan rested here for a while. The most important thing was to wait for Dark Limit Immortal Gu to recover. Because this blessed land was a world of its own, no matter who tried to deduce Fang Yuan during this period, there was no effect, and it would not increase the loss of Dark Limit's effect. When Dark Limit Immortal Gu could be used again, Fang Yuan used it on himself without hesitation. After replenishing it, Fang Yuan left Qingyu Blessed Land and went to the turbulent flow sea area. Going back and forth, he spent a lot of time in the turbulent flow, but he finally entered City Well. City Well had many immortal apertures. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to enter, annexing a small portion of the Blessed Land's immortal apertures. Fang Yuan went through 2 calamities and tribulations, but the effect was not ideal. The remaining immortal apertures were mostly water path. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was only ordinary. After leaving this place, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to set off. He was still hiding in Qingyu Blessed Land. After some time, when Dark Limit Immortal Gu was about to recover, he left. He continued on his journey. After leaving Northern Plains and entering Eastern Sea, those deductions from Northern Plains became weaker and weaker. With every deduction, the weakening of Dark Limit on Fang Yuan's body became weaker and weaker. Fang Yuan was already very different from before. Not only did he have a deep understanding of providence, he knew how to defend against it. He also had Dark Limit Immortal Gu and many wisdom path methods. Of course, most importantly, his cultivation level and battle strength had risen by many times. Compared to the time after the Battle of Heaven Rising Mountain, when Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains from southern border, it was a huge difference. Right now, if Fang Yuan encountered a group of ancient cloud beasts, he would not be chased around. The one in danger would not be Fang Yuan. It would be ancient cloud beasts. Looking back, Fang Yuan felt deeply. After obtaining the sovereign immortal body, his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. As expected of Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, Zombie Alliance and others, they spent close to 100,000 years of effort and hard work to create this super achievement. Of course, the more outstanding the sovereign immortal body, the deeper the hatred between Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect. This hatred was irreconcilable. Fang Yuan often worried about Wuxia and the others. It was a pity. Wuxia and the others were very slippery. Fang Yuan could not find their location. Otherwise, even if Fang Yuan had to give up on annexing immortal apertures, he had to get rid of these huge threats first. Dozens of days later, Fang Yuan finally passed through Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall and Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall, officially stepping into Southern Border. Interestingly, be it Fang Yuan or Wuxia or the others, they did not know that they were already in the same region. I heard that the Righteous Path Gu Immortals have joined forces to create a huge defensive Gu formation at the ruins of Etian Mountain. I should go and take a look first. Fang Yuan had no idea how to enter the giant dream realm. He decided to gather information first. He flew towards the southwest direction. The flying route was full of twists and turns. Considering Providence, if Fang Yuan took a straight route, it would give Providence a chance to make arrangements in advance. Someone is deducing about me again. While flying, Fang Yuan found that Dark Limit Immortal Gu's effect was weakening. He found it funny. Northern Plains and Southern Border were separated by 2 regions. This greatly reduced the risk of deductions on Fang Yuan. As expected, in Northern Plains Myriad Bean Garden, Gu Immortal Tianxia Xian returned half of the payment to Lu Chang. Lu Chang's expression was ugly. He had a look of disbelief. What? Even you can't deduce it? Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Wisdom Path deductions are not omnipotent. I have already tried my best. I am very sorry. Lu Chang left Myriad Bean Garden very slowly. He was very troubled. He was also somewhat perplexed. If even the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Tianxia Xian, could not deduce Lu Guanyi's location, who could? Lu Guanyi, you better pray that you don't meet me Lu Chang from now on. Lu Chang was determined. His gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. No matter how much killing intent he had, Fang Yuan was living well. Oh, you stopped deducing. Hee. When these people pay a greater price and suffer more, they should be able to restrain themselves. Fang Yuan smiled. Northern Plains, snowy mountain. Ma Hongyan looked at Lady Wanshou who was approaching. He stared at her fiercely. Come, you vicious woman. Lady Wanshou sneered, stuffing the lightning ball into Ma Hongyan's chest again. Crack, crack, crack. Ma Hongyan's body shook intensely. Smoke was rising from his body from the lightning. Guh. Lady Wanshou coughed out blood, her expression pale. Why did I fail again? Her eyes were red. After failing so many times, her previous graceful bearing was gradually disappearing. Ma Hongyan forced himself to stay conscious. He groaned weakly. How would I know? Actually, I don't want to fail either. Succeed once and let me die. Everything will be over once I die. I won't have to suffer such torture again. Saying so, Ma Hongyan could not hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Chapter 12:19. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A yellow-haired female monkey climbed and jumped, running towards Fang Yuan. The yellow-haired monkey stood in front of Fang Yuan, passing the peach in its arms to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it speechlessly, before casually throwing it to the ground under the tree. The female monkey stared blankly for a moment before waving its arms and jumping around in front of Fang Yuan, shouting loudly, causing the branches under Fang Yuan's feet to tremble, the lush leaves rustling as they rubbed against each other. Fang Yuan covered his face, sighing as he lowered his head. The female monkey approached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked the female monkey off the cliff. The female monkey was kicked down the tree. It gritted its teeth in pain. Looking at Fang Yuan, the adoration in its eyes was replaced by fear. It limped away dejectedly. At this moment, not only did Fang Yuan's appearance change, his entire body had turned from a human into a male monkey. Precisely because of this, the female monkey took the initiative to express her love to him. This was the peak of a nameless mountain range. Fang Yuan had been here for half a month. He had been hiding in the form of a monkey. He concealed his identity, observing the Super Gu formation. Indeed, in front of him was the location of the giant dream realm. Unfortunately, the giant dream realm was completely concealed by the righteous path's Gu formation. Looking at it with the naked eye, one would only see an illusory scene of green mountains. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods, he could only see the outer appearance. He could not see the inside of the Gu formation. Unfortunately, my strongest investigative killer move is 3 breaths future vision. It cannot deal with this Super Gu formation. There should be many immortal Gu in this Super Gu formation. The person who set up this Gu formation is Qi Clan's Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. This person is a formation path Great Grandmaster. His strongest immortal Gu formation is called 329 Pools Formation. Qi Clan's Gu immortals had once fought during the 5 regions chaotic war. Using this formation, they killed many central continent Gu immortals. This formation is Qi Chuyu's masterpiece in his later years. He is still far from death. But maybe I can speculate. This Super Gu formation in front of me has the style of the 329 Pool formation. There are formations within formations, layers upon layers. Right now, this Gu formation is only using a portion of its power. The immortal Gu have not even been activated. After all, activating immortal Gu expends immortal essence. Even so, according to my observations these days, I alone cannot destroy a Gu formation of this level. Not to mention, there were righteous path Gu immortals residing in this Gu formation. At least 13 people. There were a total of 13 super forces of the southern border. The Super Gu formation here was built after every family invested a lot. To protect their own interests, each clan would send at least 1 Gu immortal to guard it. These Gu immortals were often the elites of their clans, otherwise, they would not be able to control the situation. The defense is too tight. I want to enter this place and unravel the dream. It's impossible to attack by force, so I can only use my wits. Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head. But how to outsmart him? Fang Yuan was also clueless. There was no direction at all. Because this problem had already implicated the entire southern border righteous path. These righteous path forces had already allied together. They were a solid block. The distribution of benefits was also very reasonable. Fang Yuan was alone. Even though his cultivation level was rank 7, against such a colossus, it was not enough. It was not without reason that these righteous path forces could stand until now and monopolize most of southern border's cultivation resources. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan tried to disrupt northern plains, he was resisted by the righteous path forces, Chu Du and the rest. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. But because of the factor of providence, the advantage of rebirth, it was actually quite small. And most importantly, this giant dream realm. There were also Gu formations that had never appeared in his previous life. Thus, Fang Yuan's understanding of this place was very limited. What should I do? Fang Yuan was very troubled. And Bai Ning Bing, who had come to Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, looked at the land spirit in front of her with the same troubled expression. I broke through the 30th floor of the hall. I had overcome all obstacles to meet you. But you say that you cannot acknowledge me as your master? Bai Ning Bing looked at Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit. His face was covered in a layer of ice. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit was a small old man. He smoked as he sat on the stairs, looking at Bai Ning Bing. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Sigh, youngsters nowadays are so impatient. When you entered the Grotto Heaven, I did transmit to you that you would be able to meet me after passing through the 30th floor of the hall. But I did not say that I would acknowledge you as my master. Being able to pass through here means that you have obtained the initial qualification. You can take the next test. What is the next test? Bai Ning Bing asked coldly. Retrieve an immortal material. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit looked at Bai Ning Bing as he snickered. He had a wretched expression. What immortal material? Where is it? Bai Ning Bing asked. Do you see that huge hole at the top of the hall? Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit pointed above him as he said. I saw it as soon as I saw it. It's too obvious. Bai Ning Bing replied bluntly. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit sighed again. This immortal Gu House 30 Heavenly Hall's greatest use is to store large amounts of immortal materials. But thousands of years ago, an immortal material that was stored at the highest level broke through the ceiling and escaped. What did you say? Bai Ning Bing was surprised. Don't be so shocked, young man. This world is huge beyond your imagination. The profundities of all living beings will allow you to experience the greatness of nature in your life. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit sighed. Stop nagging, get to the point. Bai Ning Bing interrupted him mercilessly. Sigh. Young man, you are so impatient. Listening to an old man's nagging is a good thing for you. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit sighed. Bai Ning Bing was silent. He only looked at Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit with his blue eyes. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit took another puff of his pipe. All right, I will tell you. What I want you to subdue is a ball of flame. It is hidden in the depths of the sea to the west. Normally, you will not be able to find it, because it can fuse with any seawater. There is no distinction between them. But every once in a while, it would come to the surface of the sea and play. At that time, it will be your chance. Bai Ning Bing followed Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit's instructions, and went to the sea to the west. The sea was huge, it was boundless. It was grand and majestic. Bai Ning Bing stayed here for more than 10 days. Finally, it was the chance that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. Swish, swish, swish. Countless huge waves were created on the sea. Each of them was over 100 feet tall. The usually gentle and silent sea turned into a roaring beast at this moment. The beauty and ferocity of the tsunami made Bai Ning Bing, who was seeing it for the first time, feel a surge of emotions. Next, he flew into the sky. He saw the immortal material that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. It was a small lump of flame. The flame was orange and round. It was the size of an adult's fist. It was burning. The light it emitted formed the shape of a flying dragon. It moved around the orange fireball. Bai Ningbing, who had always been expressionless, showed a rare look of shock on his face. Light of Tao marks, and it seems to be alive. This is a rank 9 immortal material. Rank 9 immortal materials were rare in the world. They could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. Bai Ningbing did not expect that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit wanted him to take it. It was actually a rank 9 immortal material. This was out of his capabilities. Bai Ningbing had to take the risk and activate the immortal goo in his body. He formed a unique method to contacting Wuxia. Didn't I tell you not to contact me? If Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit senses it, it will be bad. Wuxia said. I encountered a problem. I want to take a rank 9 immortal material. It is a lump of orange flame. Hearing Bai Ningbing's description, Wuxia's expression changed. You said its light of Tao marks is like a group of flying dragons? The surrounding seawater is moving outwards, as if it is afraid of this flame? That is indeed the case. There is a huge hole around the flame. There is not a single drop of seawater in the surroundings. I can see the sea at the bottom of the hole. Moreover, the size of this hole is still expanding, Bai Ningbing added. Wuxia's expression changed again. This time his voice was trembling. You must have read The Legends of Renzu. This is one of the 3 flames of heaven, earth and human. Raging wave rising dragon fire. Raging wave rising dragon fire. Bai Ningbing heard this and was tongue-tied. She was stunned. Bai Ningbing asked again. Then what should I do? Wuxia sighed. It is very difficult. With your cultivation level, there is basically no hope of subduing this wildfire alone. However, this fire is not wild. It was subdued by Bai Xiang before, so there is still a chance. I have 3 methods for you. Try them all. What are my chances of success? Bai Ningbing asked. Wuxia smiled bitterly. I have no confidence. There is a chance of success, but the chances are small. It will depend on your luck. The communication between the two was very short. To avoid being exposed, Wuxia cut off the connection. Wuxia's expression was not bright. His mind was shrouded in darkness. Of the 3 flames of heaven, earth and human, I am afraid only my main body will have a higher chance of success. It seems that I need to help Bai Ningbing. If he fails, it will be very disadvantageous to my plan. Wuxia decided to help. Even though he was far from Bai Ningbing, and the latter was trapped in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven with the Heavenly Spirit watching over her. Wuxia had many methods to help Bai Ningbing. First of all, luck. Wuxia's immortal killer move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. He activated this killer move again. The first time he used it was in the Super Goo formation in Central Continent's Earth Abyss. At that time, Wuxia wanted to refine fixed immortal travel. He burned his own soul, causing his luck to rise rapidly. Of course, he failed in the end. This was because Celestial Court had already refined fixed immortal travel before him. Immortal goo were unique. No matter how good Wuxia's luck was, he could not refine a second fixed immortal travel that existed at the same time. Before Bai Ningbing took action, Wuxia had used Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link his luck to himself. Right now, Bai Ningbing wanted to subdue the rank 9 immortal material Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. He could not use any more methods. Wuxia could only use luck to help Bai Ningbing. On the other hand, near the periphery of the giant dream realm, there's a situation. Fang Yuan, who had turned into a monkey, quickly shrunk into the branches. 2 Goo Immortals appeared. They were standing under the tree that Fang Yuan was on. The peach that Fang Yuan had thrown down earlier was beside one of the Goo Immortals. Brother Luo, thank you. A Goo Immortal said. I can bring you in. But if anything happens and you are discovered, it has nothing to do with me. The other Goo Immortal said. Chapter 12:20. What? Hearing the conversation of the 2 Goo Immortals below the tree, Fang Yuan's ears immediately perked up. He directly came out of the bushes and appeared above the 2 Goo Immortals, squatting on a tree branch and looking down. For Feng Yuan, who had transformed into a monkey, curiosity was a very appropriate reaction. The two Gu immortals did not even raise their heads. But Feng Yuan was very clear that these two Gu immortals had already activated their investigative methods. They had already discovered Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan's familiar face was a rank 8 immortal killer move. It was completely above the two Gu immortals. The two Gu immortals did not suspect anything. They continued to talk. One of them said, "Brother Luo, don't worry. I only became interested after hearing Lady White Rabbit's words. I want to come into contact with the legendary dream realm and try my own fortuitous encounter. I, Jiao Leizi, might be a lone cultivator, but I am a man of my word. Since I agreed to you and set the Information Path Alliance agreement, I naturally will not do anything out of line. Precisely because you have such credibility, Jiao Leizi, us brothers are willing to come into contact with you. Otherwise, you would not even have met me. Come with me. Later, when we enter the entrance of the formation, you can say that you are a member of Luo tribe. You are here to bring immortal Gu for my brother." The Gu immortal surnamed Luo turned around and left, explaining to him as he walked. On the other side, the lone cultivator who called himself Jiao Leizi followed closely behind, listening attentively. Feng Yuan sat on the tree branch, watching them leave. He even followed them and brazenly jumped several trees. Only when the two Gu immortals disappeared did he stop and look around, letting out a confused cry. His disguise was extremely realistic. He displayed the demeanor of a transformation path grandmaster. From start to finish, these two Gu immortals did not suspect anything. Interesting. Feng Yuan shrunk back to the tree branch, his eyes shining brightly as excitement surged in his heart. He had unexpectedly encountered the secret transaction of two Gu immortals. These two Gu immortals had coincidentally chosen to meet on this mountain peak, and had even landed right in front of Feng Yuan's eyes. His luck was truly not bad. Listen to their voices. Evidently, a righteous path Gu immortal in the defensive Gu formation had made a shady transaction with the lone cultivator Gu immortal Jiao Leizi. The righteous path Gu immortals led the way for Jiao Leizi, letting him enter the defensive Gu formation and try to find the fortuitous encounter. As for Jiao Leizi's thoughts, Feng Yuan scoffed. "Do you think it's so easy to encounter this dreamland opportunity without a specific dream Dao technique? What kind of opportunity can there be? And that righteous path Gu immortal calls himself Luo. He is probably a member of the Super Force Luo clan." There were a total of 13 righteous path super forces in southern border, and they were scattered all over southern border, dominating a region. The Luo family was one of them. Can I use this channel to penetrate the defensive Gu formation and enter the dream realm? Unavoidably, a thought flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. He took one last look at the illusion of the grand formation in front of him, then turned around and left. Feng Yuan transformed into a monkey and rapidly leaped through the trees, climbing down the mountain and trekking nonstop. After spending more than half a day, he finally left the original mountain. He continued like this. After climbing several mountains, Feng Yuan deactivated his transformation and returned to his original appearance. He had a cautious nature. Near the Super Gu formation, if he suddenly transformed and used an immortal killer move, it could attract the attention of the righteous path Gu immortals. This distance should be quite safe, Feng Yuan inwardly assessed. He was not sure, because he had no knowledge or concept of this Super Gu formation. However, even if the righteous path Gu immortals found his traces, it would not matter. I don't believe that after this righteous path Super Gu formation is set up, the demonic path and lone immortals will not come and probe. Feng Yuan's guess was not wrong. The Battle of Etian Mountain, like a ball of lightning, the calm and tranquil lake in southern borders Gu immortal world was blown into a state of chaos, causing huge waves to form in it. The Battle of Etian Mountain involved the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage to begin with. It attracted the attention of southern borders various forces and countless Gu immortals. After that, the battle between the righteous and demonic Gu immortals affected the entire southern border Gu immortal world. But in the end, Etion Mountain suddenly erupted in a huge battle. Everything was destroyed. The Gu immortals who participated in the battle all died. Meanwhile, Etion Mountain's ruins were mysteriously covered by a huge external manifestation dream realm. This made it impossible for the southern border Gu immortals to investigate Etion Mountain's ruins. The parties involved, be it the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, or Feng Yuan, all kept this a secret. The southern border Gu immortals were still in the dark. Ever since the Righteous Path took the initiative to set up a grand Gu formation around the giant dream realm, the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals were not willing to give up. Many of them went to the Gu formation to scout for information. The Righteous Path Gu immortals found traces of these people many times, but as long as they did not charge into the Gu formation, they turned a blind eye. Feng Yuan chose an ordinary cave and waited patiently for several days. He finally waited for Jiao Leizi to leave the defensive Gu formation. Jiao Leizi did not hide his actions. The direction he left was the same as the one he came from. Since Jiao Leizi disguised himself as a Luo clan Gu immortal, he had to be brazen when he left, otherwise he would seem guilty. Feng Yuan's gaze was fixed on Jiao Leizi. Seeing him fly away, Feng Yuan also followed him. The two flew for a while before Jiao Leizi suddenly slowed down, stopping at the peak of a nameless mountain. He turned around and looked at Feng Yuan. "Sir, you have been following me for so long. I wonder what is the matter?" Jiao Leizi did not show any signs of hostility, because when Feng Yuan was following him, he showed his traces, allowing Jiao Leizi to discover him. He also used attitude Gu to express his goodwill, allowing Jiao Leizi to sense it. Thus, Jiao Leizi did not show any animosity towards Feng Yuan, but he was still wary. "I am sorry to disturb you." Feng Yuan bowed, explaining his intentions very politely. Jiao Leizi's expression eased after hearing Feng Yuan's words. It turned out that Feng Yuan was a lone cultivator in the mountains. He was very curious about dream realms. He had heard rumors that Jiao Leizi had a way to bribe Righteous Path Gu immortals, allowing him to enter the defensive Gu formation and enter the dream realm personally, to see if he could trigger any fortuitous encounter. Feng Yuan thus waited outside for a long time. When Jiao Leizi finally came out, he followed him. So news of this has already spread. Even an outsider, like you, can easily find out about it. Jiao Leizi did not suspect anything. He laughed. "Come with me. You want to enter the dream realm to test your immortal fortuitous encounter. This is human nature. However, I am not the middleman. I will bring you to see Lady White Rabbit." Jiao Leizi was very enthusiastic. Even though he did not know Feng Yuan had the aura of a southern border Gu immortal. It could not be faked. Furthermore, southern border was the region with the most hidden cultivators among the 5 regions. This was the style of southern border. Many Gu immortals did not know about their immortal ascension until they died. In less than a day's journey, Feng Yuan met Lady White Rabbit under Jiao Leizi's lead. This female Gu immortal was around 16 years old. She had ruby red eyes, a cute round face, and large shining eyes. Her lips were slightly protruding. She spoke very quickly. Words kept popping out of his mouth. The scene of meeting Lady White Rabbit made Feng Yuan feel very surprised, because this Lady White Rabbit had directly placed a mortal Gu house on the mountain peak. Many Demonic Path and Lone Immortals were entering and exiting this Gu house. "I specialize in dream realm business. You have come to the right place. If you want to enter the dream realm, I have the most reliable method. It will depend on how much you can pay. The higher the price, the faster you can enter the dream realm. Who knows? You might be able to find your immortal fortuitous encounter earlier." Lady White Rabbit said this and raised her thumb, facing Feng Yuan. She pointed at the wall behind her. There were all kinds of small signs hanging there. The names of the people on the signs were written. "There are 5 more people in the queue." Jiao Leizi looked inside. "You need to know how important immortal fortuitous encounters are." Lady White Rabbit continued to look at Feng Yuan. She listed several historical examples before adding, "You must know about the prophecy of the 3 venerables, right? Dream realm. This concerns great dream immortal venerables' fortuitous encounter. Think about it. If you become the future great dream immortal venerable, what will happen? Even if you only encounter a trace of a fortuitous encounter, it will definitely change your current situation. If you don't do it, if you don't try, how will you know you can't do it? It is like this. Even if you know you can't do it, you will not regret it in the future. Jiao Lazy added. A dream realm that is so precious to the righteous path Gu immortals. It is so rare for us to have such an opportunity. That's right, this is just the beginning, so the righteous path is not very strict. Lady White Rabbit continued, deliberately provoking Fang Yuan. After some time, it will be different. This business won't last long. It will depend on whether you can grab hold of this opportunity. How much will I have to pay? Fang Yuan pretended to be hesitant. Lady White Rabbit gave a number. Fang Yuan showed some hesitation. I will consider it. All right, consider it carefully. Lady White Rabbit smiled. Her attitude was still very polite. At this time, a female Gu immortal walked towards the counter. Lady White Rabbit's smile immediately became more enthusiastic. She gave up on Fang Yuan and went to greet her. Sister Miao Yin, are you here to try another fortuitous encounter? That female Gu immortal nodded, saying, I feel that if we change to another location and enter the dream realm, we will definitely have different gains. There were many Gu immortals in the mortal Gu house. They came and went. Lady White Rabbit was not the only one serving them. There were signs hanging on the wall from time to time. Fang Yuan walked out of the mortal Gu house and said goodbye to Jiao Lazy. You can consider it, but in my opinion, it is better to make a decision as soon as possible. You cannot delay. You have seen this situation. The more you decide, the more Gu immortals there will be in front of you. Time cannot be delayed. Jiao Lazy instructed before leaving. Fang Yuan thanked him profusely as he left. What, that person has not made up his mind yet? Lady White Rabbit asked Jiao Lazy after she finished greeting Sister Miao Yin. He said he needs to consider. Sigh. I thought I could earn a sum of recommendation fees to make up for my losses. Jiao Lazy smiled bitterly in disappointment. Jiao Lazy, you have a lot of wealth. Why are you complaining about being poor in front of me? Lady White Rabbit smiled. However, I see that this person you brought is probably a secluded cultivator in the mountains. He is poor and does not have much resources. Otherwise, why would he leave immediately? Those with some wealth would have to wait here for a while the first time they come. Jiao Lazy smiled bitterly. How can I have a lot of wealth? Thank you, Miss White Rabbit, for your praise. To speak the truth, this price is not cheap. I feel quite the heartache. Lady White Rabbit smiled, revealing her white teeth. This is a business. It requires both parties to be willing. The higher the price, naturally, was because it was worth the price. This concerns great dream immortal venerables fortuitous encounter. What do you think? Jiao Lazy nodded and suddenly made up his mind. He said in a low voice, I'll give you another set of resources. I want to try again. Chapter 12:21. Wu Duxiu slowly opened her eyes. It's a new day. She muttered in her mind. A rank 8 immortal Gu was flying around in this small house. Food path immortal Gu medicinal fragrance. This was a healing immortal Gu. It filled the entire house with a thick medicinal fragrance. But Wu Duxiu's body had an intense aura of decay. The medicinal fragrance could not conceal it. The two smells mixed together. Even a Gu immortal would find it hard to endure. Every day that passed was one day less. Wu Duxiu knew that she was close to the end of her life. Right now, she was lying on the bed, looking at the house. Her heart was filled with tranquility. Once upon a time, when she was still a rank 6 Gu immortal, because she fell in love with a demonic path Gu cultivator, she was punished by the clan. She was imprisoned in this hut, grounded for 50 years. But to think that this would become her immortal opportunity. It turned out that in this house, there was a great expert inheritance of Wu clan's ancestor. Wu Duxiu obtained it and cultivated in secret. Her strength rose rapidly. She even used the blessed land of this great expert to meet with her lover in secret. Wu Clan's Gu immortals did not expect that Wu Duxiu would violate Wu Clan's rules right under their noses. In those years, Wu Duxiu enjoyed herself. She was immersed in unparalleled bliss. Back then, she was a young and beautiful girl. She did not know the viciousness of humans. She could not tell that her lover had ulterior motives. Time passed. After thousands of years, Wu Duxiu returned to this place. She was on the brink of death. Her lifespan was near its end. Her lifespan could only be counted by heaven and earth. This old man's entire body was filled with vicissitudes of life and exhaustion. His cloudy eyes seemed to have leaped over thousands of years of time, looking back at the past. In the past, when they were young, the laughter in this small house appeared in his mind bit by bit. In these memories, it was as if spring was always shining brightly. The windows of the house were opened. The gentle wind carried the fragrance of flowers and the smell of grass. She entered the house mischievously. A young girl beautiful as a flower. She had a pair of clear eyes. She was extremely alluring. She sang in the house. She cleaned the house and did many mortal chores. But she was very happy. She was extremely excited. At that time, joy came so easily. But as they grew older, this simple happiness was getting further and further away from them. As for that lover, Wu Duxiu's first love, she had already forgotten him. The impression was blurred. He had caused Wu Duxiu so much pain that she tossed and turned in bed. The hatred that had tortured her body and mind to the point of exhaustion had already dispersed with the wind. Creak. With a soft sound, the wooden door of the small house was slowly pushed open. Wu Duxiu turned her head with difficulty. Through a curtain, she saw a familiar figure. She was not surprised. That was what she meant. She was the Wu clan's supreme grand elder, a supreme figure who had authority for thousands of years. Without her permission, who would dare to step into this place? You came. Wu Duxiu spoke with difficulty. His voice was extremely weak. However, the person who came was extremely respectful. He knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. This child greets mother. This man was middle-aged and had an ordinary appearance. His physique was strong, and his eyebrows were slender, giving him a sinister aura. Wu Duxiu spoke. I called you here to tell you one thing. You have a younger brother from a different father. I gave birth to him in Eastern Sea. I will leave Wu clan's everything to you. And my own inheritance. I will leave it to him. Do you understand? The middle-aged man quickly kowtowed, his forehead touching the ground. I understand. You may leave. Wu Duxiu was silent for a while before saying, Then I will take my leave. The middle-aged Gu immortal was careful. He slowly stood up and took a few steps back, before turning around and walking out of the house, closing the door behind him. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. He had a respectful expression on his face. It had not changed. Only when he returned, after crossing several mountains and returning to his immortal Gu house, did his expression change. I was confused. Before dying, she actually wanted to bring back her illegitimate son. That bastard, couldn't he have stayed in Eastern Sea? Why did he come back to fight for the inheritance with me? The middle-aged Gu immortal was furious. Master, don't be angry. Anger will harm your body. A rank 7 hunchbacked Gu immortal quickly persuaded. The middle-aged Gu immortal kicked him down, shouting, My abilities are all in her wind path immortal Gu. She actually wants to give these immortal Gu to that bastard. Without these immortal Gu, what use is my rank 8 cultivation level? I will still be bullied by Ba clan, Tai clan, and Shang clan. What do you mean giving me everything in Wu clan? Humph. What do I need these resources for? What I want a rank 8 immortal Gu, true battle strength. If my fists are strong enough, what can I not get? The middle-aged Gu immortal got angrier as he spoke. He paced around in the immortal Gu house. Master, how about we kill him now? The rank 7 hunchbacked Gu immortal walked up and slashed with his hand like a blade. The middle-aged Gu immortal's pacing stopped. He frowned deeply, asking the rank 7 hunchbacked Gu immortal, You mean? That's right. First Supreme Elder only has 2 children. Other than you, there is that Eastern Sea illegitimate child. If we kill him, won't First Supreme Elder's inheritance be yours? The rank 7 hunchbacked Gu immortal smiled sinisterly. The middle-aged Gu immortal blinked. Cold sweat soon appeared on his forehead. No. If my mother finds out, I will be in deep trouble. Thinking of his mother's methods, even with rank 8 cultivation level, the middle-aged Gu immortal's heart shook. Let's forget it. He is only rank 7. Even if he returns to the clan, what can he do? The middle-aged Gu immortal heaved a long sigh. But the hunchbacked Gu immortal did not give up. He still said, Master, you can't think like that. He already has rank 7 cultivation level. If he gets First Supreme Elder's immortal Gu, what will happen? The middle-aged Gu immortal snorted coldly, regaining some of his pride. Even with rank 8 immortal Gu, his Dao mark accumulation cannot compare to mine. He is not my match. But it is a pity about those 2 rank 8 immortal Gu. Sigh. The hunchbacked Gu immortal smiled sinisterly. Master, you are hesitating because you are afraid of failure and First Supreme Elder punishing you. Actually, we do not need to do anything. Other than our clan, Ba clan, Tai clan, Chi clan, and others are all eyeing our clan's position. They want to replace us all the time. I believe that as long as we release information about that person's route, the other clans will definitely make a move. By then, we will be able to reap the benefits. The middle-aged Gu immortal heard this and his eyes brightened, praising. Good plan, good plan. Su Tua, you are indeed my right-hand man. When I become First Supreme Elder in the future, I will not mistreat you. Master, helping you solve your problems is my duty. It is also my honor. The hunchbacked Gu immortal Su Tuo's eyes were red. He was choking with emotions. The middle-aged Gu immortal patted Su Tuo's shoulder. He did not speak. He had a gratified expression. Inside the immortal Gu house, the atmosphere was harmonious. Master, there is no time to lose. I will go arrange it now? All right, go. I am assured with you taking care of it. After leaving the immortal Gu house, a sharp light flashed in Su Tuo's eyes. Humph. After spending so much effort, I finally managed to deceive this Wu Yong. This way, even if I expose information about this illegitimate child and get investigated, I will be protected by Wu Yong. I will be very safe. I will not expose my true identity. Su Tuo's true identity was not as simple as Wu Yong's slave. He was a Ba clan Gu immortal. He was a spy planted by Ba clan and Wu clan. He had the highest status. Southern border was different from northern plains, and also central continent. Among southern border's righteous path forces, Wu clan was at the top. During their strongest period in history, they had as many as 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Basically, Wu clan had at least 1 rank 8 expert to defend the clan. Wu clan's dominance had always been in the past. Wu Duxiu's lifespan was near its end. Wu Yong was not talented enough. Even though he was rank 8, compared to other righteous path rank 8s, he was not strong. Wu Duxiu's illegitimate child, Wu Yihai, was a genius according to the information. Even though he was a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea, he had great battle strength. He was quite famous in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Killing Wu Yihai would not only weaken Wu clan's forces, it would also affect Wu Yong's reputation. It might even cause Wu clan to fall into internal conflict and suspicion. Su Tua left with hope. Several days later, 3 Gu immortals moved through the Miasma regional wall. Young master, we are about to pass through this Miasma regional wall. This is the final juncture. Once we leave the Miasma regional wall, their chances of ambushing us will be greatly reduced. An elderly Gu immortal said solemnly. Wu Yihai immediately understood. Uncle Zhang, you mean the next part of the journey is the most dangerous? That's right. The elderly Gu immortal nodded solemnly. Another young Gu immortal said. But as long as we pass this obstacle, we will be able to see the world. As long as young master sees your mother, all the hardships, dangers, and pain you went through along the way will be repaid 100 or even 1,000 times. Once he mentioned his mother, Wu Yihai showed a complex expression. He sighed. Sigh. What repayment? I did not think much about it. I only want to see my mother. She abandoned me. She was also the one who arranged for Uncle Zhang. to lead me on the path of cultivation. I want to see her personally. After seeing her for the last time, I will leave. I am an Eastern Sea Gu immortal after all. I am an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Uncle Zhang smiled. Young master, don't worry, First Supreme Elder has great foresight. He has already prepared everything for you. Even though you are an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, our Wu clan has an immortal killer move that can cleanse your heaven and earth chi, turning you from an Eastern Sea Gu immortal to a member of Southern Border. When you undergo tribulation in the future, you can absorb Southern Border's heaven and earth chi. There will be no problems. Oh, there is such a method. Wu Yihai heard this and was overjoyed. Even though he was famous in Eastern Sea, he was a lone cultivator. He knew the pain and weakness of a lone cultivator. If he could rely on a super force, Wu Yihai would naturally be willing. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a dragon breath that resembled a sword light attacked his face. Chapter 1222. This dragon breath was extremely sharp. Before it even hit, Wu Yihai felt like his face was being pricked by needles. He was shocked he could not dodge in time. Clang! With a metallic sound, a small golden shield appeared in front of Wu Yihai at the moment of life and death. The sword light dragon breath landed on the golden shield. In the blink of an eye, it broke the shield and continued to shoot towards Wu Yihai's face without losing any momentum. But Wu Yihai had the golden shield to block it. He managed to gain some precious time to live. He was indeed a famous rank 7 Gu immortal in Eastern Sea. He shouted and used a transformation path killer move. Light flashed, Wu Yihai vanished on the spot, replaced by a giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's 4 limbs and tail were tightly shrunk into its shell. The sword light dragon breath landed on the giant tortoise's shell, creating a long mark. Such a powerful dragon breath. The horned divine tortoise I transformed into is an ancient desolate beast. It has a tough shell. It is among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Wu Yihai was deeply shocked. It seems that the enemy this time is far stronger than all the previous ambushes. Now it is up to Uncle Zhang and Brother Lung. Wu Yihai was a transformation path Gu immortal, but the horned divine tortoise he transformed into was huge and had good speed in the sea. On land it was many times slower. His battle strength also fell by many times. Wu Yihai could only use the tough defense of the horned divine tortoise. High defense and weak offense. Even though Wu Yihai survived, he lost his initiative in the battlefield. He naturally had other methods to transform into other forms. But don't forget, transformation path Gu immortals had a huge weakness. That was, they could not transform at will. There had to be a certain interval between the transformations. After all, Gu immortals had to get rid of the temporary Dao marks on their bodies before they could transform again. Fang Yuan had sovereign immortal fetus Gu. That was a special case. Qi Zai had once mistakenly thought that he had obtained reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance and could transform at will. Thus, when Wu Yihai transformed into a horned divine tortoise, he survived. But in the short term, he could not counterattack. But Wu Yihai did not panic, because he knew that there were 2 rank 7 Gu immortal experts beside him. One was Uncle Zhang. The other was Brother Lung. Even though Wu Yihai did not know their names, he knew that they were sent by his mother to escort him to Southern Border. Along the way, these 2 Gu immortals had displayed great battle strength. He was very reliable, helping Wu Yihai to repel several ambushes. Wu Yihai placed his hopes on Uncle Zhang and Brother Lung. But Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood. He couldn't help but vomit blood, because his golden shield was broken by the dragon breath of the sword light. This was Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move. After it was broken, Uncle Zhang inevitably suffered a backlash and immediately vomited a large amount of blood. Like Wu Yihai, Uncle Zhang was also very shocked. In this miasma regional wall, any immortal killer move would be weakened by the miasma. The dragon's breath pierced through the miasma and broke my golden shield. It even left a mark on the horned divine tortoise's shell. Just how strong is the dragon breath itself? Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood while Brother Leng pounced on him. The two of them worked very well together. This young Gu immortal with the surname Leng knew that Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move had not been broken. He needed to rest. He charged forward ferociously, his momentum overbearing. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a human into a lightning flash giant wolf. The lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Its fur was blue in color. The tip of the fur had turned into a special blue crystal. It emitted a faint light of lightning. Once the lightning flash giant wolf appeared, it illuminated the dark purple miasma. It followed the path created by the dragon breath and charged forward. For claws dug into the ground, the mighty wolf body's muscles expanded, giving the Gu immortal with the surname Leng great speed. At the same time, countless lightning snakes appeared on the lightning flash giant wolf's body. The lightning snakes condensed into one, passing through the lightning flash giant wolf's head and flying forward. This was the Gu immortal with the surname Leng's immortal killer move. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang's heart calmed down. After a few breaths of time, he suppressed his injuries as his body shined with a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden saber-toothed tiger. His body was twice the size of the lightning flash giant wolf. It turned out that he was also a transformation path Gu immortal. This was naturally Wu Duxiu's arrangement. Because the 5 regions' regional walls had special environments. To pass through regional walls, all paths were equal. But if they fought inside, transformation path Gu immortals usually had the advantage. Inside the regional wall, every time a Gu immortal used an immortal killer move, their immortal aperture would shake. They would hurt themselves before hurting the enemy. But if the Gu immortal transformed into a beast and fought with their body, they could avoid this disadvantage. They could fight for a longer period of time. Gu immortal Uncle Zhang looked behind him. He knew about the horned divine tortoise's defense. After instructing Wu Yihai, he followed the lightning flash giant wolf's path and charged forward. Soon, Uncle Zhang saw that the lightning flash giant wolf was running back. Behind the lightning flash giant wolf, sword light dragon breath shot out, and within the dense dark purple miasma, dragon beast roars could be heard. What's going on? Uncle Zhang was shocked. He knew that the Gu immortal with the surname Leng was a strong fighter. He would not escape for no reason. But now he had to have a reason. Stop fighting, retreat. The Gu immortal with the surname Leng saw the golden tiger and spoke. Uncle Zhang was even more shocked. Why did the Gu immortal with the surname Leng want to avoid fighting? He was about to ask when he finally saw the culprit that attacked them. A sword dragon pierced through the dark purple miasma, appearing in his vision. Silver-white dragon scales were densely packed. Its dragon eyes were pale white. Its dragon horns were pointed at the sky. Its 4 dragon claws were terrifying. Its dragon teeth were shining with cold light. Moreover, its body was brimming with immortal Gu aura. Is this a wild ancient sword dragon? Uncle Zhang stared with wide eyes. He could not believe it. But the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. At that instant, he finally understood why the Gu immortal with the surname Leng, who did not even frown, would retreat so abnormally. Because he encountered a wild ancient sword dragon. And this sword dragon did not come from the 5 regions. It lived in either White Heaven or Black Heaven. Why did Uncle Zhang make such a judgment? Because this ancient sword dragon could move freely in the miasma regional wall. Its movements were smooth and unaffected by any pulling or repulsive force. For Gu immortals there was a difference in regions. Thus, if they entered the regional wall, they would be greatly affected. Only life forms that grew up in the ancient White Heaven, or Black Heaven, could move freely in the 5 regional walls. Uncle Zhang did not hesitate, he turned around and ran. Not being affected by the regional wall was a huge advantage. Gu immortals could only display 50 to 60% of their strength inside the regional wall. Even in the outside world, Uncle Zhang did not have the confidence to face an ancient sword dragon with a wild immortal Gu alone. Not to mention now, they were in a special environment like the regional wall. Why are we so unlucky? What a coincidence. We actually encountered a wild ancient sword dragon roaming inside the regional wall. I think this ancient sword dragon might have been lured here by some Gu immortal to stop us. While escaping, Uncle Zhang and the Gu immortal with the surname Lung conversed. Soon, they met up with Wu Yihai, who had turned into a horned divine tortoise. Wu Yihai also knew of the situation. He quickly transmitted, "Try not to fight with this ancient sword dragon. It might have been lured here by someone to make us fight it and expend our immortal essence and battle strength. Then what should we do? Retreat, stay away from the ancient sword dragon. Try not to anger it, but we need to display our strength. Wild beasts do not have enough intelligence, but when they know that this prey is too threatening, they will give up." The three Gu immortals quickly discussed their plan. They defended more than attacked. The ancient sword dragon followed behind them and continued to spit out sword light dragon breath. The three Gu immortals retreated slowly. They were beaten up by the sword light dragon breath. They could not even raise their heads. "What do we do? This ancient sword dragon seems to be targeting us. Maybe I used a lightning path killer move earlier and angered it. I have an immortal killer move that can get rid of this beast's anger. But I need to change the killer move." The three immortals discussed and decided that Gu immortal Lung and Uncle Zhang would defend, while Wu Yihai would transform to appease the ancient sword dragon's anger. Wu Yihai carefully turned into his human form. He hid behind the other two immortals and used a method to get rid of the Dao marks on his body, preparing for the next transformation. The ancient sword dragon was a wild beast after all. It had low intelligence. It only attacked the giant wolf and the golden tiger. Uncle Zhang and the Gu immortal Lung thus had to endure the ancient sword dragon's fierce attacks. They were having a hard time defending. They were already injured. But to chase this ancient sword dragon away, they did not use any offensive immortal killer moves to prevent the situation from worsening and falling into someone else's trap. "It's about time. My immortal killer move is Ugh." Wu Yihai's joyful tone turned into a shocked gasp, because he saw that the golden tiger that Uncle Zhang had turned into had its head pierced by an immortal killer move, dying on the spot. Sword path killer move, dark assassination. Everything happened so suddenly, there were no signs at all. Then in an instant, the ancient sword serpent burst forth with a shocking speed. Like a silver lightning bolt, it left behind a dazzling shadow in the eyes of the three immortals before disappearing on the spot. Gu immortal Lung was extremely shocked. "We were tricked. Oh no." He turned around and saw that Wu Yihai's head was smashed into pieces, as well as white brain matter. His headless corpse was grabbed by the ancient sword dragon and stuffed into its immortal aperture. The possibility of Wu clan finding out was very small. It was more likely that they could not find out. Secondly, Wu Duxiu had been living in Eastern Sea, cultivating as a lone cultivator. He basically had no contact with Wu clan's Gu immortals. Most of Wu clan's Gu immortals did not even know what he looked like, especially his tone of voice. His habits and other small details were also not known to others. Thus, if Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai, in the long run, the possibility of Fang Yuan being exposed would be close to zero. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture was not subdued yet, but Fang Yuan was not anxious. For the time being, he found a deserted island and rested on it. On one hand, he was waiting for blood asset immortal Gu to recover completely. On the other hand, he was modifying an immortal killer move, blood light spirit suppression. Ever since blood asset immortal Gu was damaged, it had been nurtured by Fang Yuan and was close to recovery. A few days later, Fang Yuan obtained a perfect blood asset immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan cultivated for a few more days, deducing blood light spirit suppression. Finally, he obtained what he wanted, a simplified version that used blood asset immortal Gu as the core, blood light spirit suppression. The following matters were very smooth. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme heavenly eagle to enter Wu Yihai's immortal aperture. He pretended to get close to the land spirit and used blood light spirit suppression to suppress it. Finally, under the situation where the land spirit did not resist, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort before successfully annexing this blessed land, turning it into a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. This also caused his calamities and tribulations to rise by a large margin. After all, Wu Yihai was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He was on a completely different level from a rank 6. As for Wu Yihai's sea turtle land spirit, under Fang Yuan's intentional preservation, it did not dissipate. It entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture along with the blessed land. But it did not listen to Fang Yuan, it cried all day long. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of it, but when he found that it did not have any intention of harming the blessed land, he gave up on this idea. Maybe in the future, I can fulfill the conditions of its ownership. That way, I might be able to truly subdue this land spirit. After dealing with this matter, Fang Yuan immediately passed through the regional wall and returned to southern border. After entering southern border, he flew rapidly until he reached the center of southern border, turning the immortal apertures of that Gu immortal Lung and Uncle Zhang into blessed lands, before annexing them one by one. Oh, this way, I have already passed the first grand tribulation. Fang Yuan inspected, and found that after annexing the blessed lands of 3 rank 7 transformation path Gu immortals, his cultivation level rose sharply. He had become a rank 7 Gu immortal, who had passed the first grand tribulation. In rank 7 cultivation, there would be an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, if a Gu immortal survives 3 grand tribulations, they would become rank 8. But the power of the grand tribulations gets stronger each time. They can be amplified by tens, or even hundreds of times. Southern Border's number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal, Old Treeman Bada, is stuck at the final grand tribulation. He does not dare to undergo it. His gains this time were truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Not only did he annex 3 rank 7 blessed lands, his cultivation level also rose by a huge amount. Even he himself was a little afraid of this cultivation speed. Even Fang Yuan sighed at his good luck. Luck Immortal Gu is indeed worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's vital Gu. But I wonder if I raise it to rank 8. How would it compare to Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the top of his head. Even though he did not have Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, what he did not know was that everything went smoothly for him. A large part of the reason was because Wuxia, who was far away, had used the immortal killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Especially when he fought with Wu Yihai and the other 2 Gu immortals. The 3 Gu immortals actually thought that Fang Yuan was a wild ancient sword dragon. On one hand, the ancient sword dragon was not restricted by the regional walls. The 3 Gu immortals could not help but misunderstand. On the other hand, Fang Yuan also used Attitude Gu to disguise himself. The 3 Gu immortals were rank 7. They fell for it without a trace. Thus, during the battle, Fang Yuan was very relaxed. The 3 Gu immortals actually defended more than they attacked. They took the initiative to take a beating. Later, Wu Yihai bullied the ancient sword dragon's intelligence. He actually said that he was about to succeed and could transform into another form. Hearing this, the other 2 immortals relaxed a little. Fang Yuan grabbed this opportunity and directly used dark assassination that he had prepared for a long time to kill Gu immortal Uncle Zhang. With lightning speed, he got rid of Wu Yihai in human form. In the blink of an eye, only Gu immortal Lung was left. Fang Yuan immediately obtained victory. In this round, Fang Yuan obtained a huge harvest. The only flaw was that these 3 transformation path Gu immortals' immortal apertures were shaken intensely. They lost countless resources. There was no helping it. They had already been ambushed many times in the regional walls. It was already amazing that they could fight their way here. Next, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to go to Wu Clan. Instead, he searched Wu Yihai's soul and familiarized himself with his life. Of course, during this period, Fang Yuan was not cultivating in seclusion. He returned to Lady White Rabbit's place to gather information. Wu Yihai's disappearance had already spread throughout southern border. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Wu clan was also keeping quiet. All the forces were making guesses. Most people were inclined to believe that Wu Yihai was dead, but they did not know which force had succeeded. There were many forces that acted in the dark. Most of them were righteous path forces. This was a fact that everyone understood. These forces were not stupid enough to admit that they were the ones who killed Wu Yihai. Regarding this, there was a rumor that occupied the minds of Gu immortals. That was, the person who had truly killed Wu Yihai was none other than Wu clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Yong. There were many versions of this rumor, but in the end, Wu Yong wanted to monopolize Wu Duxiu's inheritance. Thus he did not hesitate to kill his half-brother. Undeniably, this was a heavy blow to Wu Yong. Demonic path Gu immortals did not care. Lone immortals differed from person to person, while righteous path Gu immortals cherished their reputation. Wu Yong, however, remained silent. He did not clarify anything in front of everyone. Interesting. Fang Yuan could feel the turbulent undercurrents from this. Who knew how many forces and Gu immortals were working behind the scenes to create this new competition? Wu Duxiu was about to fall. Wu Yong, who had always been protected by his mother, had rank 8 cultivation level, but he had to face his own suspicions. If I appear at this time, what will happen? Fang Yuan had just thought of this when he felt a chill. Chapter 1224. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. He knew that now was not the time for the identity of Wu Yihai to appear. Firstly, he had not searched Wu Yihai's soul completely. He had not made sufficient preparations. Secondly, Wu Duxiu was not dead yet. If Wu Duxiu was not dead, Fang Yuan's identity of Wu Yihai could not appear. Rank 8 Gu immortal. Who knew what methods Wu Duxiu had to determine if Wu Yihai was her biological son or not? Even though Wu Yihai would suffer a lot of losses. But Fang Yuan only needed the identity of Wu Yihai. This was his original goal. If his disguise failed because of his greed, he would lose this great opportunity. That would be the most unworthy thing. He would slap himself 10 times. Finally, the righteous path forces were all hidden dangers. Even Wu clan was one of them. There was no smoke without fire. Wu Yong indeed had the possibility and motive to deal with Wu Yihai. If Fang Yuan appeared early, he might be killed by Wu clan's forces. Speaking of which, this Wu Yihai's identity is quite troublesome. But thankfully, I am someone who has been reborn. I know some of the results of the 500 years of my previous life. It can help me make decisions. Like this, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. He continued to search Wu Yihai's soul, while paying attention to the outside information. Wu Duxiu's condition was deteriorating day by day. The whole of southern border was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in northern plains, the blood battle martial competition was still ongoing. Without Lu Guanyi, Chu Du's side was suppressed to the point of not being able to raise their heads. But soon the situation changed. The 3 rank 7 lone immortals invited by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu won their battles consecutively, helping Chu Du's side reach a stalemate with the Righteous Path Alliance. Lu clan's Gu immortal Lu Chang spread the word that Lu Guanyi should come out and fight. Otherwise, he would be a coward. Not only did Lu Chang look for Fang Yuan, other forces like Yi Lui clan would not let Lu Guanyi off. Unfortunately, Lu Guanyi had vanished without a trace, as if he did not exist in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Let's not talk about how depressed these investigating forces were for now. Many Central Continent Gu immortals had worse fates. Defy. This underground organization created by Shadow Sect's Gu immortals had already been plotted against by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. With the 10 great ancient sects' help, they were completely uprooted. Not a single one escaped. Besides that, there were also people on the Demon Judgment Board who were captured by the 10 great ancient sections. The blood path demonic immortals all died tragically. Some demonic path or lone immortals were taken in by the 10 great ancient sects as Gu immortals, because their crimes were not serious. Half a month later, on a certain day, Wu Duxiu once again summoned Wu Yong and a few supreme elders of Wu clan. In the last moments of her life, Wu Duxiu's speech became clearer. She said, "I have 3 great regrets in my life. The first regret is that I wasn't able to eliminate the fierce gorgeous 7 ghosts. I only destroyed their lair. The second regret is that I did not find enough dry clear qi to refine 8-face prestige wind Gu. The third regret." Wu Duxiu paused for a moment. "I did not see my son Yihai. Back then, I hated his father and killed him personally. But I should not have placed my anger and resentment on an innocent child. He was innocent. I wanted to make it up to him. But it was too late." The room was quiet. No one made a sound. Wu Duxiu sighed. She sat up alone. She was lying down with difficulty. Leaning against the bed, she waved her hand weakly at Wu Yong. Wu Yong knew what to do. He pulled open the curtains and took a few steps towards Wu Duxiu's bed, kneeling down respectfully on both knees. Wu Duxiu looked at her eldest son. After a long while she laughed softly. "Young heir, you did well. You did not disappoint me." Wu Yong's body shook. He raised his head. His eyes were red. Tears were dripping down. At this moment, he revealed his true emotions. This old woman was his birth mother after all. "I am assured in handing Wu clan to you," Wu Duxiu continued. "Mother." Wu Yong opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse. His face was covered in tears. Wu Duxiu continued. "Yihai, that child, did not make it in time. It was fate. Forget it. I will give these immortal Gu to you. You also cultivate wind path. I hope you can cherish them and make them shine." "Mother, I do not want your immortal Gu. I only want you to continue living." Wu Yong sobbed. "Silly child, who can survive? Even strong immortal venerables and demon venerables perish like superstars. Eternal life is just an idiot's fantasy." As she spoke, Wu Duxiu's immortal Gu flew out of her immortal aperture, landing on Wu Yong's body. The Wu clan supreme elders on the other side of the curtains witnessed this silently. The handover went smoothly. The auras of the immortal Gu entered Wu Yong's body, one after another. Wu Duxiu looked outside the window. Sunlight was shining brightly, shining in through the small window. In a daze, Wu Duxiu seemed to see a figure in the sunlight. That figure was not her father or mother. It was also not a man she loved in her life. It was herself. That young version of herself. That girl whose smile was as bright as the sun. "Wu Duxiu. Wu Duxiu. Haha." Wu Duxiu chuckled after muttering her name twice. Her body began to emit light, and countless white fluorescent lights flew out from her rotten and withered body. The specks of light were the dissipation of her flesh and soul. A moment later, the bed was empty. The once famous rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Duxiu, the legendary person who had spread her influence in southern border for thousands of years, had completely vanished from the world at this moment. Not a corpse was left. Not even a trace of her soul was left. First Supreme Elder. Outside the curtain, the Wu clan's supreme elders were wailing and wailing. Their cries filled this ownerless house. Immense sorrow was vented through their cries. Wu Yong cried silently. He knelt on the ground. His head was lowered. He was like a statue, not moving at all. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. He was no longer crying. His expression was determined. He stood up and turned around. Next, he looked through the curtains. He looked at the Wu clan supreme elders who were lying on the ground in pain. They had no dignity at all. "Everyone, bear with the pain for now. Mother is gone. We still need to let the glory of Wu clan continue to shine in southern border." Wu Yong said plainly, but there was an unseen dignity in his tone. The supreme elders gradually stopped crying. Wu Yong opened the curtains and walked out slowly. The supreme elders had already stood up. They realized something. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and solemn. These Gu immortal elders bowed towards Wu Yong, saying in unison, "We pay respects to First Supreme Elder." The legend of a generation, Wu Duxiu, had passed away, as her biological son, Wu Yong, who also had rank 8 cultivation level, became the new first supreme elder of Wu clan. After the news spread from Wu clan, it spread throughout the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world at lightning speed. Southern Border was in turmoil. Wu Duxiu was finally gone. Many Gu immortals and forces let out sighs of relief. Wu clan originally had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, but now, only one was left. Could it continue to be the leader of the righteous path? Wu clan seemed to be in control of a lot of cultivation resources. With Wu Duxiu gone, only the mediocre and untalented Wu Yong was left. Could he lead Wu clan to maintain its glory? Not only were the Gu immortals outside of Wu clan having such thoughts, many of Wu clan's members were also suspicious of the new first supreme elder. There were also rumors that Wu Yong had set up an ambush and killed his half-brother, Wu Yihai. At this moment, these rumors were spreading everywhere, like boiling water on the surface of a pond. Gurgling sounds could be heard everywhere. Azure Sun Mountain, Qiao clan's headquarters was located here. 2 Qiao clan Gu immortals stood at the peak of the mountain, looking in Wu clan's direction. The 2 immortals' eyes were filled with clouds. The mountain winds were blowing, causing their sleeves to flutter. Qiao clan's first supreme elder sighed. Wu Duxiu is dead. Wu Yong has just become the new leader. Hehe, this is our Qiao family's chance. Everyone thinks that our Qiao clan is Wu clan's lackey, but this is just our way of survival. With Wu clan in turmoil, it is a good chance for us to make a move. Compared to other clans, our marriage with Wu clan is perfectly justified. Wu Yong looks ordinary, but I feel that he is not so simple. Even if he lacks talent, he is still a rank 8 Gu immortal. The other Gu immortal said. She looked to be in her 20s. She wore a jade green dress that could not conceal her slim figure. Her skin was as delicate as snow, and her eyes, covered by thick eyelashes, seemed to be glistening with clear water. She was the pride of Qiao clan, a rising genius, the hope of the future, and also one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border, Qiao Si Lu. Qiao clan's first supreme elder smiled. Lu heir, this is the reason why I came to talk to you. We want to continue our marriage alliance with Wu clan. Qiao Si Lu's body shook. I understand. I am willing to contribute my strength to the clan. Very good. The clan did not nurture you for nothing. Qiao clan's first supreme elder was very pleased. But if I get married to Wu Yong, I might not be able to deal with him. He is a rank 8 Gu immortal now. He has authority in Wu clan. Qiao Si Lu hesitated. It's not a marriage alliance with him. The Qiao family's first supreme elder said with a smile. Then who else? Qiao Si Lu was confused. Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai. That's right, a few days ago, he came to find us. 7 days later, the Wu clan held a grand funeral on the Wind God Mountain. All sorts of righteous path forces, famous lone immortal experts, and even some demonic path Gu immortals were invited to attend the funeral. Under everyone's gazes, Wu Yong suddenly attacked. Left and right, capture this traitor of the clan. What? Su Tuo was shocked. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. Master, what are you doing? I am your most loyal and devoted servant. Su Tuo screamed with all his might. Hehe. Wu Yong smiled coldly, pointing at Su Tuo as he scolded. What a loyal servant, Su Tuo. I trusted you so much, but you framed me and secretly leaked information about my brother's route, attracting countless villains to ambush me. It's a pity that my younger brother was killed by you cunning villains, before I could even see him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed as he looked at the sky. Tears flowed down his face. Su Tuo looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. He still wanted to deny it, but Wu Yong threw out a huge amount of evidence. The evidence was irrefutable. Su Tuo could not deny it. He realized that Wu Yong knew his true identity long ago, but he did not expose it, waiting until today. Wu Yong used him to get rid of his brother Wu Yihai, obtaining all of his inheritance, and becoming Wu clan's first supreme elder. He was going to destroy all the rumors against him today, and Su Tuo was a pawn that he sacrificed. Today, I will win everything. Wu Yong laughed in his heart, but on the surface he pointed at Su Tua and ordered, "Bring him away." The representatives of the Fangjing path became restless. Even the demonic path and lone immortals had strange expressions. Wu Yong looked around and felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Clan's first supreme elder said, "I have something to congratulate Lord Wu Yong. Your brother Wu Yihai did not actually die. Not only did he not die, he even came here with the help of our Xiao Clan." What? Chapter 1225. Fang Yuan slowly walked out of Xiao Clan's Gu Immortals. At that moment, countless gazes were focused on him. Fang Yuan instantly became the focal point of the whole place. Seeing his appearance, some of the Wu clan's grand elders couldn't help but exclaim, "How similar." Fang Yuan's appearance, no Wu Yihai's appearance, was similar to his mother, Wu Duxiu. This was undeniably Fang Yuan's advantage. Wu Yong, on the other hand, was different. He took after his father, his brows and eyes were sloppy and honest. He was born with a kind of inconspicuous feeling, but Wu Yihai was different. He had a handsome face and a strong body. He stood tall like a spear piercing towards the sky. Even though he lived in Eastern Sea, his aura was close to Wu clan's Gu Immortals. Especially his nose, it was wide and tall. At one glance, people would feel that he was extraordinary. He had a strong heart, and could not be underestimated. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan could show it, especially in terms of aura. The real Wu Yihai did not have the aura of a Wu clan member. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Familiar Face. This was one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature methods. It appeared once again. The Gu Immortals were all blinded. They could not sense anything fishy about Fang Yuan. In fact, even Wu clan's Gu Immortals were seeing Wu Yihai for the first time. Needless to say, Fang Yuan's preparation and hard work had paid off. At first glance, Wu clan's Gu Immortals had a good impression of him. Because Wu Yihai looked like Wu Duxiu. Wu Duxiu was not good looking, she looked like a man. But if her appearance was on a man's body, he would definitely be a heroic hero. Wu Yihai was at least 70% similar. Wu Duxiu died. Wu clan was shaken. The clan's Gu Immortals remembered Wu Duxiu's glory when she was alive. Oh people, when they obtained it, they would not treasure it. But once they lost it, they would treasure it and value it greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance at this moment made up for this mentality of the immortals. Of course, this was also the result of Fang Yuan's calculations. Yes, she is really like Wu Duxiu. Even the Gu Immortals of other clans sighed. Fang Yuan keenly sensed the potential changes in the gazes that were focused on him. In the 500 years of his previous life, he might not have had high cultivation achievements. But after 500 years of hard work, he had deep and unfathomable life experience, as well as sharp insight into the emotions of the surrounding Gu Immortals. He felt the gazes of Wu clan's Gu Immortals turning gentle, and Wu Yong's gaze. However, there was a hint of hostility. Wu Yong was indeed surprised. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Wu Yihai, appeared at this time, slightly disrupting his plans and arrangements. What made Wu Yong especially wary was that Fang Yuan and Xiao clan's Gu Immortals were together. This made him vigilant. In fact, deep down in his heart, Wu Yong hated this younger brother of his. Although it was only the first time they met. At first glance, Wu Yong didn't like Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's appearance. He looked too much like his mother, Wu Duxiu. How many years had it been? Wu Yong had been by Wu Duxiu's side, growing up under her protection. Wu Duxiu was like a towering tree. The dense shade of the tree protected the whole of Wu clan, including Wu Yong. Wu Yong felt that he was always lowering his head. The shade of the tree was like a shadow that shrouded his life. He was Wu Duxiu's son. But don't forget, he was also a man. A man. He had an innate desire to pursue strength and authority. But from start to finish, Wu Yong was Wu Duxiu. Her strength, her methods, and especially her identity, Wu Yong could not resist them. The reason why he could only lower his head. Wu Duxiu passed away. Wu Yong was very sad and sorrowful. But at the same time he felt some relief and even joy. This joy was something that even Wu Yong did not dare to admit. But now, when Wu Yong saw Wu Yihai, who looked like Wu Duxiu, he could not help but feel a lot of disgust and disgust. Fang Yuan sensed Wu Yong's malice and hostility, even though the latter concealed it well. Fang Yuan was clear. The first step was successful, but the second step is to negotiate with Wu clan and be accepted by them. That is crucial. And to be accepted by Wu clan, the most important thing is to get the acknowledgement of Wu Yong, this rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu clan's first supreme elder. Thus, when Fang Yuan walked into the hall, he bowed towards Wu Yong. Wu Yihai greets brother. Wu Yong was a little excited but hesitant. You are my brother Yihai? You look like mother. But your eyes are blue. We do not have such eyes in southern border. These words had deep meaning. Wu Yong did not directly acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. Instead, he seemed to unintentionally mention that Wu Yihai was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Fang Yuan replied in a heavy voice. Reporting to brother, I also had black pupils, but some accidents occurred when I cultivated transformation path. My return this time was arranged by mother. Unfortunately, I met with many ambushes on the way. Uncle Zhang and brother Leng, who accompanied me, died on the battlefield to protect me. Gu immortals Zhang and Leng, even though they were only servants of my mother, they made great contributions to Wu clan. Send my orders. We need to give them a proper burial, according to the rules of our clan's external supreme elders. Their descendants also need to be taken care of. They need to be treated equally with Wu clan. Wu Yong instructed. The supreme elders hurriedly responded. Fang Yuan heard this and laughed coldly in his heart. This Wu Yong did not let go of any chance to display his heroic image, but in his words, he did not officially accept Fang Yuan's identity. He avoided the important points, only talking about Gu immortals Zhang and Leng, but neglected the important point, his brother Wu Yihai. Wu Yong avoided the important points, but Fang Yuan was not at a loss. This small problem could not stump him. Fang Yuan bowed and said, Brother, please allow me to pay respects to mother. Wu Yong's eyebrows rose. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. As a son, how could he not pay respects to his mother when she passed away? This reason was completely reasonable, especially in a clan system that was maintained by bloodline. Even Wu Yong could not stop it. If he forcefully stopped it, he would be criticized by others. The new image that he had painstakingly built up would completely collapse. But if he did not stop it and let Fang Yuan pay respects, it would mean that the whole of Wu clan acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity, that he was a member of Wu clan. In truth, Wu Yong was not willing. Wu Yihai's appearance made Wu Yong feel disgusted. Wu Yihai's identity gave Wu Yong a headache. Wu Yihai and Xiao clan appeared together. Wu Yong was wary. It is best to send this Wu Yihai back to where he came from. Isn't he an Eastern Sea Gu immortal? Let him develop in Eastern Sea, even if we throw some resources at him. This was the result that Wu Yong wanted the most. Undeniably, Fang Yuan's performance was outstanding, and with Xiao clan's Gu immortals as proof, Wu Yong did not suspect Wu Yihai's true identity. Wait, what if I get rid of this Wu Yihai? I could not before because mother was still around. But now I am the first supreme elder. This is my territory. In the future, I can control the clan and secretly make arrangements to kill him. Wouldn't that solve all problems? Even if he is in Eastern Sea, he is still a problem. If he is not in Eastern Sea and returns to southern border, it will be even more troublesome. I might as well agree to let him pay respects now. In the future, I can do some tricks to prove that he is a fake. Getting rid of him is also an honorable thing to do. When he thought of this, piercingly cold killing intent couldn't help but arise in Wu Yong's heart. He was about to speak and agree to Fang Yuan's request. But at this time, a Wu clan supreme elder spoke. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but have you all forgotten that we have not verified Wu Yihai's true identity? I am not suspecting him, nor am I suspecting Xiao clan. But since we are returning to the clan, There is no lack of formalities. Wu Yong couldn't help but raise his brows again when he heard this. He looked deeply at the Wu clan Gu immortal who spoke. The latter was Wu clan's third supreme elder, Wu Qiao. Fang Yuan looked at Qiao clan's first supreme elder without batting an eyelid, thinking, I was right to contact Qiao clan, but I did not expect Qiao clan to have already infiltrated Wu clan so deeply. Wu Qiao is the third supreme elder after all. Qiao clan's first supreme elder looked at Fang Yuan, recalling the scene of their conspiracy earlier. As long as I show up at the ceremony, Wu Yong will fall into a passive state, even if he is a rank 8 Gu immortal, and can easily kill us with a wave of his hand. So what? Hee. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing. He will not make a move, he cannot make a move, because he is Wu clan's first supreme elder. He is not a lone cultivator, or a demonic cultivator. At that time, I will ask to pay respects to Mother. Can Wu Yong stop me? Ha ha ha, brilliant, truly brilliant. Qiao clan's first supreme elder gave a thumbs up. Returning to the clan in private is too dangerous. This is a brilliant solution. Even if Wu Yong is not willing, what can he do? Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Thus, we need to openly return to the clan during the ceremony. If we miss this chance, it will be very difficult. Not only will the risk increase greatly, Wu Yong might not even give us this chance. Don't worry. At that time, I will raise this suggestion. Qiao clan's first supreme elder chuckled. No. Fang Yuan shook his head. Your suggestion is not appropriate. You are an outsider. How can you interfere with Wu clan's internal affairs? Qiao clan's first supreme elder fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's words struck him deeply. This was a huge problem that troubled him. If not for this, he would not have cooperated with Wu Yihai. Fang Yuan placed his hands behind his back, raising his head as he looked outside the window. Thus, I need a Wu clan supreme elder. He can raise this suggestion publicly in that situation, and lead the matter to returning to the clan. The Qiao clan's first supreme elder was in a difficult position. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.